Nobody talked. The many forces dared not to answer. Besides, whoever volunteered to come forward and speak would be courting death itself. When Princess Donghuang saw that nobody was talking, she cast her gaze at the fighters from the dark world and empty divine realm in the distance. A battle took place 20 years ago, and you promised that you would leave if you were defeated. Now that you have again returned to the original realm, it seems that the Dark Court and Empty Mountain are deliberately trying to incite a war. The powerhouses from the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm did not respond. A figure at the Imperial Realm was present among their opponents. Naturally, they would not dare to say anything. What if this powerhouse, who could control the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, attacked them? Nobody could stop him. Most certainly, those at the Imperial Realm would usually not partake in war. Otherwise, should a war between Imperial realms be triggered, the sky would fall, and the earth would crumble. Since you are here, Princess Donghuang, we will be taking our leave, someone said. Subsequently, the aces from both worlds left. There was no point in staying. With the presence of a super powerhouse, who could kill Yi Futian and snatch the inheritance? And that was an example of courting death. The Divine Prefecture's Taichu Saint Emperor served as a warning for them. Should the opponent display no mercy, the top figure from the Taichu domain would perish here. Swiftly, aces from both worlds vanished without a trace. Not only had they left the Heavenly Mandate City, but they also departed the Heavenly Mandate Realm. It seemed that this place was no longer convenient for them to stay. After they left, Princess Donghuang once again looked at the powerhouses from the Divine Prefecture. She opened her mouth and said, 20 years ago at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you stirred up war with the desire to resolve your old grievances. Today, you descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy and incited a civil war within the Divine Prefecture once more. The Dark World and Empty Divine Realm are glaring at us like a covetous tiger. Since that's the case, you may resolve your grudges independently, and I shall not interfere. However, if any force colludes with the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm to deal with our cultivators once more, the Imperial Palace will deal with you without delay. Hearing Princess Donghuang's words, some breathed a sigh of relief while some blanched and looked horrified. Some forces who came from the Divine Prefecture side in relief. It seemed that Princess Donghuang did not intend to pursue this matter. However, some forces local to the original realm had a strong sense of terror emerge from within their hearts. Previously, many of their aces were killed by the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, which had been controlled by Yi Futian. However, some forces still had their aces with them. Many top forces of the original realm had partaken in the great battle that took place years ago and had forged a hatred with the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian. With this incident, the hatred had further intensified. At present, Yi Futian had powerful figures on that level beside him and the powerhouses from the Ziwei segmentum. Without the assistance from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, what could these forces from the original realm use to contend with the collective strength of Yi Futian and his allies? As long as Yi Futian regained his senses, recovered, and seized control of the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor again, he would be powerful enough to wipe out the aces from the original realm. Under such circumstances, where the princess told them to resolve their grudge on their own, how could they not panic? Your Highness, the Divine Prefecture has once again sustained heavy losses in this battle, and the situation is even more difficult for those from the original realm. After 2 wars, I would assume that the forces from the original realm would no longer entangle themselves in this matter. Hence, may I implore you to restore peace to the original realm. What is your take, Your Highness? Somebody asked. Someone actually offered to resolve the grudge of the original realm. What's more, the one who had spoken was a top figure of the original realm. It was the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia's words, aces from the Heavenly Mandate Academy showed expressions of shock as they looked towards him. Restore peace to the original realm? Xianxia. He actually said he wanted peace to be restored in the original realm at this very moment in time. Back in time, he followed the powerhouses of the original realm to raid the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Today, he was also involved in the alliance between various forces to kill Yi Futian. Now that the outcome was a foregone conclusion, he suggested a peace treaty. Princess Donghuang also looked at Jian with a faint sense of indifference. Why was he saying this now? In fact, there had not been too much of a grudge between Yi Futian and Tianxin Academy before. Besides, Yi Futian had once cultivated in Tianxin Academy. He had a good relationship with Jian Qingzhu since he had once saved him before. But all that Jian ever thought about was killing Yi Futian. You were allowed to battle without interference in the past, and it will remain this way, Princess Donghuang answered with apathy. Jian eyes revealed his discontentment. Now that Yi Futian was nothing like his former self, should war break out, he would be able to lead his alliance of powerhouses to sweep across the original realm. How could they still fight? Only death would await them. A brilliant mind you have, college chief. Lord Taishan could not help but sneer. What wishful thinking from Jian. He was on the attack when he wished, but now he was asking for peace. Do your wish for the original realm to be destroyed overnight? Someone else said. This time it was Ace from the Sky Reaching School. At present, it was speculated that all of them were amidst fear. Once Yi Futian woke up and led the aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Ziwei Segmentum to seek revenge, no one among the forces of the original realm would be able to stop them. Only destruction would await. Princess Donghuang looked at him with an icy glare. Previously, when they waged war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had never thought of these questions. Why are all of you still here? Princess Donghuang ignored the statement and looked at the other aces. The eyes of those from the Divine Prefecture glistened. Subsequently, they gently bowed and left the place. When the aces from the original realm saw this, they knew that the princess would not do anything for them. Likewise, they departed one after another. Given how things have developed, retreating was their only option. Swiftly, all the powerhouses from various places departed and vanished without a trace. After they left, the area in space became a lot quieter. The only ones who remained were Yi Futian and his allies. The body of Xianxia, the great emperor, looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, I shall take these sacred remains with me. Take good care of him. Upon finishing, he looked at Princess Donghuang and said, I shall be returning. Safe journey, master. Princess Donghuang made a light bow and said. Subsequently, the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, rushed into the sky. It broke through the void instantaneously and vanished out of sight. Princess Donghuang lowered her head and glanced down. Then, she took her men and left. After this incident, no one should dare to trouble Yi Futian and his allies. After the other powerhouses' departure, the aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Ziwei Segmentum gathered around Yi Futian. At this moment, he was still in a coma. It seemed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The previous battle already exhausted a great deal of his energy. Later on, he was even attacked by the Taichu Saint Emperor. One could only imagine how much pressure he had withstood. It was already extremely fortunate that his spiritual soul was not destroyed. However, by having his vitality damaged like this, it was unknown when he would recover. The crowd looked around. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was gone, razed to the ground as it had been wiped out in the battle. Lord Taishan and the rest of the people were inspecting Yi Futian. An ace from the Ziwei Segmentum stepped forward. Purple starlight coiled up around his body, and a wisp of healing energy seeped into Yi Futian's body. However, Yi Futian remained in a coma and showed no signs of awakening. I'm afraid he needs more time, that man said in a low guttural voice. When one's spiritual soul became damaged, it required time to recuperate. Recovering within a short period of time was most likely impossible. Lord Taishan and the others nodded. All of them understood Yi Futian's situation. The series of events has evidently inflicted great damage upon him. Controlling the body of Xianxia, the great emperor itself, might have caused a burden so tremendous that it was simply unimaginable. He stood up and took a glance at the fissured ground and the Heavenly Mandate Academy that was no more. Lord Taishan and others sighed. They looked at each other and asked, what should we do next? It could be to rebuild the Heavenly Mandate Academy or something else. Having suffered so many blows, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Heavenly Mandate City were in a state too pathetic to describe. Let's rebuild the academy for now. No one should dare to find trouble with us easily in the future. The Sky River Great Elder opened his mouth and said. Lord Taixian nodded gently while Renhuang Chun, the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Segmentum's Emperor Palace, said, After the academy is rebuilt, we can build teleportation grand matrices at both here and the Ziwei Segmentum so that both sides can look after each other. Should something occur, help can be provided at once. When the crowd heard the Supreme Elder's words, they nodded seriously. If that was carried out and the Heavenly Mandate Realm and Ziwei Segmentum became connected, they would establish themselves as a superpower. That, along with the fact that the forces of the original realm were shocked by and even afraid of them, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would, in a true sense, be standing at the pinnacle of power among forces in the original realm. Most certainly, the now chaotic original realm did not consist of just local forces as more of them actually arrived from the outer realms. Go and get the others back, said Lord Taixian. After this battle, be it forces of the original realm or outer realms, it was speculated that they would not be bold enough to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy. With a guardian supposedly at the Imperial Realm, who would dare to make a move against them? If the master of the Four-Corner Village wanted a bloodbath, no one could stop him, and a myriad of aces would fall. However, he did not do so. But even so, no one should be bold enough to behave with impetuosity anymore. When Lord Taixian finished, the aces parted ways and began to work, mending the fissured ground. They commenced the rebuilding of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Some aces also departed into the void to get the others back. The Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuang Chan, said, I will take him to the Great Emperor's cultivation court at the Ziwei Segmentum to recuperate. The will of the Great Emperor is present over there. Besides, the Palace Lord himself has developed resonance with the stars. Hence, his recovery may be hastened there. Good. Lord Taixian and the others nodded. This suggestion was a positive one. Yifutian had already acquired the Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. The starry cultivation court that harbored the will of the Great Emperor should help Yifutian with his recovery. In that case, I shall depart with him right now. Apart from that, I will also look into the construction of the teleportation grand matrices. Renhuang Chan continued. The crowd nodded. Emperor Shi, who was beside him, said, I wonder if I may tag along? I would like to see what a starry dimension that contains the will of Great Emperor Ziwei looks like. Emperor Shi was someone who had gone through a level 1 divine tribulation. Knowing that the will of the Great Emperor was present there, he wanted to get a feel for it and see if it could help his cultivation. That's certainly no issue, Renhuang Chun nodded and said. Emperor Shi was on par with him in terms of cultivation base and could be considered one of the top figures. What's more, he was an elder figure to Yifutian, who came to provide him assistance in times of crisis. Yifutian was also the palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. How would he disagree with him going to the starry dimension to cultivate? With all factors combined, there was no reason for him to turn down Emperor Shi's request. Let's set off then. Renhuang Chun opened his mouth and said. Immediately, the aces took Yifutian and left for the Ziwei Segmentum. Emperor Shi, the Millet Emperor, and the thunder-punishing Skylord also tagged along to experience the Ziwei Segmentum. Lord Taixian and his party remained. For them, they had plenty of chances to do so. With Renhuang Chen's suggestion of building teleportation grand matrices between both places, when construction was complete, they could go back and forth between that starry dimension and their own at any time. The aces became busy with their own affairs, and various forces from the original realm returned. But after returning, the ambience within these forces became different from before. They were panicking. For the Shin clan, their chief elder, Shinji, died in the battle that took place more than 20 years ago. At present, with their clan lord and Shin Gao having been killed in succession, the only ones left alive were a few powerhouses from the Shin clan at the upper world. At this moment, all the Shin clan's aces were gathered as they gazed at the top figures from their clan at the upper world. At present, they could only place their hopes on them. With the relationship between the Shin clan and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, if the other party were to seek revenge, they might destroy the Shin clan. However, even with their aces from the upper world, Could the Shin clan still keep themselves alive? Select a batch of people and come with me, those aces said to an elder of the Shin clan. Immediately, members of the Shin clan displayed expressions of despair. Were they going to abandon the Shin clan at the lower world? Selecting a batch of people and leaving implied that only some powerful ones would be taken away, while the others would be left behind and forsaken. Understood. That elder from the Shin clan dared not oppose them. Given how things had become, he had no choice. You're dismissed. The ace of the Shin clan from the upper world continued, making it so that the powerhouses of the Shin clan were now obsolete. The Shin clan of the lower world was completely abandoned. They were asked to disband and would no longer be one of the top powers of the original realm. After that battle, the powerful Shin clan that had dominated the Central Emperor realm for so many years was going to pass away like a cloud, becoming a distant part of history. Everybody felt waves of sorrow. The cause of everything could be pinpointed on a single person, a cultivator who was once an inconspicuous figure, looked down upon by the Shin clan. He was a disciple of Qi Xiangang, whose master was the Sky River Great Elder. The three top powers of the Shin clan died because of him, and the Shin clan itself dissipated because of him. Not only the Shin clan but many forces in the original realm were also experiencing similar scenarios. For instance, in the Golden Divine Nation, their aces were no longer unified, and many had left the Golden Divine Nation. Before they left, a great war broke out, which led to the looting of treasures and resources left behind by the Golden Divine Nation. The battle was so horrible that it even led to the fall of their prince. With the king of Divine Nation gone, as well as Gai Qiong, who was left to care? With the Divine Nation was at the verge of crumbling, it was only natural to loot whatever they desired. Identity and whatnot. None of those bore any significance. As of now, everyone needed to focus on keeping themselves alive. Most certainly, some forces were not planning to disband. However, they were discussing whether or not to head towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy to beg for forgiveness, for peace, and to iron out the grudge between both parties. Otherwise, no matter how enormous the original realm was, they would have no place in it. The reconstruction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was soon to be completed. After all, it was an easy task for top figures to rebuild an academy. Moreover, the Heavenly Mandate Academy became bigger and grander after its reconstruction. The cultivators that were sent away were brought back to the academy. The Alliance forces also gathered. The Heavenly Mandate City seemed to have regained its previous glory and liveliness. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy returned to the academy while countless other cultivators in the realm yearned to be accepted by them. The previous battle was too awe-inspiring. Rumor has it that ancient mysterious great emperor-level figures were also present and that the body of a great emperor had appeared, controlled by Yi Futian. The cultivators of the top forces of three major realms combined had not been able to take down Yi Futian. Many people were moved by this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had truly been through a lot. Although it had not been established for very long, it had faced numerous tribulations. The same could also be said for Yi Futian. He was one with the Heavenly Mandate Academy and had faced multiple trials. Yet, he always seemed to be able to weather the storm. Now, besides the forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even the cultivators from the outside world could not kill him. The Heavenly Mandate Academy also released news that Yi Futian now controlled the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei. He was now the master of the Ziwei segmentum and was crowned the Ziwei Imperial Palace Lord. The members of the Heavenly Mandate realm were in awe. Yi Futian was considered the most legendary figure in the history of the Heavenly Mandate realm. His legend was also still being written. No one knew what heights he would reach in the future. They wondered whether they would see his silhouette standing at the top of the world. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm had a faint sense of anticipation. They hoped that they could witness this legend being born from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Right now, the situation was lively in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. All the Alliance forces gathered, and all who had left returned. They were somewhat emotional witnessing the current situation of the Academy. They had never imagined that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would rise again from adversity and become the most stable force in the original realm. The Academy was now the hottest topic discussed by many outsiders. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would soon become the #1 force in the original realm. Moreover, this was not an exaggeration. It was a soon-to-be fact. All the cultivators from the Alliance forces, such as the Nantian Divine Kingdom ruled by Emperor Nan, Dou Tribe, Yuanyang Clan, Shao Clan, and the Divine Palace were thrilled. The status of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had totally changed after this calamity. The battle was significant since it caused the power structure of the original realm to be completely overwritten. Right at the moment, many cultivators traversed across space and arrived outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They halted in midair once they approached the Academy. Then they landed and stared at the Academy, which had been rebuilt. They had complicated looks on their faces. The cultivators from the Sky-Reaching School have come to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a voice called out loudly. The cultivators from the Sky-Reaching School were here. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy went silent for a moment. Then, a voice responded, "What business do you have with us?" This voice was from Lord Taixian. "We're here to extend a formal apology," said the Hierophant of the Sky-Reaching School. The Sky-Reaching School was involved in the matter which occurred over these past few years. We were wrong. So, we're here to apologize and to congratulate the Heavenly Mandate Academy for your reconstruction. In moments like this, even if the other party were top cultivators, it was impossible for them not to admit their wrongdoings. If they did not apologize to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they might be eradicated by the Academy when the latter came to settle the score. Another outcome would be them hiding somewhere remote in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, never to appear again. "Martial God Clan is here to extend our apology," another voice cried. Many parties arrived one by one. These top forces from the original realm were here to visit the Academy or apologize for their previous wrongdoings. In just a short amount of time, the outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was crowded with cultivators from all over. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate City felt their hearts stirred when they looked at this scene. This was the outcome brought forth by the terrifying battle. The Heavenly Mandate realm seemed to have become the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All the forces here either came to pay homage or to extend their apology. Most likely, all the forces in the original realm had realized that the current situation in the original realm was completely different. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would become a bona fide superpower, which ruled over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the various cultivators naturally also heard these voices. They looked towards the outskirts with cold looks on their faces. The other forces finally knew that they needed to come and offer their apologies. Back then, how had these forces treated the Heavenly Mandate Academy? They participated in multiple raids and wanted to kill Yifutian and completely eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now, would a simple apology suffice to settle the score? How shall we deal with them? Lord Taixian asked the various cultivators. Before him were the alliance members of the various top forces such as Emperor Nan and the others. Now, they had to consider how they would deal with the various forces. Were they going to write off their wrongs? Shen Clan has already disbanded. The Upper World's Shen Clan has left with a group of members, and the other cultivators of Shen Clan have dispersed on their own, said Emperor Nan. Everyone understood why the Shen Clan had disbanded. They knew that the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't spare the Shen Clan and the other large forces that stood with Golden Divine Nation. If the Shen Clan did not disband, it would certainly be destroyed. So, such an ending for them was inevitable. It is the same in Golden Divine Nation. There was a civil war and many people died. The nation has completely fallen, someone said. The forces that had not disbanded and those whose top figures were not killed in the battle still had a sliver of hope. They came to apologize with the hope that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would spare them. "We naturally cannot easily let the other forces go free," said Sky River Great Elder in a cold tone. "How could they get off so easily? Before this, these forces wanted to eliminate them. Now that they came to offer their apologies, how could the Heavenly Mandate Academy write it off like that?" Responded Lord Taixian as he nodded his head. He continued, "We will wait for Futian to return and decide their fates. As he said this, he turned and said to the people outside, "All of you, leave for today." When the various forces heard the words of Lord Taixian, they felt uneasy. None of them left. They remained outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Other forces of the original realm also arrived one after another. Some forces, who had not participated in going against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, were instead invited inside. The cultivators in the distance saw the various forces of the original realm arriving one after another. It seemed that they were bearing witness to history in the making. From this day forth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be the top cultivation holy land of the original realm. Yifutian was naturally unaware that all this was happening in the original realm. In the starry cultivation court of the Ziwei segmentum, Yifutian's figure was floating among the vast starry sky. Endless starlight shone down on his figure. It was extremely bright, as though he was enshrouded in divine halos. Emperor Shi and the others stood below, watching Yifutian. Emperor Shi exclaimed, "The starlight is actually healing him. It is so miraculous. I heard that this place contains the will of great Emperor Ziwei." "It seems that it is true," added Millet Emperor, who stood beside him. They could all sense that the starlight raining down from the starry sky was actually repairing Yifutian's damaged spiritual soul. This scene was astonishing even for people of their cultivation plane. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Responded Emperor Shi as he nodded his head. "No wonder Renhuang Chun brought him here. From the looks of it, it won't take long before he is as good as new." Yifutian was in a state of deep slumber. He forgot about his state of self, as he was a part of the starry sky. In other words, he was the starry sky. When he was inheriting the power of great Emperor Ziwei, his spiritual soul merged with the starry sky and became one with it. Hence, Emperor Shi and the others could sense that the starlight was repairing Yifutian's injured spiritual soul. They had no idea what he had been through previously. Therefore, they were astonished by it. Even so, Yifutian remained in his state of deep sleep. The injuries he suffered this time were too great. He couldn't recover in a short period of time. Emperor Shi and the others cultivated in the starry sky. At the same time, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were busy setting up the teleportation grand matrix that would connect the palace with the Heavenly Mandate realm. Since the seal had been broken and the Ziwei segmentum was now connected with the outside world, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace could naturally explore the outside world. Yifutian was the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace and the key figure of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Therefore, it made sense for them to connect the two places and form a strong alliance. In the future, Yifutian could replace Donghuang the Great in ruling over the original realm. However, right now, their task was to overcome the distance between them and the cultivators from the outside world. Time flew by. It was unknown when the passageway that connected the two realms was completed. On this day, at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, many cultivators stood on a powerful starry sky teleportation grand matrix. When the light lit up, a beam of divine light shot up into the sky, forming a space passageway. The next moment, all the people standing on the starry sky teleportation grand matrix disappeared. Outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble as they witnessed the scene. The people in the Heavenly Mandate City were even more shocked by the occurrence. Did those cultivators go to the Ziwei segmentum? They wondered what the legendary Ziwei segmentum, the world established by great Emperor Ziwei, looked like. In the future, would they have a chance to visit the place too? When the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy reappeared, they were already in Ziwei Imperial Palace. When the figures of Lord Taixian and the rest appeared in Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Taixian felt slightly emotional as he stared at the majestic building before him. He had not come here with the rest last time, so this was his first time visiting the superpower that ruled over the Ziwei segmentum. Now, Yifutian was the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Greetings, Renhuang Chun." Seeing Renhuang Chun walking over in their direction, Lord Taixian and the rest greeted him by nodding their heads and bowing slightly. They paled in comparison to Renhuang Chun, be it in their years of cultivation or the plane they were at. Even Lord Taixian showed his respect for Renhuang Chun. "Welcome, everyone. Renhuang Chun nodded with a smile. Feel free to have a look around Ziwei Imperial Palace. As he said this, he turned around and led the way. Lord Taishan and the rest followed him and took a tour around Ziwei Imperial Palace. After that, Lord Taishan asked, "Has Futian recovered yet?" Renhuang Chun replied, "He is still cultivating in the starry cultivation court. But you don't need to worry. He is gradually recovering. His damaged spiritual soul is also getting better. There shouldn't be any problems." Lord Taishan nodded and said, "Let's go visit him. I'll also check out the starry cultivation court. I have yet to visit the place. Let me experience the will of the great emperor too." "All right," agreed Renhuang Chun with a smile. "Let's go." As they said this, they entered Ziwei Divine Temple to access the starry cultivation court. They noticed that Emperor Shi, the Millet Emperor, and thunder-punishing Skylord were also around when they arrived. Yi Futian's body was floating in the starry sky and was bathed in starlight. It was as though he was being baptized by the divine light. Like Emperor Shi and his group, Lord Taishan and the rest were also astonished by this scene. Was Yi Futian actually repairing his spiritual soul by bathing in starlight? Right at the moment, Yi Futian's body moved slowly. His eyes opened, and brilliant light shone from them. A starry world seemed to be encompassed in his pupils. He stood up from his initially lying position and felt very refreshed. His spiritual soul was stronger now than it was before the major battle. Not only was his spiritual soul fine now, but the battle seemed to be a blessing in disguise for him. "He is awake," someone commented. When the people beneath the sky saw that he was awake, they had smiles on their faces. He had woken up earlier than they had expected. After experiencing such an intense battle, he actually woke up in such a short amount of time. As expected, this starry world was indeed amazing. Yi Futian floated towards the crowd. When he saw Emperor Shi and the rest, he bowed slightly. Then, he looked at Lord Taishan and said, "Lord Taishan is here too." Lord Taishan nodded and updated him. Renhuang Chun has ordered people to build a starry sky teleportation grand matrix that connects Ziwei Imperial Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I have just arrived not long ago. I didn't expect you to be awake now. Yi Futian was pleasantly surprised when he heard Lord Taishuan's words. This was indeed the progress he wished. He nodded at Renhuang Chun and said, "Thank you, Elder, for your hard work. Palace Lord is too polite." "I was doing my job," responded Renhuang Chun. "Did Master arrive before I went unconscious?" Yi Futian asked. During the battle, he lost consciousness right when Master arrived. He had exhausted himself. On top of that, he received a heavy blow from Taichu Saint Emperor. His body couldn't take it and he fell unconscious. Li Chongqing nodded and said, "Futian, you're indeed a lucky guy. After you went to the Xianxia domain, you managed to enter Four Corner Village. Then, you got acquainted with Master. We speculate that Master might have been a great emperor-level figure in the past." Great emperor level? Yi Futian's heart quivered slightly. Master was previously a great emperor? However, Master said that he was under restraints. What exactly was going on? Was he the ancestor of Four Corner Village? Four Corner Great Emperor? Back then, older brother was the one who sent me to the village. Therefore, older brother should take credit for this, Yi Futian said to Li Chongqing. Master is a legendary figure that is not concerned with worldly matters. I am also unsure of his actual identity. However, Master was indeed very good to me. Throughout all these years, several cultivators had left Four Corner Village and encountered perilous situations. Many of them perished. However, Master had never interfered once. This time, Yi Futian faced danger in the original realm, and Master actually traversed the worlds to save him. Master came to the original realm from the Xianxia domain of the Divine Prefecture directly to hold the fort. Everyone nodded in agreement. Perhaps Master could also tell that Yi Futian was extraordinary. "How is the original realm now?" inquired Yi Futian. Seeing that Lord Taishan and the rest were here, he speculated that they had already resolved the crisis. However, he had no idea what the situation was like now. Lord Taishan explained, "After the battle, Master kept everyone in line. Princess Donghuang came too. Her arrival caused the cultivators of the divine prefecture to behave. After that, no one stirred up any trouble. One by one, the forces in the original realm visited the academy and offered their apologies. Now, we're waiting for you to go back and decide what to do with them. They were waiting for Yi Futian's decision because everything that happened had to do with him. The target that the enemy forces had always wanted to eliminate was Yi Futian. Therefore, Lord Taishan and the rest were not qualified to decide the matter for him. It all depended on him. Regardless of his decision, they would support him. Offer their apologies? Repeated Yi Futian as a cold look appeared in his eyes. How could they be let off so easily? Yi Futian didn't leave to settle the matters in the lower worlds right away. Instead, he lit up all the imperial stars, allowing the cultivators beneath the starry sky to comprehend the stars for their cultivation. He also cultivated beneath the starry sky. He had been through quite a lot recently. He received the inheritance of the imperial stars and the teachings of the great emperors. Moreover, he experienced a battle of life and death. He felt that his cultivation had improved by a lot, reaching the pinnacle of his current plane. Perhaps he could try breaking through to the next plane. Yi Futian sat cross-legged beneath the starry sky. Starlight twinkled and showered on him. He appeared immaculate. Many people had their gazes fixed on him as though he was a deity. A lot of them lamented internally. Yi Futian would sooner or later become a great hero. The rest were meditating. Quite a few of them were bathing under the divine halo of the imperial stars and were baptized by their powers. They could sense and comprehend the imperial stars easily after Yi Futian lit them up. Hence, as long as their paths matched any of the imperial stars, they could communicate and resonate with them. They could rely on the imperial stars to cultivate. This starry world seemed to have become a bona fide cultivation holy land after the teachings of great Emperor Ziwei were made clear to the world. All the cultivators, who cultivated under the starry sky and received the baptism of the powers of the imperial stars, improved at an astonishing speed. Moreover, there were other cultivation relics which existed in this starry sky. The relics were very beneficial for their cultivation too. Yi Futian naturally improved at the fastest rate. He absorbed the starlight in this endless starry sky and merged with the starry world. Dazzling starlight flowed around his body. As time passed, the echo of the great path could be heard rumbling in his body. Brilliant and vibrant lights were unleashed by him. The lights were similar to a divine wheel of the great path and were one with the starry sky. Sensing the transformation in Yi Futian's body, many people raised their heads and looked in his direction. All of them saw the gleaming divine phenomenon. The starlight moving around Yi Futian was 10,000 zhang in radius, and it transformed into a divine phenomenon of the great path. When the others looked at him, they had a feeling that he was the ruler of this starry world. He was like the reincarnation of great Emperor Ziwei. What teachings did Yi Futian receive from great Emperor Ziwei? Ren Huangchun wondered as he raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. Everyone knew that Yi Futian received the teachings of great Emperor Ziwei. However, nobody knew exactly how Yi Futian did it and what kind of powers he inherited. The starry phenomenon behind Yi Futian grew even more dazzling and vibrant as it resonated with his body. All the cultivators sensed that his body had merged with the starry world. Colorful starlight shone continuously from his body. Many people's eyes narrowed as they sensed the power of the great path being strengthened in Yi Futian's body. Suddenly, many other divine phenomena burst forth in tandem with the starlight. There was the sound of the rhythms, the hum of swords, and the trumpeting of the divine elephants. The divine light of his eye sorcery was mesmerizing. On top of that, an absolute space appeared with the sun and the moon both present along with the stars. It was as though the endless power of the great path was being generated in it. Roar! Everyone in the starry sky could detect the growling that was reverberating from Yi Futian's body. His flesh was the way. The rumble of the great path grew more intense, causing the entire starry sky to resonate with it. It was as though the stars in the sky were howling. Was Yi Futian about to break through to the next plane? The hearts of all the cultivators present quivered. Yi Futian was already a 6th-tier Renhuang. If he broke through to the next plane, he would become a high-level Renhuang. Moreover, he seemed to have broken through to the 6th tier not long ago. Could it be that his recent experience catalyzed his progress in becoming a high-level Renhuang? If so, the rate of his improvement was undoubtedly shocking. With Yi Futian's combat ability, he was most likely invincible among everyone below the giant-level figures after becoming a high-level Renhuang. The divine phenomena in the sky intensified. Starlight surged into Yi Futian's body. Everyone's prediction was verified. Yi Futian was indeed trying to break through to the next plane. He was pushing to cast off the shackles of the middle-level Renhuang plane so that he could advance to a higher level. Yi Futian felt his body become one with the starry sky. Everywhere his mind ventured to, it became his territory. His spiritual soul and his flesh were merging the worldly great path and were indestructible. This sensation was miraculous. The divine light of the great path shone brighter as he entered deeper into this state. The blinding divine light brightened up the entire starry sky. This commotion caused everyone to raise their heads and stare at the sky. Their hearts were trembling. It was too intense. It's the first time I witnessed such a huge commotion when someone is trying to break through to the high-level Renhuang plane, Ren Huangchun said. He was the supreme elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. He had seen countless prominent figures and proud sons of heavens pushing to break through to the high-level Renhuang plane. However, none of them were comparable to Yi Futian. This commotion was too shocking. Yi Futian was resonating with the entire starry world. Emperor Shi and the rest nodded in agreement. They were similarly taken aback by what they saw. Emperor Shi added, "Besides that, for Yi Futian, it seems that the bottleneck to reach the high-level Renhuang plane is non-existent. There are no shackles and he can forcefully break through to the next plane. It was tough for countless cultivators to retain their flawless great path while breaking through to the high-level Renhuang plane. However, it seemed to be an easy feat for Yi Futian. He could forcefully break through the shackles right away. Finally, streaks of divine light shot up to the heavens from Yi Futian's body. All the divine wheels of the great path that surrounded him emitted rumbles of the great path at the same time. Then, the crowd saw Yi Futian slowly opening his eyes while sitting cross-legged. His silver hair fluttered in the starry sky. His temperament was extraordinary. The divine light moved around him. The aura on Yi Futian's body changed. It became even more frightening than before. Moreover, it had undergone a quantitative metamorphosis. He is now a high-level 7th-tier Renhuang, someone said as the crowd watched with astonished looks in their eyes. Yi Futian breaking through to the high-level Renhuang plane was a significant event. "I have broken through to the next plane," said Yi Futian as he let out a long breath. It was essential for him to break through to the next plane this time. In his current situation, he would be facing more and more powerful adversaries. It was already difficult for him to cope as a 6th-tier Renhuang. Even as a 7th-tier Renhuang, he was pushing it. However, using the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, he could still shock and awe the various cultivators with his abilities. It would be challenging for him to bear such a burden. Now that his cultivation plane had increased, his endurance had also improved substantially. Aside from him and Master, no one could control the power of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Now that the body had been brought back to Four Corner Village by Master, Yi Futian would need to return to the village when he had the chance. With the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor by his side, he would at least have a powerful weapon as a trump card. After breaking through to the next plane, Yi Futian's figure headed downwards. The various cultivators all came to him. The Millet Emperor said, "Back when you first joined Wangshan Watchtower, the 4 most prominent figures in the Donghua domain were still out of reach for you. I never imagined that, in a few short years, you managed to reach this plane. Now, you will most likely be on par with Ninghua and the others." Millet Emperor was emotional right now. It was unfortunate that his disciple Zongchan had been killed by Ninghua and had not reached this stage. Otherwise, he too would have continued to grow. "Ninghua," repeated Yi Futian. When he heard this name, a murderous intent flashed past in his eyes. He would sooner or later kill this vice chief of the Donghua domain. "We'll first return to the original realm and deal with the forces there," said Yifutian. Lord Taishan and the rest nodded in agreement. After delaying the matter for so long, it was indeed time to settle the score with them. At the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a streak of divine light of space shot down from the sky. As if it originated from beyond the vault of the world, it immediately opened up a space passage. Subsequently, a group of people appeared and descended within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this moment, aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked in one direction in concert, which was the direction where the teleportation Grand Matrix was located. The Great Lord had returned. Yifutian, he should be back as well? Beyond the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a group of people was levitating in the air and striding forward. Seeing that the white-haired youth was among those people, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy sighed in relief. As they had anticipated, Yifutian was there. They all believed that even after being severely wounded, Yifutian would eventually recover, as he was the embodiment of miracles themselves. Besides, it could be noticed that Yifutian's temperament had seemingly become even more exceptional. In the same white clothes and same white hair, his aura already gave people the feeling of a powerful figure. It felt even stronger than the aura he had during the last great battle. Could it be that he had attained yet another breakthrough? The heartbeats of many throbbed. If their guess were correct, right now Yifutian would already be a high-level Renhuang, genuinely embarking on the path towards the peak. Cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were unlike before. Their outlook of the world was not at all low. Regular high-level Renhuanugs could no longer make them feel surprised. After all, they had met top aces from various worlds. However, Yifutian was different. Should he step into high-level Renhuang, the significance would be extraordinary. The group of people came in front of an enormous hall. Aces from all places gathered over. All of them were familiar figures, and they all discovered the changes in Yifutian's body. "Have you attained a breakthrough?" Shun Luoxue asked Yifutian while facing him. She felt that Yifutian was kind of different. "Yeah." Yifutian nodded. Shun Luoxue was speechless. This man's speed in cultivation was truly terrifying. On this very day, she could still remember the scene where Yifutian would save Qi Xiangang. His growth was too quick. Because of him, the Shin clan became a thing of the past. Their members had either left or were scattered about. Even Shin Luoxue felt kind of bad about what had taken place. After all, she was once a member of the Shin clan. The blood that flowed within her was the same as those from the Shin clan. Speaking of which, her emotions toward Yifutian were somewhat complicated. However, having cultivated until her level, it was entirely normal for the state of her mind to alter. She knew that Yifutian could not be blamed for whatever happened. Even if Yifutian did not kill them himself, the Sky River Great Elder would. And if the Sky River Great Elder were the one who arrived, perhaps she would feel even more pain. Besides, after the catastrophe, the Sky River Great Elder promised that he would not exterminate nor drive away those from the Shin clan. Following the deaths of a few of the Shin clan's major figures, the grudge they shared could be considered alleviated. Yifutian also asked about some things going on in the original realm at this point. The Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation were no more, and all of their top aces were killed. However, many forces were still alive. But many forces had been disbanded, and they had come previously to seek peace and forgiveness. However, that was by no means an easy thing to accomplish. "Lord Taishan, please order our men to convey a message the forces of the 9 realms. Tell them that the Heavenly Mandate Academy is calling them for a gathering at our premises," Yifutian said to Lord Taishan. "Very well." Lord Taishan nodded. Although Yifutian was the Heavenly Mandate Academy's core figure, he was still the Heavenly Mandate Academy's college chief. Yifutian had always shown him much respect and had asked him to issue the order. He gazed at Sky Demon Court's Demon Lord, Dragon God's Clan Lord, Jiang Chengzi, and many more. He opened his mouth and said, "The journey to the 9 realms is a long one, so I might need to trouble all of you to make it possible. Travel to the 9 realms and tell the various forces to make a trip to our academy." Very well then. The people did not have any opinions. They discussed among each other about their respective destinations and set off directly. Some of them used the grand matrix of space to travel to the Central Emperor realm, while some also traveled into the void to various realms. Seeing the aces traveling into the void, ripples of emotions surfaced within the hearts of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's cultivators. For the Heavenly Mandate Academy to gather the various forces, it seemed that they wished to solve all grievances once and for all. After hearing this, cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City rushed to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to witness this grand occasion with their very own eyes. The last time the forces of the 9 realms arrived, Lord Taishan did not call for a meeting nor solve the issue. Instead, he was waiting for Yi Futian to return. Now Yi Futian had returned. A sense of pride surged within the hearts of those from the Heavenly Mandate City. Who could have thought that the Heaven Mandate realm, which was once deemed the weakest, would one day wield the authority to call upon the 9 realms, including the most powerful, the Central Emperor realm, with one single order. Such glory was something that cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City dared not even think about in the past. But now it was about to come true. Everyone was patiently waiting, prepping to witness this glory. Time went by slowly. After a long time, some forces finally arrived. The first to arrive was actually the force from the Central Emperor realm. As people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy went through the teleportation grand matrix to convey the message, they were the fastest to arrive. From the Central Emperor realm came the Xianxia Academy, Martial God Clan, and the Sky Reaching School. The Xin clan was destroyed, but the Celestial Worthy Temple was still standing. However, as the Celestial Worthy Temple was backed up by forces from the upper world, they did not come. It was only natural that forces from the upper world would never lower their heads and apologize. If Yi Futian wished to lead his alliance of aces to assault the Celestial Worthy Temple, all they had to do was give up temporarily. The Xin clan had already disbanded. The few other forces, namely the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Yuanyang clan, and Shao clan, were the Heavenly Mandate Academy's allies, and they were already present within the academy. I, Jianao, have led the cultivators from the Xianxia Academy here to attend the assembly. A voice came from beyond. A gust of cold was stirred up in the hearts of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's cultivators. Jianao was indeed an extremely shameless person. He had seemingly forgotten everything that took place back in time. The Sky Reaching School is here. The Martial God Clan is here. The powerhouses from various forces spoke loudly. Their voices reverberated throughout the void. Please wait. From within the academy, a voice arose from above the great hall. It was Yi Futian's voice, thick and imbued with great penetrative force. It made the hearts of the aces inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy and outside the Heavenly Mandate City tremble. With the arrival of many top aces, Yi Futian's reply was only 2 words, please wait. He was asking for them to wait outside. These top forces were all overweeningly arrogant in the past, and Yi Futian even once trained in Xianxia Academy. When did these forces ever place Yi Futian in their eyes? But what was happening here now just after a few years? Yi Futian asked them to wait outside. What Jianao and the other aces were feeling right at this moment, probably only they would know. However, they were not at all furious. Their life was in the hands of Yi Futian. What kind of attitude could they have? They could either leave and relinquish the faction they were in while it was notable that they would not necessarily succeed, or apologize and beg for peace. Aces from various realms arrived one by one, so did those from the mountain realm. Yi Futian invited the aces from the mountain realm to enter the academy. This means powerful people from different worlds. Aside from them, several cultivators that were not from the top powers across the 9 realms came to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The aces from the 9 realms could all feel that on this very day, the structure of the 9 realms had completely been altered. At that time, because of foreign invasion, forces of the Divine Prefecture were not too friendly toward those from the original realm. Their minds were full of foul intentions against one another. They were thinking about invading the original realm and obtaining the last of their worth. After that battle, many forces from the original realm were placed under the control of those from the Divine Prefecture, such as the Xin Clan, Solar Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, and many other forces. If that battle had not taken place, the original realm would have been completely devoured, sooner rather than later. Whether it is the Dark World or the empty Divine Realm or maybe even the forces of the Divine Prefecture, they would devour the original realm little by little. However, that battle reversed the state of affairs. The significance was phenomenal. It could even directly determine the future of the original realm. Now that Yi Futian had healed from his injuries and gathered the forces from the 9 realms, people had become aware that drastic changes might dawn upon the original realm. Hence, several cultivators that were not from the mainstream factions came to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy. And the Heavenly Mandate Academy welcomed all of them as they called upon the aces from various forces to enter the academy. In an instant, a myriad of powerful beings was gathered inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The powerhouses ventured to the square in front of the academy's great hall and looked at the white-haired youth standing above the stairs. The person was no other than the most legendary figure in Original Realm over the past few years. Many aces that were not from the top powers were invited into the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On the contrary, the aces from top forces such as the Xianxia Academy and Martial God Clan were left outside waiting as they were not eligible to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was slightly ironic. One could consider that as a humiliation. However, compared to their numerous efforts to kill Yi Futian in the past, such humiliation would amount to nothing. After all, the hatred between them was a matter of life and death. As more and more powerhouses arrived, the inside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was extremely lively. An uncountable number of aces were inside Heavenly Mandate City to partake in the grand occasion. Above the Great Hall, Yi Futian invited the Xianxia Temple's eminent monk, Master Pudu. It was rumored that the mountain realm was in fact related to the upper world of Buddhism and that Donghuang the Great had once trained there. Master Pudu. Yi Futian bowed, slightly facing Xianxia Temple's Master Pudu. Master Pudu put his palms together devoutly and said, "I'm amazed by what you managed to attain." In the past, he actually had some conflicts with Yi Futian because of the incident with Yi Qingyao. He sensed that Yi Qingyao may lead to great calamity in the future, and yet Yi Futian insisted on protecting her. For that, both sides almost got into a fight. However, they had their own stand back then, and they both bore no hatred. Besides, with the size of their hearts, they would not take this matter too seriously. The original realm is in turmoil. What are your thoughts on this, great master? Yi Futian asked while facing Master Pudu. To have amassed the forces of the 9 realms, perhaps you already have a plan in mind? Master Pudu replied as he slightly made some speculations internally. Yi Futian nodded. This time, not only did he want to end those forces, but also he wanted to settle the old accounts. In the meantime, he hoped that the land of the original realm would not be devoured by this storm and become completely devastated. Things were already tragic enough at the Hidden Land Realm and Ziwei Realm. I would like to hear about the details, Master Pudu said. I'm planning to gather together the forces of the original realm to fight against the foreign enemies as one. What do you think, Great Master? Yi Futian asked. If the forces of the original realm were to face up against the top powers of the outer realms, then all of them would seem to be on the weaker end, especially when so many have arrived from the outer realms. However, if the forces of the original realm could come together as a combined power, coupled with what the Heavenly Mandate Academy had now, then they could definitely turn themselves into a superpower by leaps and bounds. Unless they counter existences that have gone through a level 2 divine tribulation, then their position would be as solid as a rock. What's more, Yi Futian had a legendary figure backing him up, someone who was speculated to be an imperial realm. With that, the forces of the outer realms would not dare to act rashly. Good. Master Pudu held his palms together. If that's what you wish to do, you may proceed. The Xianxia Temple fully supports your decision. Thank you, Great Master, Yi Futian said. Then he cast his eyes upon the people below. The aces of the mountain realm's Xianxia clan had arrived. This force was no friend in the past. Like many of the other forces, they were here to make an apology. Others, you may enter now. Yi Futian's vivid voice sounded. Immediately, forces from the outer realms stepped foot into the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As if receiving Buddha's decree, they were extremely obedient. Some of the top aces did not even have their temper with them right now. In the current situation, they have no choice but to lower their heads. When the top forces walked over, people from the various forces gave way to them. Everyone was looking at them, and that felt extremely unpleasant for the cultivators of those forces. However, they could only brace themselves and advance. They felt as if they were criminals waiting to be judged. A word from Yi Futian may yield enough power to decide their fate. Zhao Ao was also there. He looked forward, only to see that Yi Futian and others were also looking at their direction. He discovered that something had changed about Yi Futian's demeanor. He might have attained a breakthrough. This made Jian Ao feel somewhat speechless. He once wanted to kill Yi Futian and pave the way for Jian Qingzhu. After all, before Yi Futian, Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and a few others were the most talented people in the original realm. And Jian Qingzhu was even above the others. But at that moment, Yi Futian came out from nowhere, and nobody could rival against him. No matter how talented those people were from the original realm, they would still pale in comparison with the talents of Yi Futian. What's more, Jian Ao knew that Princess Donghuang from the Imperial Palace thought of Yi Futian very highly. She spared Yi Futian the last time around. If not, Yi Futian would have already fallen. And by sparing Yi Futian's life, that could only mean a treasure gifted by the princess. Despite the unpleasant feeling he had on the inside, Jian Ao guessed that since Yi Futian had summoned them, he would not go on a massacre, and if he really were to do so, that would be equivalent to blood-bathing the forces of the original realm. He probably would not do so. Otherwise, instead of gathering the various forces, he could have gone to them and killed them right away. Yi Futian, an extremely haughty person, and today, his arrogance might have grown to an extent where he no longer had the top forces of the original realm in his mind. His way of thinking might be beyond that. Hence, even if it meant humiliation, he still attended. The forces moved forward one step after another, and the people around backed off to give them enough space. Those top figures who were once full of conceit bowed slightly and said, "We have come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to present our apologies to Run Huangyi." On this very day, the top figures of the original realm lowered their heads at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian lowered his head and glanced at the ground with piercing eyes. Being sieged multiple times by the forces of the 9 realms and surviving until this very day had not been easy for him. One could consider him extremely lucky. They wanted to end things up with just an apology. Did they think they could get away with it so easily? He looked at the powerhouses and said loudly, "Many times, you tried to kill me and destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The grudge between us concerns life and death and will be lifted only when there is one side left. Now, you wish to solve this grudge with a single apology. Do you think it's possible?" The rumbling voice reverberated across the void. In and out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the hearts of many shuddered in fear. Everybody understood that it was certainly impossible. No one across the 9 realms was unaware of this feud. If it were not for the support Yi Futian received from his many allies and the little bit of innate luck he had, he would have been dead a very long time ago. It would be the same for the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which had been raided several times. The Divine Palace had been disbanded due to the war back then. Although their main enemies were the Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation, the other major forces participated in the battle as well. It was only natural that in order to resolve the issue, a great price had to be paid. For Yi Futian to have summoned them this time, he probably already had an idea in mind. On this very day, the original realm is in chaos, and cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are now facing a great calamity. We should not have stirred up civil strife. The incident back then was our fault, and we, too, know that this hatred cannot be easily resolved. If you have any requests, you may present them to us. If it is within the boundaries of my power, I will strive to accomplish it, Jian Ao said. Yi Futian glanced at Jian Ao with contempt. Jian Ao was the college chief of Tianshan Academy. Across the entire original realm, he could be considered one of the few figures standing at the pinnacle of power. Being able to do so was already a humble move from him. However, Yi Futian knew that Jian Ao was only putting on an act. Initially, there had been no grudge between him and Jian Ao. In fact, Yi Futian might have even owed him something. After all, he had cultivated for quite some time at Tianxian Academy. When Jian'ao participated in the battle in the name of righteousness, the unpredictability and profoundness of the human mind could be seen. In comparison, Jian'ao's descendant, Jian Qingzhu, had a completely different personality. All right then. Yi Futian did not hesitate. Immediately, he nodded his head and agreed to his proposal. That, however, left Jian'ao with a strange expression, but it quickly returned to normal. He had already guessed that Yi Futian had an idea of his own and a plan on how to deal with them. The reason he gathered the forces of the original realm was to announce his decision, and whoever was against it would probably be killed on the spot. Just like what College Chief Jian said, the world is now in chaos. The arrival of various forces has threatened the safety of the 9 realms and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. We, as cultivators of the original realm, must unite to repel this catastrophe. If not, I dare not imagine what will happen in the future. Yi Futian continued, "Your sense of righteousness is profound, College Chief Jian. Since that's the case, I will get straight to the point. In the name of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I call on the forces of the 9 realms to ally. Together, we will ward off the Outer Realms invasion and cruise through this orderless age." At the vast venue, the inner hearts of the aces shuddered when they heard Yi Futian's words. They came to understand Yi Futian's thoughts. In fact, most of them did in advance. Yi Futian wanted to unify the original realm into one single force. What's more, based on the current state of affairs, should all forces be unified, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would get to exert absolute dominance over the rest. The aces were about to fall under the reins of his power. Many were gossiping. Yi Futian looked at the crowd. On the side, all the people were top figures. Behind him were aces of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now, the power around Yi Futian was already enough to sweep the original realm. Under such circumstances, who would be bold enough to defy him? What's more, those forces that went against him in the past owed him their lives. If they disobeyed and he proceeded to kill them, no one would have said a thing. Yi Futian continued, "From today onward, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the core, the 9 realms shall come together as a massive alliance. The Mountain Realm will be placed under the control of the Tianxian Temple. Forces of the Mountain Realm, you must regard the Tianxian Temple as your leader." Previously, Yi Futian asked for the opinion of Tianxian Temple's Master Pudu, and the master had expressed his willingness to assist him. Since that was the case, Yi Futian could proceed to do anything with his heart at ease. The original realm must come together as a formidable force. They may spare the lives of their previous enemies, but they must be placed under control and receive direct orders from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If not, what would be the use of him keeping them alive? To keep them as future enemies? Secondly, the Divine Palace will be reconstructed at the Higher Heavens Realm's Sea of the Path. The power hierarchy in the Higher Heavens Realm will be reformed, and all forces must obey the orders issued by the Divine Palace. Yi Futian continued. For every subsequent realm, they must be placed under the control of his close allies. Most certainly, right now, of the 9 realms, only half of them remained. The Hidden Land Realm, Ziwei Realm, and Shadow Realm were mostly destroyed, and the Solar Realm was controlled by the Sun God Mountain. In reality, the 9 realms was no longer what it used to be. The same goes for the Myriad Realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy will send our men there to construct a new faction. All forces of the Myriad Realm will be placed under our direct control and will have to listen to our dispatchers for orders. Now that the Ziwei Realm was destroyed, the Dou tribe could be relocated to the Myriad Realm. Besides, some forces such as the Millet Emperors might be dispatched to help them exert more control and deter the others in the Myriad Realm. When the Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing arrived at the original realm, they told him that they planned to stop and cultivate in the original realm for a period of time. When things changed in the future, they would head toward the Donghua domain for revenge. At last, forces of the Central Emperor realm will be completely reorganized. Zhao Ao will longer be Tianxian Academy's college chief. Emperor Nan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom will join Tianxian Academy and assume the position of college chief. He would take charge of Xianxia Academy and cultivate the future power of the Central Emperor realm. Meanwhile, the Shao and Yuanyang clans of the Nantian Divine Kingdom will join Xianxia Academy to assist Emperor Nan and govern the Central Emperor realm. All resources gathered are to be amassed at Xianxia Academy and be distributed under their jurisdiction. Besides, the most powerful youth of all forces must be sent to Xianxia Academy for training. Yifutian continued, "These are just temporary placements. The specifics will be made known to all of you later, and all forces must cooperate." At the same time, the teleportation grand matrices that connect to the Heavenly Mandate Academy will be built across the 9 realms, allowing reinforcements to be dispatched at any time across the 9 realms. Yifutian's voice resounded through the void. He looked at powerhouses and asked, "Any objections?" As soon as his voice fell, the vast space plummeted into silence. Extracting the firewood from under the cauldron, it was a decisive move to replace Jian'ao directly with Emperor Nan and better Xianxia Academy and all forces at the Central Emperor realm. This time, the changes in the original realm were mainly focused on the Central Emperor realm. Not only did he have his own people manage the academy, but the academy was also granted the privilege to directly take whatever resources from various forces and control their most promising youth within the faction's boundaries. Countless eyes looked toward Jian'ao and the other powerhouses. According to everything that Yifutian had said, the original realm would be completely placed under the rule of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, thus ending the rivalry that had been going on in the 9 realms for many years. Would Jian'ao and his affiliates agree to his proposal? It seemed that they did not have a choice. They came to apologize. Could they not comply? At this point, if they disagreed with Yifutian's conditions, perhaps only death would await them. Presumably, they would already have been prepared for this when these people were on their way here. Very well then. What you say, we follow. I will give you my full cooperation and hand over my position to Emperor Nan, Jian'ao said. As everyone had anticipated, Jian'ao agreed to Yifutian's conditions without even the slightest bit of hesitation. He gave up his position as Xianxia Academy's college chief and cooperated with the power handover. Before they came, it was true that they were already prepared. Being able to keep their lives and their factions were already extremely fortunate. They should not be expecting that Yifutian would conduct his reformation without disrupting them. Likewise, this was all within Jian'ao's expectations. Hence, he complied readily. Seeing Jian'ao's compliance, the corner of the eyes of the other aces twitched. They felt extremely unsettled. However, there was no other choice. "Very well," he said. "We are willing to cooperate with the Heavenly Mandate Academy." The Hierophant of the Sky-Reaching School, the Martial God Clan Lord, and the other powerhouses nodded in agreement to Yifutian's demands. It was not like they could disagree anyways. Their only option was to lower their heads and submit. Seeing that the strongest figures were complying immediately within the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the powerhouses felt powerful emotions surging in their hearts. Today was bound to be a historic day in the original realm. From today onward, the original realm would be unified, and the era of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would begin. In the past, forces in the 9 realms governed their respective territories. Who would have thought that there would ever be a day like today? It was even less likely that people would have imagined that, in the end, the force that would unite the 9 realms would come from the Heavenly Mandate realm, which had once been the weakest among them all. What's more, the faction was an emerging force. The youngest force was the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everything was like a dream. However, this was reality. The empty imperial palace would not interfere either. Princess Donghuang once said that she would not bother with these disputes and grudges, and it was up to them to decide on their own. Yifutian's actions were justified. Coupled with the ongoing chaos in the original realm, his purpose of unifying the 9 realms was to defy undesired variations in the future. Therefore, even the imperial palace would have acknowledged everything that he was doing. Since that's the case, you may remain in the Heavenly Mandate Academy while you wait for the final arrangement. Yifutian opened his mouth and said. The powerful figures nodded without any objection. Since they already agreed to it and they did not have the power to change anything, acceptance was the only thing they could do. A loser must accept his fate. They were the losers, and losers were unqualified to negotiate terms and conditions. Being alive was already a gift from the opposing party. Yi Futian turned around and looked at Emperor Nan, Lord Taixian, and others. Every one of them was pleased. Lord Taixian was still the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but he left everything today for Yi Futian to decide. He was solely responsible for every decision made and every order issued. Now, although Yi Futian had just only broken into high-level Renhuang, he already had the demeanor of a top figure. Besides, in a few years, even without their backing, Yi Futian would still be able to hold the 4 Cs by himself. It was believed that this day would arrive in the near future. My apologies, gentlemen. Your plates may have to remain full for quite some time, Yi Futian said to Emperor Nan and the others. It would naturally take some time and energy to rectify the forces of the 9 realms. In fact, Emperor Nan was unwilling to involve himself in these affairs. But because of Yi Futian's request, coupled with the complicated situation of the original realm, he could only agree to stand up and take the reins of Tianshan Academy for Yi Futian. Tianshan Academy, located in the Central Emperor realm, was still quite important to the 9 realms. It's all right, just leave it to us, Xiao Dingtian of the Xiao clan and said. He and the Yuanyang clan's clan lord would serve as vice college chiefs of Tianshan Academy and assist Emperor Nan in managing the academy. According to the plan, Tianshan Academy and the Heavenly Mandate Academy would work together to bring up extraordinary cultivators for the original realm. All the cultivators of the original realm had special feelings for the original realm. The same was true for Emperor Nan. Therefore, he proceeded without hesitation. Master Pudu of the Mountain Realm's Tianxian Temple was also aware that Yi Futian was not doing this for his own benefit. After all, with the power Yi Futian possessed right now, he did not need these forces to improve himself. The reason he did so was for the original realm. For that reason, when Yi Futian mentioned it to him, he agreed without delay to assist Yi Futian in whatever he would do next. Excellent. In that case, your duties are settled. In the meantime, we shall commence the construction of the teleportation grand matrices, Yi Futian said. Immediately, the aces began arranging for everything that was about to happen. Futian. At this moment, Lord Taixian suddenly opened his mouth and uttered Yi Futian's name. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taixian only to hear him say, "When the Heavenly Mandate Academy was founded, your cultivation base was relatively low. That was why I served as the first college chief. Now that many years have passed, it's been a while since you became the Heavenly Mandate Academy's core figure, and your cultivation has reached a high-level Renhuang. I think it will not take you too long to catch up with me. I guess I will return the position of the college chief to you right now." His words had all the aces halting their steps as they turned to look at Lord Taixian. He wanted to retire and give Yi Futian the post of college chief. The people below felt a sense of admiration when they heard these words. It was true that Lord Taixian had no selfish intentions when he assumed the post back then. Like what he said, he merely assumed the post in Yi Futian's place. And today he wanted to return it to him. He did not want anything for himself at all. One must know that right now that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had direct control over the 9 realms. They could even be considered the ruler of the forces of the original realm. The social status of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's college chief was only imaginable. But right at this very moment, Lord Taixian was giving away his position. "I still lack the necessary strength, Lord Taixian. So, I guess I'll have you to continue to shoulder the burden," Yi Futian said. He wanted to turn down his offer. Like Lord Taixian, he did not care about power. For them, that was insignificant. "It's time that I return it to you," Lord Taixian said with a smile, adhering to his own thoughts and wishes. The people around looked over, only to hear Emperor Nan say, "You are the one who single-handedly created what we all see today." Lord Taixian has also been burdened with many worries over the years. It is time that you let him rest. He's right, Futian. You should accept his offer. The others tried to persuade Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the familiar faces and then at the smile on Lord Taishuan's face. Immediately, having understood everyone's intention, he nodded. Lord Taixian turned to the crowd and said, "From today on, Yi Futian will be the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Countless eyes looked in that direction. On this very day, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would unify the original realm. Yi Futian took over the position of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's college chief on this very day. In the original realm, a thorough cleanup operation had begun. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the center, its allies began to take over major forces within the 9 realms. They disrupted these top forces by completely splitting them apart. They controlled their young progenies by sending them to Xianxia Academy for cultivation. As for Jian'ao and the others, they were also split apart by Yi Futian, being relocated to different places. For example, Jian'ao would be neutralized among the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. In this manner, even if he had truly domineering power in the original realm, he couldn't make any waves without Ren Huangchun destroying and crushing him easily. If he were anything but obedient, he would pay for it with his life. Other top cultivators were in the same predicament and were under control. They had made several moves against Yi Futian in the past, so it was impossible to allow them absolute freedom. It was already a favor to them to allow them to surrender their powers and submit themselves under his control. The space teleportation grand matrix had begun to be built one after the other. The land of the 9 realms formed a pattern with the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the center and radiated outward. As soon as movement was detected, it could gather its allies with the fastest speed. Adding Heavenly Mandate Academy and Ziwei Imperial Palace into the mix, cultivators from all sides were completely connected. For the first time in more than 300 years, the original realm had formed such a pervasive unification, ending nearly 400 years of division. Regarding the changes that took place in the 9 realms, these external forces had made a note to themselves, and most of them had not left the original realm. Instead, they stayed on quietly, observing these changes, and their hearts were greatly disturbed. Previously, neither the forces from the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, nor the empty Divine Realm had paid much attention to the forces within the original realm. In their eyes, they were but targets to be slaughtered at will. Before, many forces had participated in the campaign against Heavenly Mandate Academy, and the Holy Land of Taichu had paid a heavy price, the death of Swordmaster of Taichu himself. But now everything was different. The forces in the original realm had been unified. Coupled with the power from Ziwei Segmentum, it was not so easy to be taken down any one force in the original realm. Be it the Divine Prefecture or the Dark World, there were not many forces that would provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy in its current state unless they conspired together. This situation did not bode well for forces from the outside. Their desire to grab more resources from the original realm seemed an impossible endeavor. The Solar Divine Palace of Solar Realm was the only force that did not submit besides the realms that had been destroyed. Once upon a time, the Solar Divine Palace had unified the Solar Realm, and all the forces in the entire realm obeyed the orders given by Solar Divine Palace. In addition, they had the support of Sun God Mountain, a supreme power in the upper worlds. Nevertheless, even at a time like this, they did not submit. After all, Sun God Mountain was a supreme power in the upper worlds. According to legend, they were descendants of the Sun God and had all the rights to be proud as they were qualified to do so. In the upper worlds, Sun God Mountain was one of the top principalities. At this time, inside Solar Divine Palace, the blazing Solar Divine Fire shrouded the palace. The currents of flames flowed about in extreme brilliance. Inside the Divine Palace, in front of the solar pattern, a majestic figure stood there, surveying the crowd below. It was the top figure from the Sun God Mountain who had fought with Yi Futian that day, the man who had passed the first divine tribulation. However, he was almost killed by Yi Futian's shocking sword while he had control over the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. "What's the situation outside?" asked the man of might power from Sun God Mountain. "Heavenly Mandate Academy has taken control of the top forces from all realms." A strong man responded. "Should we evacuate?" All realms had gone to pledge their allegiance to Heavenly Mandate Academy, but the Solar Divine Palace had not. However, Solar Divine Palace had participated in several assault operations in the past. The fact that they did not apologize and pledge fealty was not something that Yi Futian would easily overlook. That top cultivator from Sun God Mountain pondered for a moment. Were they doomed to fail this time? Now, with the power gathered by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, unless it were the Divine Mountain Lord himself who came to the lower worlds, they would probably be unable to stop its momentum. This meant that they would have to abandon the solar realm. The Divine Mountain Lord was, at the moment, cultivating in retreat. He had not left the mountain for many years. Therefore, he couldn't come to the lower worlds. This time he brought a group of cultivators to the original realm on a mission. However, were they going to have to give up the solar realm after all that? He was somewhat reluctant. Now, the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor had been taken away by that one from Four Corner Village. But perhaps he still had a fighting chance. At this moment he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He immediately felt a horrible aura descending. As if coming from outside the firmament, these auras were greatly terrifying, and each one was incredibly strong. Soon, all the cultivators from Solar Divine Palace felt an oppressive force. They knew that trouble was afoot. Yifutian, who had cleaned up all the principalities in the original realm, was unlikely to let them off the hook. Now, it seemed that the time of reckoning was upon them. In addition, in different areas high above the sky were many top forces from the Divine Prefecture. They were here, looking in the direction of the Solar Divine Palace below. As soon as they detected movement from the Heavenly Mandate realm, they had come, knowing that an impending battle was bound to erupt. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would not let Solar Divine Palace off the hook. Soon, above the sky, a group of cultivators appeared. There weren't many of them, but each one of them was like a god, standing high above the void, looking down at Solar Divine Palace below. The sight vaguely reminded them of an event once upon a time, when all the major forces were surrounding and looking down upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Among them was the supreme cultivator of Ziwei the Great, Runhuang Chun, holding a scepter, standing high above the sky. Radiant starlight continued to fall. Yifutian was also there, standing next to Renhuang Chun with other powerful cultivators such as the Millet Emperor next to them. Thus, everyone in attendance was a powerful major existence. Suddenly, the vast Solar Divine Palace was being oppressed below, and everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. The expressions of many cultivators in the Divine Palace changed. They did not understand why that figure with mighty power from Sun God Mountain was not retreating. Now it seemed too late. Heavenly Mandate Academy was here to exact its revenge. Boom! Suddenly, Solar Divine Palace was submerged by a terrifying divine fire. Downward from the Divine Palace, there seemed to be a passage leading to the center of the earth, like a powerful flaming divine matrix had been urged at the moment. Instantly, the divine flames radiated out into a radius of thousands of miles, and the ground began to burn. The area where the Solar Divine Palace was now seemed to have been turned into a terrifying blazing furnace. For a moment, the cultivators from Solar Divine Palace couldn't bear this tremendous power. No. Some people's faces revealed a look of shock and disbelief as their bodies turned into nothingness little by little. Many let out miserable screams. Inside, many top cultivators from Solar Divine Palace looked at that man with great capabilities, shock written all over their faces. It turned out that he could not care less about whether those from the Solar Divine Palace lived or died. The entire Solar Divine Palace turned into a terrifying divine sun furnace and continued to spread into the far distance. With the Solar Divine Palace as the center, the entire vast expanse of land was on fire, and the earth was about to be destroyed by the intense heat. Countless people levitated into the air, heading higher into the sky, trying to escape that terrible vision of the flame. However, because the Solar Divine Palace was in the center, few could escape, and many perished under the terrible flame of the way, killed off simply by being burnt away. Didn't even spare their own people. In the void, Yifutian and the others looked down into the lower sky. That powerful existence, who had passed through the divine tribulation of the Great Path, was urging the divine flame in the middle of the earth. A monstrous flaming aura soared, and he seemed to have turned into a god of flames surrounded by the divine light of the flames, with no one who could get close to him. Anyone who approached him was in danger of being burned alive. How cruel! Everyone secretly marveled. This supremely powerful figure from the upper worlds, as expected, did not care much for the cultivators from the solar divine palace. To raise the earthly divine fire, he didn't hesitate to spend the lives of those from solar divine palace. Watch out! Renhuang Chun reminded Yi Futian. This cultivator from Sun God Mountain couldn't give up the earthly fire of the solar realm, which was why he did not leave. Moreover, he was confident enough that the cultivators from Heaven Mandate Academy couldn't trip him up. After all, without the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, there were not many who could compete with him. Feeling the aura from others at this moment, Renhuang Chun also sensed a vague threat. Although Yi Futian had broken into the realm of Upper Renhuang, if he suffered an attack by someone at this level, he would undoubtedly die from it. So, he had to rely on Yi Futian to be extra careful. Boom! A horrific aura flooded the space, and the infinite divine fire of the Great Path directly swallowed up the void. Thousands of miles of space all turned into a world ruled by flames, as if it was the realm that belonged to the divine fire. That cultivator from Sun God Mountain seemed to transform into a veritable sun god, with the divine wheel of the sun behind his back. The divine light shot out toward Yi Futian and the others in the void with frightening destructive power. Renhuang Chun extended the scepter in his hand. Suddenly, a field of stars appeared around the cultivators. They were surrounded by starry divine light and a world of starry skies. It was as the divine light of the sun directly fell upon these stars until the terrifying divine fire seemed to engulf them all. Slowly, the surface of the stars began to burn little by little, causing the stars to ignite. What was happening in this area was too terrifying to behold. Many cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace had a desperate look on their faces. Fighting here meant that they would all die. There would be no survivors. That powerful man from the upper worlds had intended for all of them to be buried here. No wonder some cultivators from Sun God Mountain had already left before this. It turned out that he already had a plan, and he did not even take the Solar Divine Palace in the lower worlds into consideration at all. To him, everyone here was as insignificant as an ant. As such, totally without any value. The only thing that really mattered was the solar realm itself. This caused the cultivators from Solar Divine Palace to feel a deep sense of sorrow. It was ludicrous that they thought the cultivator from Sun God Mountain would protect them. They never expected that the other had never even considered their safety, so how could he care if they lived or died? Under the power of the divine fire of the sun, the stars were actually showing signs of melting. Renhuang Chun looked down into the sky below and said, "He is borrowing the power of the underground." In the land of the 9 realms, the Shadow Divine Stone was once found inside the Shadow Realm. Could be the same with the Solar Realm. There might be divine items existing, thus accounting for the birth of the Solar Realm. The cultivator from Sun God Mountain came to the lower worlds and must have already begun to excavate the divine items inside the Solar Realm. "It's not so strange that he would be able to draw on the power of it," said Yi Futian. Renhuang Chun nodded gently. He came from the Ziwei segmentum, and he was not so familiar with everything that went on in the original realm. However, he had heard that Ziwei segmentum was previously enclosed inside a massive rock in the Ziwei realm. The cultivator from Sun God Mountain extended both of his hands, and the body akin to the sun god was terrifying beyond words. The divine fire that rushed out from the heart of the earth gathered together and turned into a terrifying sun god sword. But more than that, in the area above him, the currents of Great Path circulated as if containing the source power of the Great Path and had also converged and formed into many sun god swords. In an instant, countless sun god swords fell all at once, aiming at the ground surrounded by the starry sky in front of them. Bang bang! The terrifying attacks landed as stars, one after another, collapsed and shattered, broken under the attacks of the sun god sword. The terrifying attacks continued to move forward, killing all the nearby cultivators. At the same time, the divine fire in this area came down to burn this boundless space. Renhuang Chun took a step forward, and a terrifying divine glory came out from his body. On him, wisps of starlight shot out as well and turned into a frightening starlight screen to block the intrusion of the divine fire. At the same time, terrifying and mighty power was flowing within the scepter. As he pointed the scepter forward, many starry divine swords suddenly appeared and smashed toward the sun god sword before colliding. However, Renhuang Chen's attack was surprisingly at a slight disadvantage. His starry divine sword was penetrated by the sun god sword, and the light screen seemed to be on the verge of being pulverized. "We have to seal the power from the underground," Yifutyin said as he swept his eyes to the area below. It seemed that this man from Sun God Mountain could leverage the divine power underground to exert supreme strength. No wonder he was reluctant to leave. It seemed that he did not excavate any divine items from the solar realm, but he could borrow some of its power. "I'll go," the Millet Emperor spoke up, and as his voice fell, he was already on his way towards the sky below with the watchtower on his back. At the same time, he said to Renhuang Chen, "You know what to do, so please." Renhuang Chen understood what he meant by that. It was for him to slow down the opponent so that he could seal the divine power that surged underground. Boom! An even more terrifying force erupted from Renhuang Chen. It was as if he had turned into a starry world all of his own. Countless starlight flowed as he continued moving forward with a scepter in hand. Suddenly, those sun god swords continued to shatter and collapse as an incredible power emerged from his body, directly slamming toward the opponent at close range. As the cultivators from Sun God Mountain saw the oncoming slaughter, a sacred flame shot out from his eyes, and that sun godlike body continued forward. His palm was outstretched as if it had turned into a divine sun furnace, intending to incinerate Renhuang Chen. The scepter in Renhuang Chen's hand hit the palm, which was like a solar forge. A terrifying force swept through the land as if to shatter the earth as well as heaven. However, the space remained stable with no signs of damage, nor did any dark cracks appear. This was because the entire space had been controlled by the two of them and was shrouded by their way. At this moment, the Millet Emperor carried Wangshan Watchtower toward the ground below. A heavenly might descended, and there was a terrifying divine power surging within the watchtower, flowing towards the ground. An area formed by the Great Path had appeared around the Millet Emperor. It was as if an ancient divine gate from the past was now being summoned, surging toward the ground below. The watchtower continued to expand until a divine gate capable of suppressing the world emerged from it. It crashed through the ground and revealed itself to be the gate of the world, capable of suppressing all the forces in the world. The divine fire that gushed from beneath the ground could not melt away the gate of the world, and the world beneath the ground was cut off. The cultivator from Sun God Mountain instantly began to wilt. Unable to leverage the power from under the ground, his momentum was clearly not as strong as before. The situation in which Renhuang Chen was being suppressed was rapidly reversing. Boom! A terrifying divine power rocked the godlike body as it burst out, smashing the solar divine palace inside the divine flames. Those eyes glanced at the Millet Emperor in the sky below, knowing full well that it was him who suppressed the power underneath the ground. Now his power was blocked and he was being repelled. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't easy to contend with the others just on the strength of a single person. It seemed that it was an impossible task after all. The terrible rumbling sound came out, and the space around him had been transformed into a starry sky world. It was as if he was in the absolute domain of the starry great path. The starry sky world was full of shining bright stars that sprinkled down their radiant divine light. The starlight was like countless lines that connected these stars, forming a horrific starry sky matrix. Renhuang Chen floated in the air as if to become one with the starry sky. It seemed as if he was the master of this starry sky world. He held the scepter in his hand as his blue robe fluttered in the wind. There was an unfathomable aura coming from him. It was incomparably sacred. The cultivator from Sun God Mountain knew very well that the others wanted to keep him here to finish him. In another direction, the Millet Emperor was walking this way, still carrying Wangshan Watchtower on his back. It was difficult for him to fight against the man who had borrowed the power from the underground. But now, with that source of power shut off, he who carried the watchtower was absolutely qualified to participate in the battle. Not to mention that they had Renhuang Chen on their side. The cultivator from Sun God Mountain looked at the two, knowing that they wanted nothing more than to detain him here permanently, in this land of the original realm, and kill him once and for all. In the other direction below, where Yi Futian and the others were, the cultivators from Solar Divine Palace met their miserable end. Many were killed by that powerful cultivator from Sun God Mountain. The divine fire he summoned had burned many people to death. The layout of the field had prevented them from escaping. Everyone who was still alive was at the Renhuang level. However, at this moment, there was nothing but desperation and hopelessness in their hearts. Solar Divine Palace is willing to submit to Heavenly Mandate Academy, a voice from below said. It came from a cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace. But Yi Futian did nothing except glance indifferently toward the sky below, thinking, now they are willing to submit? He had given them a chance before, but the Solar Divine Palace did not take it. Only when they were in dire strait as they were now did they think of surrendering. But, unfortunately, they had overestimated his generosity. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is not recruiting right now, Yi Futian replied indifferently, and the cultivator in the sky below paled instantly as a feeling of desperation crept up on him. Boom! Next to Yi Futian, many top figures started to move downward as a collective horrific aura burst out from them, suppressing the cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace. There was extremely tyrannical murderous intent upon all of them. At this moment, the Solar Divine Palace understood that the end was upon them. They were finished. The battle afterward was one-sided. Without any doubts, every cultivator from Solar Divine Palace was slaughtered, one after another. Under such absolute and domineering power, there was no way for them to fight back. Thus, on this day, this most powerful principality in the solar realm had been wiped out. The truth was that the Solar Divine Palace had the same chance as the Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation to save themselves. At the very least, they wouldn't have ended up like this, but they had been used and sacrificed by their own people. On another battlefield, the stars that surrounded the man from Sun God Mountain suddenly shot out many rays of starry divine lights, and these divine lights now turned into starry divine swords, crossing heavens and earth, trying to destroy this side of the space. It had shut off all the escape routes, leaving nowhere to go. Once anybody was hit by any one of these swords, there would be nothing left. These attacks came in an instant, and when that cultivator from Sun God Mountain saw this, that godlike body started to burn. It was as if he was transformed into a blazing sun. Then, with his body as the center, a terrifying solar storm manifested to destroy everything. The divine glory of the sun spilled out, and the space was burning. When those destructive starry divine swords came in front of him, they entered into an absolutely powerful field. Those swords took on the color of fire and began to melt. By the time they got to him, they had already melted into nothingness. An existence that had been through the divine tribulation of the great path was frightening enough, for it had already come infinitely closer to the origin of the way. Nevertheless, it would not be so easy to kill him. At this time, the large starry matrix that surrounded them gathered into one point, and that was where Renhuang Chan appeared. He extended the scepter in his hand, and a terrible rumbling sound was heard. Suddenly, starlight seemed to fall from somewhere outside the firmament. It was as if they were summoned here to bestow the divine glory. At this moment, the endless and vast area of the solar realm turned into a starry sky world. The light of hundreds of millions of stars gathered, all flowing in the direction of Renhuang Chan, and converged upon the scepter he held. They seemed to draw on the power of the 9 heavens, summoning the power of the starry great path from somewhere outside the firmament. Even as mighty as the man who came from Sun God Mountain was, he, too, felt a strong sense of threat at this time. His eyes, burning with the divine fire of the sun, stared at the figure in the void. They held a sense of great apprehension. He wanted to get away from here. Boom! Light of the divine fire rushed straight into the sky, wanting to pierce the starry sky world and leave this area. Suddenly, the starry sky above the firmament seemed to be set ablaze, bathing in the divine fire. However, Renhuang Chan stood high above the sky. He didn't seem to be aware of it, but he continued summoning that force. If he wanted to finish off his opponent here, he must mobilize extraordinary power to unleash the fatal attack. The Millet Emperor had wanted to make a move but was shocked by the power summoned by Renhuang Chun at this time. This power was nothing close to anything he could have produced, not even with the help of Wangshan Watchtower. After all, Renhuang Chun himself, with his scepter in hand, was already in existence who had experienced the divine tribulations. The scepter was a divine item passed down by the great emperor once upon a time, and only the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace may possess and control it. However, Yi Futian didn't claim it for himself but handed it over to Renhuang Chun instead. Therefore, Renhuang Chun was quite partial to Yi Futian since their trust seemed to be mutual. Outside the firmament, brilliant starlight descended and gathered on the scepter. As Renhuang Chun stretched out his hand, the scepter suddenly flew out of his hand and began to float in the air. The shape of the scepter seemed to change as if it was transformed by all the stars in the sky until, finally, a sword emerged. In the vast starry sky world, boundless starlight converged on the sword and transformed it into a heavenly divine sword. As it was transformed by stars in the heavens, it was crushing this corner of the sky. Sword intent flowed down one by one, and everything was suppressed in the world below. Finally, the cultivator from Sun God Mountain fixed his attention on the sword and felt the threat of death approaching. He looked at Renhuang Chun and said, "If I perish here today, all the cultivators from Sun God Mountain will come to the lower worlds to seek justice. Is this something the Heavenly Mandate Academy wants? It seems that you had forgotten the last battle quickly." Renhuang Chun glanced at the man indifferently and continued, "Since it was you who started this war, it's only fitting that you die here, as you have proven you are not up to the task. So let's end it now." When his voice fell, Renhuang Chun pointed his finger down, and the starry divine sword penetrated heaven and earth as a loud rumbling sound was heard. The world was pierced through by the star divine sword as it came down from the firmament. Boom! That supreme existence from Sun God Mountain fought hard to resist, unleashing the Sun God sword to smash and shatter everything without discrimination. The divine sun furnace attempted to melt the sword, but it was useless. This heavenly star divine sword slammed down, led by the power of the heavens and the stars, summoning powers outside of this world to gather upon this one sword. The sword struck, and the body of that cultivator from Sun God Mountain was penetrated. But then, his body disintegrated little by little until it turned into an illusion. Finally, a face was revealed in that soon-to-disappeared illusion, and it was full of reluctance and disbelief. How could he meet his end on a battlefield in the lower worlds? Bits of the flaming divine light dissipated, and a cultivator of supreme existence, someone who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, had been killed on this spot. The starry sky world disappeared as well, with many observing the battlefield from different locations in the distance. The witnesses trembled in their hearts and were shocked beyond belief. They did not expect Renhuang Chun from the Ziwei segmentum would possess such terrifying strength. The scepter in his hand had killed an existence of the same level from Sun God Mountain, and he didn't even allow the man a chance to escape. In this battle, the entire Solar Divine Palace was wiped out, and everyone from there was slaughtered. From this moment forward, the solar realm would be controlled in the hands of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was systematically gaining control over all of the original realm. Yi Futian witnessed everything that occurred. He walked up and said to Renhuang Chun, "Thank you, Elder. It was what I'm supposed to do. If it weren't for the Millet Emperor who had suppressed the underground power, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him. Most likely, I would have even been at a disadvantage. I still don't know what is underneath this ground." Renhuang Chun looked below as the Millet Emperor extended his palm toward the sky below. Instantly, rumbling sounds were heard, and the power that suppressed the underground disappeared. Suddenly, everyone perceived a majestic force surging out from the ground underneath. Hot airflow diffused towards the ground above. Very quickly, the temperature of the air became scorching hot, and even the ground appeared red-hot. It was as if it had been branded by a hot iron. It has been many years since Solar Divine Palace has started the process, and then there was that cultivator from Sun God Mountain who came here from the lower worlds. All this meant that they probably have already started channeling the power from the Earth Center, just short of finding a method to completely control or take it away. So this explains why that cultivator from Sun God Mountain was so reluctant to leave. He still wanted to use it to fight, Yifutian reasoned in his heart. Especially when he felt that hot air current. He sensed that the man had already achieved some kind of communication with the power in the heart of the earth. Otherwise, there was no way he could have used it to fight. Everyone around him nodded in agreement. If the cultivator from Sun God Mountain could use the power of the Earth Center to fight before, it stood to reason that a channel already existed, just that there was no way to master it completely. The group strode down. It was not only Yifutian's group. Many practitioners in the sky also came down. The cultivators of every faction wanted to see what was hidden inside the center of the solar realm. The formation of every one of the 9 supreme imperial realms seemed to contain a unique factor. The shadow realm had a shadow divine item. So what about the solar realm? Beneath the destroyed solar divine palace, a large gap had appeared. It was the spot where the mighty figure from the Sun God Mountain stood earlier. Scorching heat flowed out of the gap as if lava was spewing out from it. Did we already reach the surface layer? The cultivators' hearts fluctuated. The power contained within the center affected the entire solar realm. However, it should not have been as far-fetched as the current moment. Otherwise, the solar realm would have long been turned into a world of fire. How could any life form survive? This should be caused by the solar divine palace, mumbled someone. The others nodded slightly. They also had the same guess in their minds. Otherwise, it would not have become like this. Rumble. Then, the surface was burned into nothingness. The ground was melted, and the location of the solar divine palace was completely transformed into a world of fire. Figures stood in the air one after another. If they were to look down from above, they would be able to notice that a deep pit of flames had appeared within that vast area. There's a matrix. Divine light glowed from everyone's eyes. They looked down at the flames and could only see a powerful matrix deep inside the pit. The matrix looked like it had transformed into an image of the sun. Surrounding it was a solar storm that whirled continuously. The storm swirled and twisted, causing the power underneath to be devoured into the image of the sun incessantly. An extremely shocking aura burst from the image of the sun. At that moment, everyone finally understood why the Divine Palace was directly burned to the ground and why the practitioners within the Divine Palace were burned to death. Such a powerful matrix. If it were to explode completely, even the powerful figures, not to mention the cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace, would have to retreat for a bit, and they would not dare to touch it. Before, the cultivator from Sun God Mountain borrowed this power to extract the forces from underground to make the power flow into his body and erupt amazing strength. Don't get close. This matrix has been running for a long time. It has been devouring the divine powers surging from below. If you get too close, I'm afraid you might be burned to a crisp, instructed Runhuang-chan in a low voice. He could clearly sense just the magnitude of the power within. If anyone were to go underground carelessly and enter the area covered by the matrix, they would likely be burned to ash. The person would not even know what killed him. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Odd expressions hung on their faces. What the current situation meant was that it was going to be difficult to enter from there. We need to destroy the matrix first. Let the divine power of the sun disperse, said a cultivator from one of the factions present. The others nodded. They had also realized this. Then, let's work together and destroy it first, suggested someone. Many people nodded in agreement. Yifutian glanced below and said to Runhuang-chan, "It looks like I have to trouble Elder again." Back in the day, he was able to get his hands on the power of Yin. Now, his plane level was no longer comparable to back then. If he were to descend, he was confident that he was the person most likely to obtain the Solar Realm divine item. Okay. Runhuang-chan understood Yifutian's meaning. He nodded. Then, he concentrated his strength and prepared to destroy the matrix himself. While the matrix was strong, without someone controlling it, the group's powerful attacks would naturally destroy it. As Yifutian and the others moved aside, they could see the other cultivators converging their power of the Great Path. which later transformed into multiple frightening attacks that flew directly into the flame below. The attacks directly landed within the matrix. In an instant, the solar matrix was destroyed and disintegrated. A destructive force raged and spewed outwards. Flames spread around the area, and in an instant, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had turned into scorched earth. Only after the frightening power of flame dispersed from the direction of the solar divine palace did the cultivators start walking downwards again. It seemed as if a passage towards the center had been opened there. After the matrix was destroyed, the scorching air on the surface had dispersed. However, the deeper they went, the more intense the scorching aura became. Most of those who had entered were the best of the best. They were heavyweight-class existences. Before long, they had gone deep underground. As they went deeper, they quickly noticed that rocks could no longer be found around them. It had become a world of flames. It seemed like nothing else could exist in this environment. Further, they continued to venture deeper. Multiple rivers of flame seemed to flow all around this world of flame. The cultivators moved past and across them. Some of the younger renhuangs had come along. For these renhuangs, the further they went, the harder it became. The power of the great path of defense on their bodies was on the verge of collapsing as they could no longer withstand further assault from the path of fire. Ack! Suddenly, an excruciating wail filled the air. Then, a gust of scorching air came into contact with a person, and the person directly burst into flames. His power of the great path had been burnt out. What's going on? Everyone looked over to where the sound came from and saw a gust of scorching air that seemed different. The expressions on the faces of some of the more powerful cultivators changed after they sensed the power contained within. "Stop going down," said a powerful figure to the younger renhuangs who had followed them there. "That gust of scorching air seems different. We might be getting close to the central zone," said Renhuang Chan to Yi Futian. Starry light surrounded his body as he tried to keep Yi Futian protected inside. "No need. I can sense it," said Yi Futian. Renhuang Chen glanced at him and nodded. Since Yi Futian said that, it most likely meant that he was confident. The group continued to move downward. Yi Futian's expression also became slightly solemn. It felt similar to the experience he had last time in the Shadow Realm. As they ventured deeper, the number of gusts of scorching air similar to the earlier one had increased. Even the heavyweight-level existences had begun to act more cautiously. Yi Futian only knew that he could hardly walk anymore. The strength of the flame in this area had reached a level that he could almost no longer withstand. Then, at that moment, a whirling storm suddenly appeared in front of them. Inside the storm were countless gusts of those earlier scorching air. In an instant, the cultivators stopped moving and stared at the storm. It looked like a sun was right in front of them, and the storm was like a storm generated by the sun. The expressions on many of the top cultivators' faces changed. How were they going to enter? If they were to step into the storm, they were afraid that it would be too dangerous. Even heavyweight-level figures could not guarantee that they would be able to enter and get out alive. Renhuang Chun also stared at the scene before him. It was no wonder the cultivators from Sun God Mountain failed to obtain the divine item from the center of the solar realm. Among the cultivators who came to the Earth's center, many extraordinary figures cultivated the flaming great path. They stood before the storm and perceived the power inside, trembled before such aura. It was the source of the flaming great path. Every strand of flowing current contained divine prowess. Dared they explore? Many people thought of the same thing, but they quickly dismissed it. They realized that it was almost impossible to accomplish the task. After all, the Solar Divine Palace had been here for years, and even the cultivator that came to the lower worlds from Sun God Mountain was unable to get to the divine item inside, despite having opened up this channel. If the cultivator from Sun God Mountain couldn't do it, how could they? Of course, divine item aside, could they enter and use its power to cultivate just like that cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace? While the cultivators were considering the consequences of going inside, some were already on the move. A major figurehead, bathed in the divine light of flames, walked directly into the storm. He was instantly obscured by the moving storm, but his vague outline could still be seen in the flaming storm. He was moving towards the core, the eye of the storm. This caused some uneasiness in other cultivators. Did they even want to try? There might be danger in the storm. Among those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, everyone's eyes were on Yifutian. Renhuang Chun asked, "Are you going in?" Yifutian nodded. "It's too dangerous," said Renhuang Chun. "This storm is powerful. The strength of the flaming Great Path on the outer rim may equal the Great Path strength of some of these top cultivators. If we insist on getting deeper inside the core, even I may not survive it. This must be the reason why that cultivator from Solar Divine Palace failed." Among the 9 supreme regions of the original realm, there are 2 realms that complemented each other: the Shadow Realm and Solar Realm. These 2 realms are somewhat similar in nature. "I have entered the core area of the Shadow Realm before," Yifutian said to Renhuang Chan. Traces of currents flowed about him, producing a chilling sensation. When Renhuang Chan perceived this aura, his eyes sharpened a bit as he glanced at Yifutian. It seemed that Yifutian had a great many opportunities before he received the inheritance of Ziwei the Great. If so, he might be overthinking the whole thing, as Yifutian himself should know his own limits much better. Since the Palace Lord has had a similar experience before, I won't say anything more. However, please be careful. After all, there are still some risks. Allow me to go in with you. If there is an emergency, I can be of assistance, said Renhuang Chan. Sure. Yifutian nodded and did not reject Renhuang Chen's thoughtfulness. He then walked forward, with Renhuang Chan and others in tow. Renhuang Chan especially was sticking to him closely. Before they had entered into the storm, Renhuang Chan vaguely detected an unusual current flowing above the surface of Yifutian's body. This current spread towards the surroundings and seemed to turn into invisible branches and leaves of a tree. When these currents met with the invading flaming currents, they actually swallowed them up. This made Renhuang Chan feel even more unsettled. He looked at the white-haired man in front of him and felt that Yifutian was more unfathomable than ever before. Boom! A violent aura of the Great Path erupted from Yifutian's body. As his body was a body of the way, the sound of the Great Path roared from it. The divine light hovered on the surface of his body as he walked into the storm. Just like that. Amazingly, even at his realm, he was not burned up by that fervently fiery flaming power of the Great Path. With him as the center, a strange phenomenon was taking place. Flames that flowed freely inside the storm now turned into a cyclone surrounding him. Gradually, it infiltrated into his body little by little until it was completely swallowed by his body. At this moment, Renhuang Chan realized that Yifutian had secrets that no one knew. Perhaps the will of Ziwei the Great chose him for a reason, and it had something to do with this. Some people who had entered chose to stop here, quietly perceiving the power of the Great Path or trying to use it to cultivate. Occasionally, some of them would continue moving forward tentatively to see where their limits might allow them to proceed. Others were moving forward persistently as well, wanting to enter deeper into the area. Yifutian and Renhuang Chan kept moving. In this terrifying storm, the deeper they got, the darker the color of the flames. In the most inner area of the core, the color was red as blood, shocking to behold. And all the flame's energy seemed to diffuse out from that central region. As they continued moving, Yifutian gradually slowed down as well, and more cultivators had stopped, find it difficult to move forward. They had entered an area even deeper, where it was difficult for the strongest among them to move any further. Only those who had passed the test of the Great Path Divine Tribulation dared to venture deeper. Renhuang Chan, who was following Yifutian, felt it as well. If he went any deeper, perhaps he, too, would not be able to continue walking. Faint traces of imperial glory hovered around Yifutian and upon that body of immortal Great Path. There was also the terrifying divine light of flames that flowed about him, and his body seemed gradually being eaten away by the power of the flames. He paused briefly. Although his realm was not as strong as he was now, he remembered when he was frozen and almost lost his life in the Shadow Realm. At present, his realm had much improved, but the power of Sun God Fire was definitely no less menacing than the power of Shadow. If he couldn't bear it, The result would not be just being frozen but being burned to cinders with no hope of ever returning. There were some unusual movements in his life palace, and the ancient tree of the world kept swaying, moving toward his limbs and muscles, protecting his indestructible physical body in case of unforeseeable circumstances. At the same time, those ancient branches turned into an invisible power that spread towards the surrounding area, as the ancient tree of the world stirred again in his life palace. At this time, Yi Futian's body seemed to have been transformed into a sacred tree. He lifted his foot and continued forward. Ren Huangchun looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then followed him forward, continuing to venture deeper into an area even closer to the core. At this time, Yi Futian's body acted like a monster. Under the gaze of Ren Huangchun, he was madly devouring the flaming currents. As they poured into his body, they seemed to be swallowed into a bottomless pit. What kind of ability is this? Ren Huangchun exclaimed secretly after witnessing this spectacular sight. It seemed that his worries were unwarranted. Inside this place, he might not be stronger than Yi Futian after all. At the moment, he was already experiencing a strong pressure, and the starry defense had begun to show signs of weakness. If he went any further, he might not be able to make it. Palace Lord, Ren Huangchun called out when he thought about this, and Yi Futian turned his head to look at him. He heard Ren Huangchun say, "I can only walk to this point." Yi Futian merely nodded, but continued to walk deeper to the core inside. When he saw this, Ren Huangchun didn't know what else to say. Not only him, but the other top figures behind them sharpened their eyes as well. How was Yi Futian able to achieve this? It didn't take long before Yi Futian entered into the area around the core. The crimson flames were dark and terrifying. It was as if they could swallow people up in an instant. Under the shower of the divine light, everything in this area was on the verge of being burnt up, except for the place where Yi Futian was standing, in a small area of vacuum. Yi Futian saw the eye of the storm ahead. It looked like a crystal. One glance would make the beholder's eyes sting. Is this the solar divine stone? Yi Futian marveled secretly. This power was not any lesser than the original power of Yin. The ultimate solar fire was pure to the extreme. Yi Futian was continuing to advance. Outside the storm, many people could faintly make out his silhouette. Their hearts trembled violently as they wondered, was this fellow crazy? Why would he continue to advance under such circumstances? Even the giant-level figures did not dare approach the divine fire. Could it be that Yi Futian wanted to reach the eye of the storm? Even cultivators who had survived the divine tribulations of the Great Path did not dare approach the eye of the storm. Yi Futian sure had some guts to try to approach it. Nervously, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stared at the blurry silhouette. Under their attentive gazes, Yi Futian actually successfully made his way towards the region where the eye of the storm was. As he advanced step by step, it seemed he would reach the divine fire. The area where the divine fire blazed was the core of the entire solar realm. It contained terrifying power that was beyond anyone's imagination. However, Yi Futian had actually succeeded in approaching it. He had just become a high-level Renhuang not long ago. Was he not concerned that he would be incinerated by the divine fire? At the moment, intense rumbling sounds could be heard from Yi Futian's body. The divine light of the Great Path circled around him as the imperial glory shone. Streaks of the divine halo of the ancient tree expanded outwards and were consumed by the current of the divine fire. The menacing divine fire seemed to be able to engulf Yi Futian at any second. Soon, Yi Futian was sucked into the storm. Rumble. Wave after wave of destructive heat gushed towards Yi Futian. He knew that he was in danger. Divine light expanded outwards together with the branches of the ancient tree. The branches stretched towards the eye of the storm. However, the formless ancient tree seemed to catch on fire when it came in contact with the heat current. One could faintly make out the silhouette of the tree. Fortunately, even though the tree was bathed in divine fire, it was not reduced to ashes. Instead, the branches were still moving forward. The branches of the towering ancient tree that were on fire directly penetrated the eye of the storm. It was as though the branches wanted to wrap around it. Everyone else was shocked when they saw that the ancient tree was swallowing up the sun. However, almost simultaneously, the divine fire retaliated and surged directly into Yi Futian's body. Rumble. Yi Futian's body caught on fire instantly. It was as though he was about to be incinerated into nothingness. Yi Futian's current body was formidable. It could be considered a divine body of the Great Path, especially since his body was fortified by the will of the Great Emperor and the Life Spirit. In terms of flesh, even the top giant-level figures could not be compared to Yi Futian. However, even so, Yi Futian's body was still burning at this moment. It seemed like he was about to be consumed by the divine fire. Not only was his flesh on fire, but even his spiritual soul was on the verge of being destroyed by the blaze. Even under such circumstances, Yi Futian still did not give up. He was also not consumed and destroyed by the divine fire. The ancient tree completely enveloped the divine item of the solar realm in the eye of the storm. The ancient tree then immediately consumed it, pulling it into the life palace. It disappeared in an instant. At that moment, the surrounding flames of the way appeared to be extinguished, losing their previous destructive power. The surrounding flames of the way were constantly weakening. Gradually, they calmed down. The giant-level figures on the outside all sensed this. They revealed strange expressions. The intensity of the current of flames was weakening, and it appeared to be dissipating. What was going on? They were somewhat astonished. As they looked on, the power of the entire solar storm was gradually dissipating. It seemed that it would completely vanish. What had happened? Their gazes landed on Yi Futian. Right now, Yi Futian's figure was standing there motionlessly. He was bathed in flames of the way. It was as though his body was being consumed by the flames. The crowd saw that even Yi Futian's indestructible body appeared to be burned. The various cultivators narrowed their gazes as they looked at Yi Futian. Would this peerless genius be incinerated by the flames of the way? A formless wind appeared in the space, guiding the scorching current of flames. No one knew where this wind came from. The scorching gale swept up. Yi Futian's figure had yet to dissipate. As the crowd watched, they could faintly make out strange light shining from his body. Divine halos seemed to emanate from him. He was not dead. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled. In the center of the solar storm, Yi Futian's body was actually not incinerated. Then, what about the divine item at the center of the solar storm? Did Yi Futian pocket it? Yi Futian's body did not move an inch. His body kept experiencing changes. The crowd could sense that his ridiculously powerful flesh was healing gradually from being burnt. His speed of recovery was baffling. Even at their level of existence, the cultivators would most likely not recover after being corroded by the solar storm. What exactly happened to Yi Futian's body? Everyone could faintly sense that a scorching heat was emanating from his body. It was as though his body contained a terrifying aura of flame. The crowd's speculation was more or less verified. From the look of things, the divine item located at the core of the solar storm was indeed retrieved by Yi Futian. However, how did he manage to do it with his current cultivation plane? Even cultivators who had been through the divine tribulations of the Great Path could not get close to the storm, let alone retrieve the divine item. Otherwise, the Solar Divine Palace or the Super Cultivator from Sun God Mountain would have pocketed the divine item long ago. The rest of them wouldn't even have a chance to be here. Yet, Yi Futian managed to do it. The cultivators from the original realm were aware that Yi Futian had pulled off a similar feat back when he was in the Shadow Realm. Countless intent gazes were fixed on Yi Futian. The secrets of his body seemed exceptionally appealing now. He possessed the flesh of Xianxia the Great Emperor, the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei, and many other secrets. It was as though there was nothing he couldn't do. Run Huangchan and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could not help but walk up behind Yi Futian. They faced the various cultivators as their cold and indifferent gazes revealed looks of warning. However, even if they did not act this way, no one dared to touch Yi Futian. After all, everyone still vividly remembered that battle. Master had appeared in the world and was undefeatable when using the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. With that precedent, anyone who wished to attack Yi Futian had to think twice. Aside from the flow of scorching currents, the space suddenly fell silent. Yi Futian's body floated in space like a statue. He remained motionless and did not show signs of life. There was only a blazing aura emanating from within his body. No one knew what was happening to him now. At that moment, in Yi Futian's life palace, some intense changes were taking place. Ren Huangchun and the others continued to guard the area. The flames at the center faded. The entire solar realm changed as the flames receded. The cultivators from the solar realm could sense that the earth seemed to have undergone some changes. However, the ordinary cultivators couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Only those with more profound cultivation could sense what was happening. The solar realm would most likely be different from now on. Time trickled past. The cultivators who were gathered at the center gradually left the place. It was meaningless for them to stay around. After all, they couldn't possibly attack Yi Futian to snatch the treasure. No one could kill him in the previous battle. Now, the cultivators had to seriously consider the consequences if they wanted to lay a finger on him. Only Run Huangchan and the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy remained there. They were protecting Yi Futian. After a long while, the aura of flame on Yi Futian gradually subsided. In his life palace, a true world seemed to have formed. The sun and the moon both shone high in the sky while being surrounded by stars. He had finally seized control of the power of Yin, the power of the sun, and the power of the stars. Moreover, he also possessed the undying flames of the divine fire of Wutong. Yi Futian opened his eyes, and beams of divine fire of the sun shot out from his pupils. The beams were scorching hot. His gaze seemed to be capable of burning everything he laid his eyes on. Ren Huangqian and the rest noticed that Yi Futian's temperament had changed once again. However, the changes were subtle. After all, Yi Futian possessed many other abilities. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the crowd. He said, "Let's go." The crowd nodded and followed him. After a while, they left the underground world and traversed up into the sky. They looked down, and all they saw was scorched earth. The flames had receded, but the ground was torched. The solar divine palace had been burnt to ashes. It now existed only in history. The solar realm also no longer contained the power of the sun. In the distance, many cultivators of the solar realm noticed that Yi Futian and his group had emerged. All of them focused their attention on him and his group. Among the onlookers were quite a few cultivators from the major forces of the solar realm. They could tell the identities of Yi Futian and his companions with a mere glance. The solar divine palace had been eradicated. From now on, the solar realm was also under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy wanted to, they could directly rule over the solar realm. However, the current solar realm seemed to have lost its value. Even the earthly divine fire had disappeared. It should have been pocketed by someone among Yi Futian's group. Most likely, Yi Futian himself had taken it. The local cultivators had all heard rumors of Yi Futian pulling off a similar feat in the Shadow Realm. What he did was something that the cultivators of the Sun God Mountain failed to do. Even the other top figures had trouble approaching the divine item. Most likely, only Yi Futian had a chance to succeed. Therefore, most of the onlookers actually speculated that Yi Futian, who had the weakest cultivation level among his group, had taken the divine item. Yi Futian scanned the crowd. Then, he said to his companions in a low voice, "We should not give up on the solar realm. All 9 supreme realms were part of the original realm and were the strongest lands of cultivation. They were also the future of the original realm." Yi Futian had decided to control the entire original realm, so he was unwilling to give up the solar realm just like that. "Who should we send here?" Lord Taishan asked. "Perhaps we can build an academy here." Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishan and suggested. "Then we can recruit all the talented figures in the solar realm to cultivate there. It will become a branch of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Those with exceptional performance will be sent to the Heavenly Mandate Realm to further their cultivation. How about it?" "Okay. Your suggestion is plausible." Lord Taishan nodded in agreement. In the distance, all the cultivators were excited when they heard Yi Futian's words. They also had a chance to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was definitely the center of the original realm. There was no place greater than it. It was the king of the original realm. We will further discuss this matter when we are back in the academy, Yifutian concluded. The rest nodded. Then they traversed space and left the solar realm. The cultivators of the solar realm stared at the scorched earth with mixed feelings. The news of Solar Divine Palace being eradicated soon spread across the 9 realms. Currently, all 9 realms were controlled by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Hence, news traveled exceptionally fast. The news stirred up a huge commotion in the Central Emperor realm. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yifutian and the rest had returned. Someone was reporting the updates to them in the main hall. The person reported, "All the cultivators of Celestial Worthy Temple have evacuated the place and disappeared. Many of them are now dispersed in various locations in the Imperial Realm. The Celestial Worthy Temple was supported by a superpower force. Therefore, they did not come to pledge their allegiance to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Right now, everyone in the organization had been dismissed. Clearly, they knew that they would be in danger like the Solar Divine Palace. In reality, the reason the Solar Divine Palace was eradicated was the super cultivator from the Sun God Mountain. Otherwise, the Solar Divine Palace might have been spared from the calamity." Yifutian nodded. The person left the hall after giving his report. The core members of Celestial Worthy Temple would most likely leave together with the people from the upper worlds and head to Celestial Worthy Mountain in the Divine Prefecture. As for the rest of the cultivators, it was meaningless for Yifutian to hunt them down. Since he did not hunt down every single member of the Shin clan, he naturally would not do so to the members of Celestial Worthy Temple. "Has the restructuring of the Central Emperor Realm forces been completed?" Yifutian asked Xiao Muyu, who was beside him. Xiao Muyu nodded and said, "It is more or less completed. Now, we have all the forces in the Central Emperor Realm under control. After the battle in the Solar Realm, we practically control every single force in the original realm, except forces from the outside worlds." Yifutian nodded. Since they had completed marshalling all the forces in the original realm, it was time for him to unite the entire realm. After that, the outside forces would most likely not dare to attack them easily. Yifutian mumbled. But many other realms in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are still suffering. They are defenseless against the invasion of the outside worlds. Lord Taishian nodded in agreement and responded, "Before you returned, many realms in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were attacked and seized by the Dark World. Currently, many forces from the Dark World still have control over these realms." Yifutian nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "Issue my order to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. From this day forth, all 3,000 realms of the Great Path are under the protection of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If any forces run rampant and kill the innocents in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will surely hunt down these forces." Many people were shocked when they heard Yifutian's words. All their gazes were fixed on him. Yifutian actually wanted to protect the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The outside forces were so powerful, and the world of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was vast. It was plausible for the Heavenly Mandate Academy to control the 9 realms, but it would most likely be an arduous task for them to expand their protection to the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was an insanely difficult mission. However, after hesitating for a moment, the cultivators present still nodded obediently. They bowed and said, "Understood." Many cultivators turned around and prepared to leave. Lord Taishian and the other top figures also said, "We'll help to relay this message too." They were gratified by Yifutian's order. Yifutian was now the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After he seized control of the 9 supreme realms, it was righteous for him to be willing to protect the entire original realm from being tormented by disasters. After Yifutian issued the order, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy went to various main realms in the Supreme Realms to spread the news. One of the realms was the Crimson Dragon Realm, where Yifutian had cultivated before. On top of that, some cultivators began the construction of the teleportation grand matrices. The matrices would connect various main realms with the 9 realms as the center. Then, more matrices would be built to connect the main realms with the smaller realms. With this, the Academy could gradually expand its influence to the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Moreover, the matrices could monitor the activities that occurred in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Before Yifutian, no one had managed such a feat before. The 9 supreme imperial realms were the upper worlds, and their superiority was unfathomable. Everyone in the lower worlds yearned to explore the 9 realms. Unfortunately, various forces in the 9 realms had always contended with one another, and they had never achieved unity before. In the past, let alone unity across all 9 realms, even forces that coexisted in the same realm were frequently fighting for dominance. However, the old era had ended. Yifutian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy had kicked off a new era, an era where they ruled the 9 realms. This was why they could rule the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Of course, they were not doing this for authority and control. For the strongest force, this was not very significant. Everyone knew that Yifutian did so due to his attachment to the original realm. He did not wish for it to be invaded and destroyed. After the crisis, the lands of the original realm seemed to have calmed down. Be it the cultivators from the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, or the Divine Prefecture, they all kept a low profile. Before this, they could rampage around the original realm and could be seen all over the 9 supreme realms. However, a superpower had formed in the original realm. No force dared to act recklessly now. Right now, Yifutian was cultivating in the starry cultivation court of the Ziwei segmentum. It was not just him. Many people were cultivating there. The Ziwei segmentum and the Heavenly Mandate Academy were connected. They could travel back and forth between the 2 realms at any time. This place was undoubtedly the most suitable holy land for cultivation. Hence, for the time being, they were all cultivating here. Right now, in the vast starry sky, the sound of Guqin filled the space. The sounds of the Guqin were solemn and sonorous. Yifutian was actually bathed in the divine halo of the imperial stars as he played. It was an almost dreamlike scene. Beside him, Luo Su quietly listened to Yifutian playing. As she was also an inheritor of the divine melody, Luo Su felt that Yifutian infused more emotion than she did when he played. Even though this was a powerful and sonorous tune, it seemed to contain a heavy sense of longing. She believed that Yifutian was certainly a person who had a lot of stories to tell. Yifutian had now become the ruler of the original realm. He was just a 7th-tier high-level Renhuang, yet he could already command the various top figures to fight for him. What sort of treatment was this? Even the proud sons and vice-chiefs of superpowers of the Divine Prefecture did not have such rallying power. Who was Yifutian, the person who ruled over the original realm, thinking about? At that moment, from down below, a person came towards them. When he arrived, he cast a glance at Yifutian and then at the group of cultivators beside him. "What is the matter?" asked Gu Donglu, who had just finished cultivating, when he saw the person arrive. "I bring news from the original realm," replied the person. "In one of the realms, a force from the Dark World is causing trouble. This force is mighty. Even the cultivators that we sent out have not returned. This might need to be reported to the college chief for him to handle." "All right, you may leave first," replied Gu Donglu as he nodded his head slightly. The person immediately left. Gu Donglu headed up into the sky and walked up beside Yifutian. "Younger brother," called out Gu Donglu. Yifutian immediately stopped playing and asked with a smile, "Third brother, what is the matter?" "There is news from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A force from the Dark World is causing trouble in a lower world of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This force most likely has powerful backing," said Gu Donglu. Yifutian frowned. He already ruled over the 9 realms. It was impossible for the cultivators of the Dark World not to know about this. That could only mean that the other party was not afraid of this fact. "It seems that this force has powerful backing," commented Yifutian. Responded Gu Donglu as he nodded his head. If the force were easy to deal with, Lord Taishan and the others in the academy would have already ordered people to handle it. However, since they sent someone to inform you, The force might have a cultivator who has survived a divine tribulation and is not easy to deal with. We might need Renhuang-chan to hold the fort. Gu Donglu clearly understood Lord Taishuan's intentions. If they could have handled it themselves, they would not have disturbed Yifutian while he was cultivating. Understood. Yifutian nodded and said, "Third brother, please continue to cultivate here. After that, I will head out." Right now, for Gu Donglu and the others, cultivating was the most important issue at hand. In this current chaotic era, their abilities and cultivation planes were still lacking. They needed time to improve. Even if they went to the lower worlds, they would not be of much help. "All right," replied Gu Donglu as he nodded his head. He then saw Yifutian walk away. When they saw him leaving, some people followed behind him and left the space. Yifutian found Renhuang-chan, and they headed over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy through the Teleportation Grand Matrix. In the academy, Yifutian met with Lord Taishian and the others. He asked, "Lord Taishian, how is the situation overall?" These past few days, although the original realm appears peaceful, in reality, an undercurrent is surging. Cultivators from the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm have gradually arrived in the original realm. It might be that they are acting in the same manner as the forces of the Divine Prefecture. They are channeling more forces into the original realm. Thus, the current situation might be even more complicated than before. However, they might still be acting cautiously, as they had yet to go overboard in the 9 realms for now. Lord Taishian continued, "However, in the lower worlds, there are forces which have begun to act." "What value do the lower worlds hold for them?" asked Yifutian incredulously. Although the original realm had undergone some changes, the value of the lower worlds was still relatively small, especially for the superpowers. "We are not sure. However, it seems that it is related to cultivating. Many people have already lost their lives," said Lord Taishian. "This force is somewhat sinister. They will probably be hard to deal with." "Understood," replied Yifutian as he nodded his head. Where are they now? Since he had already given the command to protect the original realm, he would kill anyone who acted against it. This was the first force that acted against it since he made the announcement. If he did not deal with them, his previous promise would ring hollow, and other forces would most likely follow suit. Right now, other forces were probably observing from the shadows. They were last seen in the Crimson Dragon realm. They have already traveled through quite many realms. As for where they are now, we will need to investigate once we arrive in the Crimson Dragon region, explained Lord Taishian. All right, said Yifutian with a cold and indifferent look in his eyes. The Crimson Dragon region's main realm was the Crimson Dragon realm. He had previously cultivated there. Emperor Xia's realm was also in the Crimson Dragon region. As Yifutian said this, his group immediately departed and headed towards the Crimson Dragon realm through the Teleportation Grand Matrix. Yifutian and the others arrived in the palace of the Crimson Dragon realm. The Crimson Dragon Emperor personally came to welcome them. When he saw the current Yifutian, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was overwhelmed. Although they had not had many interactions, he knew everything that had happened to Yifutian. Back in the day, Yifutian and his brother Yushang had previously cultivated in the Crimson Dragon realm for a period of time. They had even stirred up quite a storm when they entered the palace. Later on, Yifutian followed the juniors of Crimson Dragon Emperor and ventured to the Heavenly Mandate realm to cultivate. After several decades, when Yifutian once again returned to the Crimson Dragon realm, he returned as the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the ruler of the 9 realms, and the person who controlled the original realm. This made him seem like some surreal figure. Crimson Dragon Emperor greeted Yifutian as he walked forwards. The Crimson Dragon Emperor bowed and said, "Greetings, Renhuang Yi." "No need for formalities," said Yifutian. "Crimson Dragon Emperor, do you know where the force of the Dark World is now?" Responded Crimson Dragon Emperor as he nodded his head. "We have been keeping tabs on their movements. If Renhuang Yi wishes to head over there, I will lead the way." "All right, let's head over immediately," said Yifutian. As he said this, their group immediately departed. Their speed was breakneck. Along the way, Yifutian asked Crimson Dragon Emperor, "What has this force done?" Crimson Dragon Emperor explained, they used people to refine life force for their own cultivation. It is an extremely evil dark art. Currently, several realms face the danger of being eliminated. Before this, the Heavenly Mandate Academy also sent people down here, but even they have not made it back alive. The other party might be an extremely powerful force in the dark world. Otherwise, they would not dare to act without restraint. This caused Yi Futian's gaze to narrow. A cold, murderous look flashed past in his eyes. They actually went to such lengths. This force had openly massacred people in the original realm and used them to refine the life force of their own cultivation. The group traversed the sky at a rapid pace. After some time, they arrived at a realm. The realm was filled with the aura of death. The entire space was dark, and there were no signs of life. The ground was littered with corpses. The scene could only be described as tragic. The scene of corpses littered across the ground shocked Yi Futian and the others greatly. Yet alone Yi Futian, even the cultivators from the lower worlds of the Heavenly Mandate realm were livid. Their gazes were filled with murderous looks. The divine light of space flashed, and in an instant, Yi Futian appeared on the ground. A woman carrying a little girl was sitting on the ground. She stared blankly at her surroundings. The eyes of the little girl were filled with terror. A few dead bodies were lying in front of them. Bring them to the Crimson Dragon Realm, instructed Yi Futian. Crimson Dragon Emperor, make arrangements for all the survivors in this realm to be relocated to the Crimson Dragon Realm. Understood. Renhuang Yi. Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded. He was similarly filled to the brim with anger. Murderous intent rampaged in his mind. It was too cruel. This was a living hell. Countless lives in the original realm were used by the force of the dark world for their cultivation. Almost all the cultivators in this realm had been eradicated. The situation was too tragic. Buzz. Renhuang Chun unleashed a frightening will, and it expanded outwards into the distance. He said, let's locate the force of the dark world first. Otherwise, more lives will be sacrificed. Yi Futian stood up, and with a flash, he appeared beside Renhuang Chun. Starlight twinkled around Renhuang Chun, and it enveloped the group within it. The next moment, starlight shone, and they disappeared. Not long after, they arrived at another realm. The aura of death also pervaded this realm. A terrifying will of death seemed to envelop the heavens and earth. The clouds of death loomed over the entire sky, covering the sun. Found them, said Renhuang Chen. He took a step forward, and the group once again shifted to another place. When they appeared again, they were in mid-air, looking down at the ground below. There was a huge altar set up. Towering black stone pillars surrounded the altar. On the altar sat an exotic black-robed youth. Many cultivators gathered around the altar. They seemed to be protecting the black-robed youth. From within this altar, countless shadows seemed to rush out, screaming into the distance endlessly. In the divine consciousness of Renhuang Chan and the others, they saw countless cultivators shrouded and bound by these shadows. The cultivators were swept up into the air, and then their life force was stripped and extracted from them. Their life force was channeled into the center of the altar and consumed by this youth. Bang! A frightening aura burst forth from Renhuang Chen's figure. It severed the connection between the altar and the vast world. The cultivators of this realm were immediately released. The people who were bound freed themselves. They revealed shocked looks. Down below, a few figures appeared on the stone pillars of the altar. All of them had extremely powerful cultivation. Among them, a black-robed elder had an aura so terrifying that even Renhuang Chan felt threatened. As expected, it was as Lord Taixian. The others had surmised this. There was an existence who had survived a divine tribulation of the great path among the force from the dark world. This force was most likely a superpower from the dark world that had descended upon the original realm. They were using the lives of the members of the original realm to refine the life force for cultivation. The youth at the center of the altar raised his head. Menacing light of death flashed in his pupils as he stared at Yi Futian and his group. The youth's level of cultivation was very powerful. He was an 8th-tier Renhuang. His aura was unfathomable. Moreover, he was protected by the tribulation-level mighty existence. One could imagine the status of the youth. This youth was most likely a direct descendant of the leader of a giant-level force in the Dark World. Its status was akin to that of the Holy Land of Taichu. "You've disturbed my cultivation," said the youth. His tone was sinister. He had only recently arrived at the original realm. It was because there were 3,000 realms of the Great Path here, so there were plenty of living beings for him to use for cultivation. There were restrictions in the Dark World, so he couldn't do as he pleased. However, he could do whatever he wanted here. Rumble. Terrifying might of the Great Path descended and pressed down from the heavens. Murderous intent flared up in Renhuang Chen's eyes as he stared at the black-robed youth. He had cultivated in the Ziwei segmentum for many years. Yet, he had never seen such a bloodthirsty cultivator like this youth. The value of human lives was insignificant in the youth's eyes. He actually used people to refine his life force for his own cultivation. The moment Renhuang Chen unleashed his might, the sky seemed to crumble. Rumbling sounds kept thundering. The stone pillars collapsed, and the altar was destroyed. The vast space became the domain of Renhuang Chen. However, at the same time, the tribulation-level elder from the Dark World Force stepped forward, and a storm that struck fear in the hearts of the people around swept out. A dark aura churned in the sky. Death loomed over the vast space. Everyone was trapped in this domain of death. It was as though all the cultivators here would be slaughtered. Both of them were figures of the same level. Neither of them wanted to act recklessly. From afar, more and more cultivators moved closer. With a few leaps, they arrived at the altar. Yifutian scanned the incoming crowd. These cultivators all had strong auras. They were most likely from different forces in the Dark World. However, at this moment, they seemed to be from the same alliance. The gazes of the cultivators were fixed on Yifutian and his group as they unleashed their might. From this scene, Yifutian understood that this youth was from an overlord force in the Dark World. Its position was just like that of Ziwei Imperial Palace in the Ziwei segmentum. All the other top forces had to obey them. No wonder the youth dared to act so presumptuously. His first words upon seeing their arrival were that they were disturbing his cultivation. "Could I trouble you, elder, to send the members of this realm to the side?" asked Yifutian. Renhuang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, his will enveloped the entire realm. In an instant, all the cultivators in the realm felt a formless pressure acting on them. For them, this pressure was similar to that of a deity. "Be gone!" ordered Renhuang Chen. A terrifying, formless power reverberated outwards. At that moment, the cultivators in the realm were sent flying backward by the shockwave. The formless power pushed them to the boundary of the realm. They were kept outside by a gigantic defensive shroud of starlight. This was also to protect them. In the heavens above, Renhuang Chen raised the scepter in his hand. Starlight flashed in his pupils as he stared at the people below. Even the tribulation-level black-robed elder felt a sense of danger at that moment. He could naturally sense how powerful Renhuang Chen was. Someone informed him over transmitted thoughts about the battle at Solar Divine Palace. The expression of the black-robed elder immediately turned much more serious. His black robe rose as the deadly aura around him thickened. "Kill them," ordered Yifutian. There was resolve in his tone as he said this. These cultivators from the Dark World slaughtered the innocents in the original realm, causing the annihilation of an entire realm. They killed countless lives and destroyed many realms. It was impossible to spare the lives of these cultivators. Yifutian was determined to kill all of them regardless of their status. Rumble. The terrifying starry divine swords descended from the sky and charged towards the cultivators in the air. The strongest starry divine sword pointed straight at the black-robed elder. The swords plummeted like meteorites. The scene was frightening. The black-robed elder swept a glance up into the sky. Endless dark light gathered in the vast space. A dark giant appeared out of thin air. It was gigantic and was like the deity of the darkness. Many arms extended from the torso of the giant. All the arms attacked at once. Black punches shattered the space and charged towards the divine swords. The two powers collided. Immediately, cracks appeared in the heavens and earth as an unparalleled storm rampaged. Even the giant-level cultivators were knocked back by the shockwave. Only Runhuang Chun and the black-robed elder stood still in the middle of the battlefield. Yi Futian's figure was also sent flying into the distance by the shockwave. However, he looked at the battlefield with a cold gaze and said, "There's no need to look after me. Kill them." All the giant-level figures around him charged in different directions. Top figures from the dark world also emerged from the crowd. In an instant, a terrifying destructive storm erupted in the sky. A massive battle was taking place in the sky above this realm. The scene was more shocking than that when they were at Solar Divine Palace. Kacha. After a short while, the earth split apart, and the realm was shattered. Could not withstand the attack of a figure at Renhuang Chen's level. The realm itself was being torn apart. In another location, Yi Futian stood alone in the void. His gaze was fixed on one person. He was staring at the youth who was previously cultivating on the altar. This person was also the culprit for this massacre of the living beings within the realm. The youth seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Yi Futian from where he stood. Their gazes met, and the frightening divine light of the great path shot out from their pupils. Boom! Astonishing divine light shot out from Yi Futian's eyes. It attempted to penetrate straight into the consciousness of the other party. It was his eye sorcery. However, the youth's gaze was similarly frightening. As Yi Futian's gaze invaded his own, the silhouette of a reaper appeared in the other party's gaze. It was as though a divine residence was erected within his eyes. The purest power of death lurked within his eyes, blocking off the attack of the invading eye sorcery. The youth's gaze suddenly became even more terrifying. Beams of light of the Reaper shot out straight from his eyes. They formed true death currents of the Great Path, which were extremely pure. They immediately shot towards Yi Futian at astonishing speeds. Yi Futian stood there motionlessly. His body was like that of a divine being. He allowed the death current to invade his body. The divine light of the Great Path flowed over his figure, and the death currents seemed to be flooded by the light. The death currents could not touch him at all. Currently, the power of Yi Futian's flesh had already reached an incredible stage. The youth frowned. After he arrived in the original realm, he had heard of Yi Futian's name. Rumor has it that this person was very powerful and was the top figure in the original realm. Even in the divine prefecture, he was a monstrous figure at the very top. There were many legends about him. For example, it was rumored he controlled the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor, and inherited the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei. However, the youth was similarly a figure whose name was renowned in the dark world. His cultivation plane was also higher than Yi Futian's. Yi Futian was a 7th-tier Runhuang while he was at the 8th tier. The two of them exchanged gazes across space. Then, the youth saw that Yi Futian traversed the space and moved towards him. The youth floated up, and his body became the deathly body of the Great Path. Dark divine light circulated around him. His dark long hair danced in the wind. He was akin to the Reaper. He pointed his finger towards the sky, and immediately the clouds churned, and the wind howled. The entire space was shaking. A boundless, deathly imprint appeared in the sky. He then pointed a finger at Yi Futian. The myriads of death currents instantly moved toward Yi Futian. The death currents flooded the sky. It was the purest power of death, seemingly able to annihilate every form of life. Boom! The boundless, deathly imprint transformed into a river of death that flooded Yi Futian's body. However, an awe-inspiring halo flowed around Yi Futian's divine body of the Great Path. Two polar opposite powers, the power of Yin and the power of the sun, flowed on the surface of his body. His body became the way, and the deathly imprint, which came close to his body, was destroyed. The boundless deathly imprint failed to inundate Yi Futian's divine body of the Great Path. He broke free from the current as the divine light flowed around him. This caused the black-robed youth to frown. Under the attack of his deathly imprint, even an 8th-tier cultivator with a flawless Great Path would be instantly destroyed. However, Yi Futian's body seemed indestructible and immortal. With the power of Yin and the sun's power, its destructive power was also very frightening. His attack actually did not affect Yi Futian. This caused the black-robed youth to sense a sliver of danger. Buzz! Yi Futian accelerated, descending like a meteorite bathed in flames as he charged towards the black-robed youth. Boom! Astonishing death currents burst forth from the body of the black-robed youth. In an instant, the vast space was buried in the will of death that took the form of a reaper. Its pupils swept towards Yi Futian, who was charging down towards it. That eye was like the eye of hell. A hell reaper appeared and devoured everything. Limitless death currents swirled towards Yi Futian's body as if they were tentacles. When the power submerged Yi Futian's body, despite his godlike body, his body still began to corrode while his divine light was suppressed. The death will was eroding into him. It was like Yi Futian had fallen into a divine will domain. Countless illusions of ghosts and deities surrounded the space he was in. It was like true hell, and no end was in sight. Clearly, this black-shirt Renhuang of the 8th plane was not just your ordinary cultivator. He was extremely powerful. Boom! At that moment, a gorgeous diagram suddenly sprouted from Yi Futian's body. It was like a divine diagram of the Great Path. A sun and a moon seemed to surround it. The polarizing power of Yin and Yang transformed into a Yin-Yang divine diagram. Moreover, it kept growing bigger and bigger. The frightening power of Yin and Yang burst from within and wiped away all the death currents surrounding Yi Futian. It had countered all the demonic powers. A domain, huh? Yi Futian scanned the large Great Path domain. It looked like he was stuck inside it. The Yin-Yang diagram suddenly became gigantic and floated behind him. The divine fire of the sun and the power of Yin swirled out at the same time. Moreover, the Yin-Yang diagram also contained the mighty sword will, which had been transformed into the sun sword and the shadow sword. Both sword wills darted around him and wiped out all the demons. Then, a frightening rumbling filled the air. Under the divine swords of Yin and Yang, the domain formed by the divine wheel of the Great Path trembled. At that moment, a Hell Reaper appeared within the domain. It looked just like the youngster. His heart fluctuated slightly as he felt the destructive powers hidden within the Yin-Yang diagram. These were two extreme powers, the divine power of the sun and the divine power of Yin. However, they were both controlled by one person. The young man trained in the purest form of the Great Path of Death. Moreover, his level was higher than Yi Futian's. However, his Great Path was still suppressed by Yi Futian's strength. His body definitely contained some extraordinary divine powers. Then, the horrendous Hell Reaper extended its palm to grab Yi Futian. Multiple horrible marks of the Reaper were within its palm. Through the dark divine light, loud rumbling noises filled the air. Its arm faced upwards and its palm instantly shrouded the entire space. Escape seemed impossible. Just how strong is the full-powered attack of a Renhuang of the 8th plane? Yi Futian wanted to see just how strong he was. Vong! Divine lights flashed. Yi Futian's divine body of the Great Path shot down. He did not try to dodge and charged straight towards the giant palm of the Hell Reaper that contained multiple marks of the Reaper. Divine lights of Yin and Yang surrounded Yi Futian's body as he transformed into a sword of the Great Path. At that moment, his body could transform into the Great Path, and with that, all the powers of the Great Path that he wielded would be able to blossom. At that moment, his figure, while dashing downward, was more beautiful and attractive than a meteor. The Hell Reaper's giant palm smashed outward and clashed with Yi Futian's body. The marks of the Reaper in the middle of its palm exploded into frightening divine lights of death that sent wild shockwaves toward Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's body, which had transformed into a sword, was blocked by the Reaper's marks. The destructive light spread toward his surroundings. A crisp crack sounded. Yi Futian's body of the Great Path had become notably darker. However, at that moment cracks had begun to appear on the marks of the Reaper. The number of cracks increased rapidly, and after a while, they were destroyed and turned into frightening death currents. As for Yi Futian, his body continued to charge downward after he directly punctured the Hell Reaper's arm. Each and every inch of the Reaper's arm where Yi Futian passed by cracked and crumbled. In an instant, he had reached his opponent's body. Rumble, the great path domain crumbled in that instant. A figure was sent flying outside. The giant Hell Reaper's body was also destroyed. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Yifutian floated in the sky. While the divine light on his body had dimmed considerably, his image was still breathtaking. Feeling the residual death currents inside his body destroyed by divine powers, Yifutian could not help but feel somewhat shocked. If it were someone else, they would have most certainly died under the marks of the Reaper. Underneath, the black-shirt youth coughed fresh blood out from his mouth. His face was slightly pale as he raised his head to stare at Yifutian, who was floating in the sky. In the dark world, he had never suffered such an overwhelming defeat. Moreover, his opponent today was a practitioner whose plane level was below his. Then, at that moment, a yin-yang diagram floated in the sky. Divine lights of yin and yang descended simultaneously, shrouding the endless space, including the black-shirt youth's body. The frightening radiance of a divine sword shot downward in an attempt to annihilate its intended target. As the divine sword closed in to kill the black-shirt youth on the spot, balls of frightening dark clouds suddenly appeared above the youth's head. The clouds rumbled and roared. Then, a demonic figure seemed to appear. Black blades of light seemed to appear from within the frightening dark clouds. When the divine sword arrived, it was devoured and had failed to strike its target. Or, the demonic cloud, carrying the demonic figure within it, flew towards Yifutian in the sky. In an instant, the entire space looked like it was about to be destroyed. It was a horrifying scene. However, at that same moment, a ray of divine light of space veiled Yifutian's body. When the demon attempted to devour him, the divine light of space directly transported Yifutian away. It was Old Ma. At the same time, a powerful heavyweight-level figure also appeared beside the black-shirt youth. Yifutian's cold glare shifted towards his opponent. He had failed to kill him. He was already able to estimate his combat strength through the battle earlier. With the number of abilities and skills he possessed at that moment, he would dominate his opponent at the 7th plane level. If he were on the 8th plane, even freakshow and genius-level existences would not be a problem. Since he could defeat the black-shirt youth, Ninghua would most likely not be a problem. Among the giants, he should have already reached the peak. His gaze shifted toward the powerful cultivator who initiated the move earlier. Yifutian's eyes, which held a murderous aura, exhibited his eagerness to try. He wanted to duke it out with the heavyweight figure. The black-shirt youth stared at Yifutian. The pride and arrogance that he displayed earlier were no longer evident in his eyes. He completely lost to Yifutian. If it were not for the support from someone else, he might have died at Yifutian's hands. "Retreat," the black-shirt youth said. He wanted to retreat and temporarily leave this place. The practitioners of the original realm seemed somewhat difficult to deal with. As soon as he spoke, the top figures of the dark world prepared to leave the battlefield. However, when they raised their head, they could only see Yifutian speaking to Renhuang Chun, who was standing high above in the sky. "Seal this realm. Do not let a single person leave." "Roger." Renhuang Chun nodded. Then, in an instant, the entire space was shrouded by a frightening light screen. The light screen was surrounded by divine lights of stars, making it look like a real galaxy. The space within had been turned into a starry domain. Unless the starry domain broke, none of their enemies would be able to leave. The youth's gaze turned cold as he saw this unfold before him. The people of the original realm actually wanted to make them stay there. "Come up," said Renhuang Chun, high up in the air. Suddenly, multiple figures charged into the clouds towards the sky. Then, they landed beside Renhuang Chun. They knew what Renhuang Chun wanted to do. At the same time, the cultivators of the opposing side had also gathered together in an area below them. The black-robed elder raised his head to look at Renhuang Chun. In the earlier battle, he had already sensed that his opponent's battle strength was above his own, and the scepter in his opponent's hands was also extraordinary. This person was very frightening. Then, the star light screen of the area began to twirl. Countless rays of starlight descended from above. Intense roars rang in the air. After that, blades of starry divine swords emerged high up in the sky. At the same time, as Renhuang Chun extended his hand holding the scepter directly connected to the star light screen and devoured the limitless starlight. After that, everything converged and transformed into a sky-reaching, divine sword that pointed downward. A ray of starlight shot outward into the sky. It was as if all the starlight in the 9 heavens had landed onto the starry light screen and converged into the starry divine sword, making it more powerful. One after another, the gigantic starry divine swords seemed intent on burying the entire world. The top figures of the dark world felt a sense of crisis. Each of them released a frightening power of the great path from their bodies. The incredible existence above who had gone through a tribulation wanted to annihilate them all on the spot. The black-shirt youth's gaze was cold. Aurora of the Reaper shot out from his pupils. In the dark world, the faction he belonged to was one of the best. Apart from the Dark Court and a few other factions, no one else would dare to act so impudently in front of them, not to mention the fact that they were trying to kill them. Now, in this land within the Void Realm which had long become abject, there was actually a faction that intended to destroy them. The black-robed elder had a solemn expression on his face. He stood in front of the youth. The cultivators of the dark world also gathered behind him. Then, his black robe fluttered, and a frightening aura burst from his body. It seemed as if black clouds had covered the sky and blocked out the starlight. A world of inferno seemed to have emerged in this space and covered the vast sky and boundless land. It also seemed to want to devour Renhuang Chun and the others in the sky. Inside this space, multiple shadows of demons and ghosts appeared. They held dark spears, crimson-colored demonic hammers, reaper sickles, and many others. It looked like the real hell. There was also a frightening light of catastrophe blinking. It was the light of catastrophe from the Reaper. It crushed anything in its path. A frightening treasure also appeared in front of the black-robed elder. It looked like it was crafted from a divine wheel of the great path. A powerful and frightening power seemed to be propagating within it. The light of catastrophe flashed incessantly. It looked like a mighty dark magic item had been smelted into his divine wheel of the great path. They had merged into one, and it was extremely powerful. "Kill!" Renhuang Chun shouted from the sky. Suddenly, the endless starry divine light swept past the darkness. With vast and mighty world-destroying strength, it shot downward. Frightening sounds of rumbling filled the skies. The starry divine swords pierced through heaven and earth. Accompanied by the descent of the blinding divine light, the swords shot toward the cultivators of the dark world. All the cultivators of the dark world released intimidating power of the great path as they prepared to block it. The strongest person was naturally the black-robed elder, who blocked the attack right in front of him. When the starry divine swords pierced into the space of inferno, the demons and ghosts directly slammed into them. Blades of light of catastrophe also shot towards them. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to crumble as a devastating and destructive storm appeared within the space of inferno. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The starry divine sword in the middle contained the greatest might. It shot downward. Demons and ghosts were directly punctured and destroyed. They could not block it at all. This was also the sword that killed the tribulation-level existence on Sun God Mountain in the past. One could only imagine just how scary it was. Boom! The sword smashed into its enemy. Like a god stopping a godslayer, the sword directly shot towards the cultivators below. The black-robed elder had a solemn expression. He threw the black alms bowl in his hand into the sky. Suddenly, the black alms bowl transformed into a separate space that devoured everything. The gigantic starry divine sword was actually devoured by this black alms bowl. Then, inside the bowl, the starry divine light and destructive dark divine light exploded at the same time. Loud sounds of explosions continuously came from within. The black alms trembled violently. The black-robed elder raised an arm and held the black alms bowl. A surge of the power of the great path flowed into the bowl. The dark energy in the surrounding area also surged crazily into the bowl, as if trying to devour all power of the great path. The shaking became more and more violent. 2 rays of divine light turned around and shot upwards into the sky. A ray of starry divine light, a ray of destructive light of catastrophe. They were interwoven together. In the sky, Ren Huangchen's purple robe also began to flutter. He extended his foot forward. Divine powers poured into the scepter in his hand from below. Then, a loud explosion ensued. A loud and violent sound came from the black alms bowl. The black-robed elder could be heard letting out a slight grunt. After that, vague sounds of something breaking and cracking could be heard. Then, many people were surprised to find out that underneath the giant black alms bowl, cracks had appeared. Blades of frightening starry divine light leaked from within. It was as if they were going to burst out from there at any moment. The black-robed elder's black robe expanded. He raised his hand to point at the black alms bowl. Then, a more powerful divine power of the Great Path seemed to surge into it. 2 types of auras crashed and collided with each other within. Boom! A powerful blast rang in the air. The black alms bowl finally burst open. The black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura had also weakened significantly. However, even though the black alms bowl was broken, the starry divine sword was also destroyed. It did not continue homing in to kill its target. He destroyed a divine wheel of the Great Path. The hearts of many cultivators from the dark world beat violently. That was a tribulation-level existence. He was actually pushed into this state. He had 1 divine wheel of the Great Path destroyed, and he also suffered severe injuries. It looked like it would be near impossible for him to recover. This strike was enough to diminish the prospects of this black-robed elder. It seemed like he couldn't progress even a step further. His cultivation could even deteriorate. However, at that moment it was not time yet to think about such things. Right then, they did not even know if they would be able to get out of there alive, much less think about anything related to the future. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Starry divine lights began to converge again. In the sky, the star light screen continued to breed devastating powers. It looked like it would not stop until they were annihilated. The cultivators from the dark world knew that they had encountered someone extremely difficult this time. They were actually going to kill them for a few commoners of some realms. Bang! However, at that moment, the star light screen suddenly shook violently. The space they were in was already sealed. However, for such violent shaking to occur, it was clear that someone was attacking from the outside. Ren Huangchan spread his divine consciousness outside the sealed territory and saw that many cultivators had appeared. Then, another loud bang. Multiple cracks appeared on the star light screen. After that, it broke. High in the sky, from multiple different directions, cultivators stood tall and proud. The auras emanating from their bodies were frightening. They were all top-level cultivators. Seeing the scene before them, light returned to the eyes of the dark world cultivators below. Someone had come to support them. Ren Huangchun focused on the cultivators who appeared, only to see one of them stepping forward at this moment. The aura permeated from the man was terrifying, as he was also an existence of the tribulation level. The other cultivators who with him also possessed an aura that was equally as frightening. These people were from the dark world. They recognized Yi Futian and his party. Almost all the top cultivators from the original realm had participated in that battle at Heavenly Mandate Academy. Only those who descended on the original realm later did not witness what took place during the battle. Even so, they had heard about Yi Futian and Ziwei Segmentum. The cultivators from Dark Court. Yi Futian marveled. That powerful existence who came forward may be from the Dark Court. Like the Imperial Palace in Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court was a ruling power in the Dark World. It had an unknown number of cultivators who possessed unimaginable prowess. Gai Qiong, who was killed by Yi Futian, was one of Divine Prefecture's divine generals. Of course, in the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture, there was no lack of individuals with this cultivation level, and the Dark Court was no exception. This powerful existence who had arrived was one of the cultivators presided over the 8 thrones in the Dark Court, a supreme existence ranked close to the top, the Infernal King himself. The reason for the Infernal King to come in person was because he had an extraordinary relationship with this young man in black. He came from the same bloodline as the young man and later became a cultivator on the throne after he had entered the Dark Court to cultivate. In the cultivation world, anyone who had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path was regarded as a supreme cultivator. In Ziwei Segmentum, aside from the previous palace lord, only Renhuang was a cultivator of the tribulation level. Donghua domain in which Yi Futian had cultivated before Emperor Shi. It was rumored that only the domain chief of Donghua domain had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. And the domain chief of the domain chief's manor was a supreme being who could rule in the stead of the great emperor if need be. Therefore, cultivators of the tribulation level were highly regarded. The fact that a supreme existence of tribulation level was willing to protect the young man in black called the young man's background into question. It was not hard to imagine from what great force was he originated. This was also the consensus between Yi Futian and the others. In truth, the youth in black came from one of the top principalities in the Dark World, the Infernal Clan, which ruled boundless territory within the Dark World. Legend had it that, in the ancient times, the clan had godlike cultivators passing down their inheritance until this day. However, the true depth of their strength was unfathomable. The Infernal Clan had produced many extraordinary figures for the Dark World. Among them, the Infernal King was the most excellent. When he was appointed, he was named the Infernal King, the master of the Infernal Throne. Strictly speaking, the Infernal King was the junior brother of the current clan leader of the Infernal Clan. Therefore, the young man in black should be addressing him as Uncle Master. It was not hard to deduce the status of the young man in black in the Dark World. This was why he acted so recklessly when he reached the original realm, refining the vitality of other cultivators for his own gain with impunity, destroying the realm at every chance he had. The Infernal King's eyes were indifferent, and a chill shrouded this space. He was the top 3 existence among the 8 kings of the Dark Court. In addition to the 2 top cultivators among the 8 kings, there were also individual supreme existences above the 8 kings, as well as that old monster who had previously hidden in the shadows. His status could be considered as being at the very peak of all existence. Their entry to the original realm this time was supervised by him. In addition to the battle at the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time, the Dark World had sent a cultivator who had passed the second divine tribulation. On the outside, it appeared that he commanded all the cultivators of the Dark World in the original realm. Uncle Master! Yi Futian's eyes sharpened when he heard the young man in black calling out to the Infernal King. His eyes swept toward the Infernal King and the youth in black. Was this young man have some direct connection with the Dark Court? No wonder he was so brazen to kill without discrimination. The Infernal King nodded slightly, but the look on his face was gloomy. His eyes swept over at Yi Futian and the others coldly, and there was a strong murderous intent in his heart. However, he was also a little apprehensive, so he did not dare to attack Yi Futian outright. After all, the memory of that battle was still fresh in his mind. The teacher who came to this world may be of the Imperial realm, and they couldn't afford to offend someone at this level. Remember what kind of character the Saint Emperor of the Holy Land of Taichu was? A supreme being who had passed the second divine tribulation of the Great Path was comparable to his senior brother's position as the clan leader of Infernal Clan in the Dark World. Divine prefecture aside, even in the entire world, such a person was at the top of all existences. A person at this level was almost killed on the spot. If it weren't for the opponent's mercy, he would have been killed most unceremoniously with great embarrassment to boot. Yi Futian, now, was regarded as one of the thorniest characters who could not be provoked, at least in the land of the original realm. So it was best not to touch him. Anything that happened to Yi Futian would anger that mysterious but supreme existence, and they would not be able to stay in the original realm. Let me settle the matter by taking him away. What do you say? The Infernal King proposed while looking at Yi Futian. His group was actually a bit stronger in strength, but he didn't dare to touch Yi Futian carelessly. At the moment, several existences of the Imperial realm had reached a tacit agreement with one another, achieving a state of balance. If the teacher was truly a hidden figure of the Imperial realm, any provocations might have unforeseeable consequences, and even he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, even the Infernal King had his concerns. Uncle Master, The young man in black looked at the infernal king questioningly. Would they let him go? The powerful existence among them, who was of the tribulation level, had lost his divine wheel of the great path. If it weren't for the infernal king and the others who arrived in time, Yi Futian and the others would have killed and destroyed them right here. And now, to spare them? To let the whole matter go? Even though he had heard of that battle, could there really be someone of the imperial realm? Even if someone of the imperial realm were really to intervene, wouldn't the master of the Dark Court come in person? Obviously, as someone merely cultivating in the infernal clan, he did not have as many concerns as the infernal king. After all, their responsibilities were different. The infernal king was responsible for the entire situation. Likewise, Yi Futian could never allow the infernal king to take the young man away. His eyes showed indifference. This man was a menace in the original realm, killed and slaughtered at will at every turn to bring hell on earth, causing many to lose their lives. How could he let him go just like that? Can you leave him? Yi Futian pointed to the young man in black and replied. He could see that the cultivators from the dark world didn't want to offend him, and that was why he proposed that he would drop the matter when he could take the young man with him. At any rate, this blood debt must be repaid. The dark eyes of the infernal king looked at Yi Futian, revealing a mighty and coercive spirit upon his person, exerting a tremendous sense of oppression on him. He thought he had already conceded quite a lot to Yi Futian. As the infernal king, he didn't pursue this matter further and was willing to let the whole thing go as long as he could take his people away. But Yi Futian refused to give up and demanded him to hand over the young man. Ren Huangchen's figure appeared in front of Yi Futian, the scepter in his hand covered in brilliant light, releasing wisps of starry divine light. A powerful pressure was now released toward the infernal king, as he could faintly detect that the strength of the infernal king was above the old man in the black robe. If there was a battle, they had no advantage to speak of. They may want to detain these people, but it would be difficult. No! The infernal king stared at Yi Futian and refused. A mighty pressure permeated the atmosphere, colliding with the aura of Ren Huangchen. Ren Huangchen might be strong, but as the number 3 person presiding over the 8 thrones of the Dark Court, he was not afraid of Ren Huangchen. He didn't attack Yi Futian because he had some reservations regarding that mysterious teacher, not because of Yi Futian himself or any of these cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy. Otherwise, he would have already gone to war with them. As a cultivator from the Dark Court and as the master of the Infernal Throne, apart from those who had survived the Second Divine Tribulation and the Emperor of the Highest, not many others could scare him. As for his nephew, how could he hand him over? Whether it was from the standpoint of the Dark Court or the standpoint of the clan, if he had handed his nephew over today, wouldn't that mean the Dark Court was in fear of a junior figure? And how would he explain this to his senior brother? In the Dark World, his senior brother, the clan leader of the Infernal Clan, was in existence with transcendent status. Clearly, Yi Futian felt the aura from the Infernal King. He knew it was highly improbable for this master of a throne from the Dark Court to relinquish the guilty party to him. Surveying the situation and judging from the makeup of the cultivators present at the moment, the Dark Court was a few degrees stronger than they were. If they started a war, they could have a high chance of losing. He glanced at the young man in black in the sky below, and his murderous intention was stronger still. "This is not over yet," said Yi Futian coldly. He then looked at the Infernal King and said, "Please leave, all of you." The Infernal King knew what Yi Futian meant. Obviously, the matter would not end there, and he was not so quick to write this off, but he was constrained by the current circumstances to let them go. In the future, he would find a way to execute his nephew. Even though you have powerful backings, you need to recognize who are the masters of this world, said the Infernal King. He then waved his hand, beckoning his people to go. The master of the divine prefecture, such as Donghuang the Great, the master of the Dark Court, the evil emperor of the empty divine realm, and several other supreme cultivators were considered the true masters of this world. Perhaps there was someone behind Yi Futian who was on the level of the great emperor, but if he was foolish enough to declare war on the Dark World, then the master of the Dark Court himself may get involved personally. Before leaving, the young man in black looked at Yi Futian coldly, as well as that strong cultivator whose divine wheel of the great path had been shattered. both left with reluctance. They came from the infernal clan and were humiliated in the land of the original realm. If it weren't for the intervention of the infernal king, they would have died here. This was such an unbearable disgrace. In the distance, dark currents tumbled and roared. Soon those men disappeared. Watching them leave, Yi Futian retracted his focus. Although he was now in the realm of Upper Renhuang, and his combat power had reached the level of near invincible, just a hair beneath those major figureheads, he was still a little behind if he wanted to contend with the peak forces in this world. Let's first settle the cultivators from this world first and take them to other domains, said Yi Futian. This domain had been destroyed by this great battle and had previously experienced unprecedented bloodbath. It was no longer suitable for any cultivators to remain here. Yes, someone nodded next to him. The Crimson Dragon Emperor, who stood behind him, was deep in his thoughts. Yi Futian had done a lot already. For the people of the lower worlds, he almost wiped out the cultivators from a superpower in the dark world. If it were not for the arrival of the Infernal King at the last minute, these invaders would probably die right here. However, this time their opponent was the dark world, and the strength of the original realm was still lesser. If their opponent unified and combined all the forces of the dark world, it would not be something that the original realm or their ally could hope to contend. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is still not strong enough, Yi Futian said in a low voice, looking at the carnage that was left behind. He felt sorry that he was unable to detain the guilty party successfully. At present, the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not enough to protect the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and save it from catastrophes. This is not something that can be changed overnight. After all, the Dark Court itself had gotten involved, said the Sky River Great Elder, who was next to him. What's more, the young man called the Infernal King Uncle Master, so they must have some special relationship. If you want war, Heavenly Mandate Academy has to face the Dark World. Although the Academy is much stronger today, it has no way to compete with the Dark World and the power hidden within its shadows. Yi Futian certainly understood that the Dark World was a force comparable to that of Divine Prefecture, and how strong was the Divine Prefecture. In the land of the 18 domains, the power of any one domain was already extraordinary enough. The sum of all 18 domains would be beyond even the wildest imagination. With the power of the Imperial Palace to boot, it was something terrifying. More recently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's foundation was bolstered by the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum. Otherwise, even if all the top forces in the original realm were to unite, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not be taken seriously by anyone. If we want to contend with the Dark World, we have to join forces with the Divine Prefecture, Emperor Nen said. It's just that each of the forces in the Divine Prefecture has their own ideas and issues, and they divided by many internal disputes. When many forces fought against you and tried to unite Divine Prefecture, we saw how difficult it was. But perhaps we can start with some of the forces and convince them to develop an alliance with Heavenly Mandate Academy first. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. He understood what Emperor Nen meant. In that battle once upon a time, several major principalities stood by his side, such as Lord Luo from Outer Violet Heaven and the Sword Goddess from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow in the Donghua domain. These forces had remained friendly with him after the battle and might enter the Starry Cultivation Court in Ziwei Segmentum by way of Heavenly Mandate Academy at any time. Princess Donghuang is already in the lower worlds. She should have the ability to clean up and consolidate the powers in the Divine Prefecture, said Yi Futian. The Divine Prefecture is a little different. Except for the Domain Chief's Manor of the 18 domains, the Imperial Palace does not directly control the top principalities of the Divine Prefecture. Unless there is a real chance for war, the Imperial Palace probably will not order them to do anything, Emperor Nan responded. That's true enough, Yi Futian responded. He had fallen into contemplation. In the land of the 18 domains, each Domain Chief's Manor held great influence. However, when it came to forging a relationship with the Donghua domain and the Xianxia domain, the two domains he had personal experience with, his relationship with these two Domain Chiefs' Manors was not excellent. The Domain Chief's Manor in the Donghua domain wanted to get rid of him for a long time now, and the domain chief's manor in the Xianxia domain wanted to control him. "Let's go back first," Yifutian proposed, and everyone nodded in agreement. There was no sense for them to stay here after the cultivators of this world had left. Then the group levitated in the air to depart. In the void, Yifutian looked down to survey the destruction of the realm, which fed the murderous intent that was still blazing in his heart as his eyes drifted somewhere far away. Emperor Nan's words reminded him that he really must strengthen the power of the original realm. Yifutian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But the whole affair was far from over. The murderers who had ravaged the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not apprehended and punished. Instead, they were brought back by the Dark World. This matter, of course, was not over. However, the battle that took place in the lower worlds had created quite a lot of waves. Cultivators in both Divine Prefecture and the Dark World noticed the news, and all the principalities were on high alert. Although Yifutian did not fulfill his promises, at the very least, he was working hard on making them a reality. Had it not been for the Infernal King arriving in person from the Dark Court just in time, perhaps Yifutian would have already killed those cultivators who brought terror to the lower worlds. It was said that they were the cultivators from the Infernal Clan, a peak principality of the Dark World. In that battle, a cultivator of the Tribulation level had his divine wheel of the Great Path crushed, which spoke volumes of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's resolve. As such, even though Yifutian was not able to fulfill his promise for the time being, the cultivators from various forces in the Dark World would do well to remember the trouble they got themselves in and no longer dare to wreak havoc in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In reality, how many of them dared to compare themselves with the Infernal Clan? Furthermore, if something happened to them, the Infernal King may not arrive in time to rescue them. After all, the Infernal King himself was a cultivator from the Infernal Clan. Likewise, the forces in the Divine Prefecture were aware of Yifutian's determination. The Heavenly Mandate Academy, an ally, was actively fulfilling the promise made by Yifutian to guard the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, not to control it. But for this, Yifutian and the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy who had participated in that battle were greatly dissatisfied. They had witnessed the cruelty and bloodlust of their opponents. They had destroyed the realm and rendered it an inferno on earth. However, these killers left with their lives, which, of course, was much to their chagrin. In the Starry Sky world, there were many top cultivators at Ziwei the Great's cultivating court. In addition to the many powerful men from Heavenly Mandate Academy, some forces represented the Divine Prefecture. For example, the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan, the cultivators from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, and the father and daughter duo of Lord Luo and Luo Su from Outer Violet Heaven were all in attendance. Emperor Shi, Thunder-Punishing Sky Lord, the Millet Emperor Li Changsheng, and the others had been comprehending the mystery of the starry sky all along to see if they could comprehend something from it. After all, the Great Emperor was an irresistible allure for any top-level cultivators. They hoped that in perceiving the meaning of the Great Emperor, they might have the opportunity to explore the mystery of a higher realm. At this time, Yifutian and the others had returned as well. Although they were eager for revenge, Yifutian understood the situation clearly. He knew the limit of his own strength. What could he use to attack the forces in the Dark World? The strength of Heavenly Mandate Academy was far from enough. Emperor Yi. At this moment, in the starry sky, several beautiful ladies turned to look at Yifutian. They were the three goddesses from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Qin Qing, Jiang Yueli, and Chu Hanshi. The sword goddess was not far in the sky above them. She was comprehending the will hidden within this starry sky world. The higher a person's realm, the more they could sense that unfathomable aura. Vaguely, they could perceive that this starry sky seemed to be transformed by the will of the gods in heaven. Although they were not able to detect anything solid, it did bring them some insights. For some lucky person, perhaps an epiphany could be experienced. Yifutian nodded to the goddesses, then said to Jiang Yueli, "Goddess Yueli has been in the 8th realm for many years and is the existence closest to the peak of Renhuang. I wonder if the starry sky world could help the goddess take that one last step. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult than that." Jiang Yueli smiled gently while looking at Yifutian. She said, This last step is also the most difficult step to take. Once this step is taken, one then embarks on the path to higher pursuits. However, under this starry sky, a mysterious and unpredictable power is perceived. I hope I could comprehend something from it. She then smiled and continued as if she had remembered something. Don't keep talking about me. When I saw Emperor Yi last, I never thought that your strength would grow so rapidly. Today, your combat effectiveness should be well above mine. Yi Futian's growth was indeed frightening. In her eyes, he was still a young genius talent who used to tag along with Li Chongsheng and Zhong Quan. However, now, he was stranger than her even if he was behind in realm. One goddess Yueli is overly modest. I am only in the 7th realm. Quite a bit below the goddess still, Yi Futian replied. Next to them, Qin Qing and Chu Hanxi were both astounded by Yi Futian's growth. They knew that their senior sister was right. Yi Futian's combat effectiveness was already far above them. Now, other than the major figureheads, it's hard for anyone to compete with him. Once upon a time, he was chased and threatened by Ning Hua, who did everything to suppress him. But today, if the two were to meet again in battle, Ning Hua probably wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Futian. Whatever power that the goddesses want to perceive, I can urge the divine power of the starry sky so that the goddesses may perceive it more clearly, said Yi Futian. The three of them were speechless when they heard what he said. It seemed that Yi Futian was in full control of this starry sky world. At this time, the sword goddess, who was above in the sky, came over to Yi Futian and said, "Is the will of Ziwei the Great still in this starry sky world?" Yi Futian bowed slightly toward the sword goddess, extremely courteous, and replied, "To answer Elder's question, the will of Ziwei the Great has been completely integrated with this starry sky world. As long as this starry sky world exists, then the will of the Great Emperor exists with it also, unless the starry sky world is vanquished somehow. However, what kind of tribulation would be able to vanquish this world? That would probably be something that requires the intervention from the Great Emperor. Here, he could leverage the starry sky in battle. Back then, even the original palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace was killed by him when he leveraged this power. Therefore, only the likes of the Great Emperor might stand a chance to destroy this starry sky. Anyone else would perish." The sword goddess nodded gently and understood everything. This was probably the reason why she had sensed a mysterious and unpredictable force in this starry sky. "May I perceive it a little more clearly?" the sword goddess asked. "Of course," replied Yi Futian. "Elder, please follow me." "Well then," the sword goddess nodded as the two moved higher up. The face of Ziwei the Great was still there, and they appeared just under that massive visage. Yi Futian looked up at the starry sky, and the boundless sky suddenly brightened up a few degrees more. As the stars shone, the infinite divine glory of the stars showered upon the sword goddess, who was beside him. At this moment, the sword goddess raised her head to look at the starry sky. She stretched out her hand to touch the starlight, and that feeling became even stronger. Many cultivators now looked at them and marveled at Yi Futian's absolute control over this starry sky. A turn of his thought could attract the divine glory of the starry sky. Even the will of the Great Emperor could be summoned. After a long while, the sword goddess said to Yi Futian, "Thank you very much. Elder is being too formal." As Yi Futian moved his thoughts, the starry divine light gradually dissipated. He continued, "In this starry sky world, aside from these imperial stars, many stars contain some type of particular powers, suitable for many in the Renhuang realm to comprehend. However, this was not necessary for someone like yourself and your realm. However, if you agree, people from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow may come here to cultivate and use this place as a place for cultivation." The sword goddess stared at Yi Futian, wondering if he meant for the cultivators of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow to cultivate here. Once he saw the sharpness in her eyes, Yi Futian continued, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy could be an ally with Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Now that chaos reign over the original realm, sooner or later, it will spread to the Divine Prefecture and the rest of the world." The sword goddess understood Yi Futian's meaning instantly. While her eyes were still fastened on Yi Futian, she then nodded and said, Very well. Clearly, she was willing to accept him as an ally. In fact, she was very optimistic about Yi Futian's future prospects. Yi Futian's potential was clear enough to the divine prefecture. But the cultivators from the dark world and empty divine realm, too, could see his potential and the future that awaited him. He possessed various kinds of imperial-level inheritances, all of which were lusted after by many enchanting geniuses, but none could obtain and control them except Yi Futian. Such a stunning figure would be another legend in the making. There was even a chance for him to prove the realm in the supremacy of the way. But today's Yi Futian was still in a period of development, and because he was limited to his own strength, he needed allies. The kind of alliance formed at a time like this would naturally be the most stable. Now, the sword goddess Cultivation had reached a bottleneck. After the peak of Renhuang, the crossing of the divine tribulation follows, which would be a real challenge unimaginably difficult to accomplish. Perhaps Yi Futian may be able to help her in the future. It was an opportunity for Yi Futian as well as for herself. Thank you, Elder. Yi Futian bowed slightly to the sword goddess. The sword goddess had strong cultivation and was definitely a powerful ally. I'll talk to the other elders, Yi Futian said again, and the sword goddess nodded. Go, she said. Obviously, she understood that Yi Futian wanted to strengthen the power of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The original realm used to be nothing, but since its unification under Yi Futian, with the power of Ziwei Segmentum behind him, the original realm was now a mighty force. As it continued to seek allies, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would become stronger still. Compared with other principalities in the Divine Prefecture, the Academy had already surpassed most of them. Even the Domain Chief's manor was no longer a competition unless it recruited some powerful cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Once such an existence had been produced by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it would immediately become one of the most powerful principalities in the Divine Prefecture. Furthermore, this was not taking into consideration that teacher from Four Corner Village. If that teacher was included, then the Heavenly Mandate Academy could be regarded as a pinnacle principality. However, the teacher seemed to live outside of this world and had no interest in participating in secular affairs. Even though he made an appearance in that battle in the original realm, it was only for protecting Yi Futian, and he did not demonstrate his full strength. Yi Futian found the Duan family as well. Duan Tianxiong from the ancient royal family of Duan agreed readily enough. He was on Yi Futian's side in that battle and would never refuse such a request. In addition, he was already quite optimistic about Yi Futian when they were still in the Divine Prefecture. Later, he had witnessed the strength and the cultivation of the teacher from Four Corner Village, coupled with more and more revelations of Yi Futian's enchanting talents. He would obviously never miss an opportunity to form such a powerful alliance with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Finally, Yi Futian came to Emperor Shi and bowed, saying, Emperor Shi, I heard what you said just now. Do you want me to become an ally of the Academy as well? Emperor Shi smiled and asked Yi Futian. I dare not. Yi Futian shook his head and said, My life was saved by the Elder, or I may very well have already perished in the battle at Donghua Domain. Many of our friends also owed the Elder for sheltering them in their time of needs, so I am in no position to demand anything from you. I only wanted to let you know that the Elder and cultivators from Turtle Deity Island are more than welcome to cultivate at Ziwei Imperial Palace anytime you wish. You can also go to Four Corner Village if you wish. There are some cultivation grounds in the village that may be suitable for Renhuang from Turtle Deity Island. Emperor Shi smiled and nodded. If I have the opportunity, I would also like to visit the teacher in the village, but I don't know if he would see it as a disturbance to his cultivation. If Emperor Shi were to visit in person, the teacher should be willing to receive you, Yi Futian replied. As for Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, Yi Futian would not mention anything about the alliance. He had previously cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower, and he owed Emperor Shi his life. So, he wouldn't talk to them about the alliance because their relationships were different. Moreover, even if he didn't mention it, in time of real crisis, Emperor Shi, the Millet Emperor, and the others would not stand idly by. All of them were there in the last battle. Futian, Emperor Shi looked at Yi Futian and suddenly asked, "You now have comprehended the will of many great emperors, and your understanding is deeper than most, so the speed of your cultivation is much faster than of ordinary people. How many years will it take you to reach the peak of Renhuang?" "Within 20 years, said Yi Futian. 20 years, Emperor Shi nodded. If he could really do it in 20 years, it would be considered extremely fast. With Yi Futian's combat effectiveness, once he stepped into the peak of Renhuang, he would unlikely to find any opponents beneath cultivators of the tribulation level. "How about divine tribulations?" Emperor Shi asked again. Yi Futian shook his head. "I haven't even touched the peak of Renhuang. I have no idea how long it will be for me to cross the divine tribulations." "Which level do you think you can reach?" Emperor Shi looked at him and asked. When he was crossing the divine tribulation of the Great Path on Turtle Deity Island, it was fraught with danger. He felt that was already his limit, and his cultivation had reached its limit. He was quite satisfied with his own progress. Even if he stayed at this level, he would still be one of the top cultivators in the world. However, any cultivator would want to go to higher ground and see further, and he was just a few steps away from the highest point. But these couple of steps were insurmountable for the majority of the people. Yi Futian revealed a look of contemplation as if recalling his youth. He thought of his adoptive father. After having experienced so much, the memories of the past were like a century ago and had become a little obscured with time. But some things had already been seared inside of him. He was destined for greatness, and he believed in his adoptive father and himself. He knew that in time he would reach that point. "Imperial." Yi Futian looked at Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Futian's eyes and saw there was great confidence in the depth of those eyes. With this one word, how many in the world dared to say that they were capable of setting foot in that realm? Even those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path dared not to lay so bold a claim. But Yi Futian had bluntly stated that he could get there. Emperor Shi was touched in his heart. This youngster had such unshakable confidence in himself. "I can't wait to see it," Emperor Shi said with a smile and some expectations. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came upon them, causing Emperor Shi and Yi Futian to end their conversation. They looked far into the distance and saw that a figure was bathing in an incomparable starry glow under the stars. Above the starry sky, an imperial star was emitting magnificent divine glory. As the imperial star's divine glory descended on that cultivator, terrible changes took place in him as his aura continued to become stronger. "Uncle Tai." Yi Futian had a surprised look on his face, as that cultivator who bathed in divine glory was Blind Tai. An indescribable golden glory burst from Blind Tai, and the shape of the divine hammer could be faintly made out, filled with shocking power. He was covered with golden armor, shining lights streaming all around him. An even more perfect aura now spread out from him. The cultivators in Four Corner Village were looking there as well, feeling quite emotional. Blind Tai was about to make a breakthrough. In the starry sky, many cultivators looked yonder, and their hearts were disturbed. Blind Tai was the first person Yi Futian helped after he communicated with the Imperial Star, and he gave that Imperial Star to Blind Tai. Later, Blind Tai inherited the will of the Imperial Star. Even after everything was over, he often bathed in the Imperial Star to cultivate. Since then, he had not stopped cultivating. Now he was about to break through the realm. He was already an upper Renhuang in the 8th realm. This breakthrough meant that he would step onto the peak of Renhuang with a perfect great path. It was a leap that would allow him to become a major figure among the giants, shoulder to shoulder with cultivators from many top principalities in the Divine Prefecture. Back then, the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, who betrayed and blinded him, was also at the peak of Renhuang. After this step, his cultivation would be equivalent to that of the great elder, and Moku would no longer be a contender. The breakthrough of Blind Tai also excited so many others. He was also the first person to break through the shackles of the realm in the Starry Sky world. The event itself held extraordinary significance. This inevitably encouraged the other cultivators to increase their own expectations. No one was happier to see this than old Ma. When he was in the village, Blind Tai had the best relationship with him, and they were very close friends. Even Tai Tu and Xiao Ling were childhood sweethearts. No one understood better than him the pain that Blind Tai had endured over the years. Witnessing this day, old Ma was happy for him, and a bright smile hovered around the corner of his eyes. Next to old Ma were Feng Gai, Gu Huai, and some others. "This guy was lucky beyond belief," Feng Gai said with a smile. "It's not just luck," old Ma said. "He was betrayed once upon a time, and when he returned to the village, he almost lost his cultivation. After the teacher cured him, he began to recover his state of mind. For many years, he forged as a blacksmith, cultivating his mind and soul. After so many years, hatred is no longer his only focus. He came out of the village to protect Futian, and because of that, he received this opportunity and the achievement of this day. Perhaps this is all fate." Indeed. Feng Gai smiled and nodded. The luck was true enough, but everything was destined to be this way. Whether it was a coincidence or fate, Blind Tai would become another top cultivator in the village after old Ma. After Blind Tai's breakthrough, apart from the teacher, Four Corner Village would have two giant figures. Not only did they need to keep up, but those youngsters need to grow up quickly. "We have to work hard too," Feng Gai smiled and said to those who were around him. Blind Tai had now surpassed him. The person next to him smiled and nodded, looking towards Blind Tai. The divine glory of the imperial star rushed madly into his body as Blind Tai was suspended in midair. The armor on his body seemed to be getting brighter and more radiant. He now resembled a god of war. The aura from his body was constantly increasing in strength. The roar of the great path came from him. It was as if he was resonating with the starry sky. The divine light enveloped the boundless space, seemed to have turned it into a divine body of the great path, blooming with divine glory. This state lasted for quite a while and was accompanied by the endless radiance that lit up the starry sky. As the divine light on the imperial star was not there, even as Blind Tai was still suspended in the air, his body seemed to have calmed down. The divine light on his body retracted, though his entire body was still as bright as a divine body. He did it! Those cultivators in the starry sky shuddered. After a while, Blind Tai moved his body as his head raised slightly. Although he could not see, his perception had become much sharper. "Congratulations!" Many cultivators put their hands together and greeted Blind Tai, congratulating him on the breakthrough. He was the first person after Yi Futian to break through the realm in the starry sky world. People from Four Corner Village arrived, and old Ma smiled, saying, "Not bad. Blind Tai, now you are much better than us old guys," Feng Gai said with a smile. They were all from Four Corner Village, and they were happy for him. However, after the breakthrough, Blind Tai did not feel too much excitement and appeared rather calm. "Uncle Tai, congratulations." Yi Futian smiled and greeted him as well. Blind Tai turned around, facing where Yi Futian's voice was coming from. "Futian, thank you," he said. His words sounded a bit heavy, but they were from the heart. Yi Futian was sheltered by Four Corner Village, but he had done a lot for the village in return. Today, he was able to make a breakthrough because of Yi Futian. "Uncle Tai, don't say that. We are like family. There is no need for thank yous," Yi Futian said with a smile, and Blind Tai nodded emphatically. That's right, the people in Four Corner Village were a family of their own. Although Yi Futian entered the village later, Four Corner Village had already accepted him fully and regarded him as a member of the village. "After your breakthrough, Moku is probably trembling right now," said Feng Gu. The debt of yesteryears would be accounted for by Blind Tai sooner or later. Now that he had witnessed the peak of Renhuang, he would no doubt seek revenge at some point. How could Blind Tai possibly forget what Moku and the Demon Cloud Clan did back then? A terrible coercive spirit came out of Blind Tai. Moku was someone he must personally execute. The Demon Cloud Clan must be held accountable for what they did to Uncle Tai. However, Uncle Tai has just broken through, and the priority has to be stabilizing the realm. But the power on this imperial star can still be used. Yi Futian said with a smile. Blind Tai nodded. He hadn't lost himself because of the breakthrough. Although in this realm, Killing Emoku was not a problem at all for him. The strength of the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was formidable. To kill him, his strength needed to be fortified some more. Uncle Fong, the Demon Cloud clan should still be in the land of the original realm, right? Yifutian asked Fong Gai, who was next to him. It's possible, Fong Gai nodded. Now that the original realm has gone through such a change, with all the principalities of the Divine Prefecture still there, the Demon Cloud clan probably won't want to leave and may cultivate in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yifutian nodded. The power of Heavenly Mandate Academy alone could destroy the Demon Cloud clan outright. But this was Uncle Tai's goal for a long time. He ought to have a chance to accomplish it himself, with them on the side to assist. Uncle Fong, please go back to the academy and have them find out the whereabouts of the Demon Cloud clan. See if they can find out where they are currently, said Yifutian. No problem, Fong Gai nodded. Now Yifutian was acting even more like a leader in his demeanor. Fong Gai was delighted to see Yifutian behave like this. This was the only way he could truly become the leader of a dominant force. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and Four Corner Village were all waiting for him to mature into his role. As formidable as he was, the teacher of the Four Corner Village did not care much for mundane affairs. Fong Gai could see that the village would eventually belong to Yifutian in the future, and not him or Old Ma. Obviously, Old Ma had nothing to say about Yifutian other than helping him, as he had done this since the beginning. Blind Tai's breakthrough would only be better for Yifutian in the future, coupled with the teacher's protection. Some things did not have to be said out loud. The Central Emperor realm of the 9 Supreme Imperial Realms was still the realm with the most cultivators. Although the Central Emperor realm was now under the rule of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there were still many principalities from the Divine Prefecture that stayed in the Central Emperor realm to cultivate. The Demon Cloud was also above the Central Emperor realm. In an ancient city inside the Central Emperor realm, the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud was cultivating. In recent days, they had been keeping a low profile. Not only them, but the principalities of the entire Divine Prefecture were now much quieter than before. No one was out looking for trouble. The memory of that battle was fresh in their minds. Not long ago, Yifutian and the many cultivators under his command had almost wiped out several Renhuang cultivators from one of the top forces in the Dark World. Obviously, the principalities from Divine Prefecture were hesitant to cause any more trouble. Strictly speaking, the Demon Cloud had had some previous entanglements with Yifutian. When he was comprehending the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor in Xianxia Domain, Emoku was incredibly rude to Yifutian. Later they had gone to Four Corner Village as well. Therefore, the Demon Cloud would not be causing any waves in the original realm. After all, the original realm was now Yifutian's territory. However, at this time, the Great Elder, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned, and there was a slight sense of unease. It was as if he was agitated. Demonic clouds tumbled and tossed all around him as his brows knitted tightly together. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and those dark eyes stared into the distance. His expression changed. "Go," the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud said. He disappeared from where he was only to reappear in front of Emoku. With a wave of his hand, a group of his people was taken directly into the void. In an instant, his body rushed straight into the sky, descended high above the firmament. But at the same time, the sky suddenly seemed sealed shut as wisps of terrifying starry divine light descending in glory, turning into a starry light screen, shuttering that corner of the space. A figure appeared high above, and it was Renhuang Chun who had directly locked down this area. The Great Elder of the Demon Cloud stopped and hovered in midair, with Mizuri-ku close behind him. Both of them were powerful cultivators from the Demon Cloud, and neither of them looked pleased. Renhuang Chun, the tribulation-level cultivator from Ziwei Segmentum, had blocked them in. Looking further ahead, a group of cultivators came in mighty formation. The man in the lead, clad in white and with a head of white hair, was Yifutian. Next to him was a plainly dressed middle-aged man. Though he could not see, there was an astonishing aura permeating from the man's body. Both the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud and Emoku could feel a faint sense of oppression. The man was none other than Blind Tai. Blind Tai couldn't see, But when he stood there, Emoko felt as if someone's stare had bored into his being. The feeling was so clear that he instinctively knew who it was. Even though the man didn't use his eyes, Emoko felt like the sensation was sharper than any stare. You have broken through the realm. Emoko could feel the power from blind Tai, and the expression on his face was priceless. A long time ago he had severely injured blind Tai and wounded his eyes. Not only did blind Tai recover from such a mortal blow, but now, he had broken the shackles of the realm and set foot on the 9th realm to witness the perfect consummation of the Runhuang realm. This was the realm that he dreamed of, but now, blind Tai had stepped into this realm before him. He was coming for him. He knew very well why the other man was here, to seek revenge for the past. The great elder of the demon cloud sensed it as well. He stared at blind Tai and wondered just what kind of chance did he stumble upon to break the shackles of the realm so quickly and set foot on the peak of Renhuang. Was all of this possible because of the starry cultivation court? Blind Tai continued forward as the divine light of the great path burst out from him, and there was unbridled anger in this divine light. He faced Emoku and said, "The time of reckoning has come for what happened before." The moment his voice fell, a terrifying brilliance of the great path shot out from blind Tai towards every crevice within the starry light screen. Like a god of war, his body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden armor. In the starry sky world, blind Tai had obtained power from the inheritance of a great emperor. Although it was not from Ziwei the Great himself, this emperor was an imperial-level existence under the command of Ziwei the Great. An infinite and domineering god of war gradually condensed and emerged, appearing high above the sky. Like a true deity, a shocking power erupted from his body, enough to suppress and awe the world and everything inside it. The divine hammer in his hand showed a brilliant and incomparable glory that radiated outward, turning into rounds of light screens that wandered between heaven and earth. Blind Tai took a step forward and stood on high ground. His figure seemed to overlap with the figure of that heavenly deity. At this moment, Emoku, who had cultivated with blind Tai once upon a time, felt an irresistible heavenly might. He stared at the man in the void and realized that this was no longer the brother of yesteryear but a powerful existence at the peak of Runhuang. The great elder of Demon Cloud moved forward, blocking the place where the divine light had landed. The mighty demonic power on his body was roaring and howling with great menace. An overwhelming demonic shadow seemed to sweep into the sky, contending with that deity in the void, refusing to back down. But at this moment, wisps of spatial divine light descended, covering the area where he was at. Another figure appeared in front of the great elder of the demon cloud. It was old Ma. Once you blinded his eyes and robbed the divine methods of Four Corner Village. Now it's time to settle these transgressions. Let them resolve their differences between them, and don't worry, it's not your turn yet, old Ma said lightly. Divine glory of the space unleashed madly, shrouding the vast void. The great elder of the demon cloud became alert and soared into the sky. However, at the same moment, blind Tai made his move in the void. That heavenly being, holding the divine hammer of the protector, directly smashing down into the space below. Boom! A dull thud resounded between heaven and earth. A destructive might swept down, blasting below, suppressing an entire land to wipe out everything within it. Watch out! The great elder of the demon cloud shouted. But he was waylaid by old Ma, unable to stop the attack from blind Tai. Emoka roared, and a demonic double seemed to have materialized, blocking above him. But the instant the divine light fell, the demonic shadow was crushed and pulverized. In the next moment, the force fell on Emoku, penetrating his physical body and his spiritual soul. No! Emoku looked extremely fearful and let out a miserable roar. In the next moment, his body was shattered immediately. It vanished like ash and smoke as his spiritual soul also collapsed. Under the attack of that power, he had no way to stop it at all. Unable to even stop a single blow, he was directly obliterated. His old acquaintance didn't say another word and didn't waste any time. But he was not the only one. In the vicinity, under the sweep of the divine light, all the cultivators from the demon cloud were wiped out, as each and every one of them disappeared as if they had never existed in the first place. Where the divine light passed, none survived. All were punished by death. Moku, the great elder of the demon cloud clan, broke through Old Ma's defenses and looked down at the figure disappearing into thin air. His eyes were bloodshot, and power rolled out from him in violent waves. Moku had been slain like this. He had been killed without a chance to react. And it was not only Moku. Other cultivators of the Demon Cloud clan had been killed by a single attack as well. They had all been slain. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan raised his head and looked up at Blind Tai. His deep, dark eyes were filled to the brim with murderous intent. However, Blind Tai ignored him. This hammer had been his obsession for so many years, but he felt very little joy or appreciation in his heart. He felt only calm. In the past, he and Moku had been very close and had called each other brothers. But he never would have thought that he was plotting against him. It was only through the divine art of spying that he had saved his own life. For so many years, he had dreamed that he would kill Moku and get revenge one day. Now he had finally done it. He had resolved a matter that he had held close to his heart. Yifutian and the others looked at Blind Tai and seemed to sense his state of mind. There was no sorrow there, no joy. Perhaps it was a kind of relief. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. If it had not been for the things that had happened back then, he probably would not have returned to the village, and his state of mind would not have been purified. And now, he would not have had the chance to reach the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain. Everything had been decided by fate. Moku had wasted his talents scheming back then, doing all that he could. And yet, a single hammer had still frightened him to death. So what did all the time he had spent back then matter in the end? Blind Tai faced towards where the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was. He spat out his words, saying, "Uncle Ma, let me come over there." Old Ma and the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan were facing each other. He nodded when he heard Blind Tai's words, then moved off to the side, opening up a path to let him through. After he stepped aside, Blind Tai and the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan were facing each other. One was above the other people. Terrifying power of the great path was seeping out from both of them. "You were the one behind everything that happened back then. You made Moku do it," said Blind Tai. His voice was still calm. It was as if he was not too concerned by all of this. It seemed like he just wanted to bring it to an end. Yes. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan admitted openly. Of course they had been his orders. If it had not been for him, how could Moku have done it? And how could he have succeeded? After all, Blind Tai had been no ordinary figure back then. Blind Tai said no more. He just nodded calmly. Neither of them liked to talk much. They obviously did not need to say very much either. This was a matter of life and death. One of the two of them would definitely die. But the one who would die would probably be the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan. With the cultivators around him, he had no way to slay Blind Tai. So the outcome already seemed to be decided. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan would die. Actually, everyone understood that this made sense, including the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan. When the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy arrived, along with a person at the tribulation level, how could he hope to kill Blind Tai? Back during the battle of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you said that the people of the Divine Prefecture were slaughtering each other. But now, you led the Heavenly Mandate Academy in a battle against the Upper Divine Prefecture. Excellent, said the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan coldly. But as he said this, he already felt a little bit timid. They had not even started fighting, and he was already feeling timid. That was why he had said that. Otherwise, the slaughter would have started. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan understood his fate. This was a grudge between you and Four Corner Village. What did the Heavenly Mandate Academy have to do with it? Said Old Ma, sweeping his gaze over the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan. Back then, you ruined his eyes, almost killing him, and stole the divine item of Four Corner Village. What is wrong with us coming to repay our debts now? Why did people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy get involved in this dispute with Four Corner Village? asked the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, looking up in the curtain of stars in the sky. If it were not for that starry curtain, he would not have to make a last stand here. He could have escaped. Unfortunately for you, I am a member of the village. So, I naturally had the right to get involved in this affair, said Yifutian, looking at the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan from across the distance. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan looked back at him. Surging demonic power swept out from him, filling the entire vast area with his demonic aura. Whoosh! The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's body suddenly disappeared, transforming into a beam of demonic light that pierced through the air. Yifutian frowned. He could clearly feel a threatening will. Just as he was preparing to move, a figure descended beside him. It was Runhuang Chun, who was covered in starlight and transformed into a protective light curtain that wrapped around Yifutian. However, the beam of demonic light shot up into the sky, as if it had changed direction instantaneously, then rushed onward into the high distance. Clearly, the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's target was not Yifutian. That had been a diversion so that he could escape the area. His anger and his murderous intent had been real, but his desire to survive by leaving was even more real. So the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan had not sought revenge. He had sought to flee. Bang! A booming sound split the air as a black hammer appeared up in the air and smashed into the curtain of stars, making cracks. That was naturally the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's attack. He wanted to break open this forbidding power and flee the area that he was imprisoned in. But could he do it? The starlight that was upon Runhuang Chun flashed as he raised his scepter. Suddenly, brilliant starlight shot up straight into the air, repairing the places on the starlight curtain that had been damaged. In a flash, it was as good as new again. The repaired pieces seemed like they were a part of the original. If the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan tried to destroy it, it would be nearly impossible, as the difference in levels was too great. Just then, divine light burst forth, flowing between heaven and earth. A mighty divine force descended. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's expression changed as he looked over in that direction and saw that Blind Tai seemed to have melded with the body of a god. His body was covered in golden armor, and unimaginable divine power was radiating from him. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan could even sense a hint of the aura of a great emperor about him. Boom! A divine hammer fell from the sky, smashing into the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan. The terrifying amount of pressure made the space around him freeze. And the elder himself was no different as he sensed this supernatural power. It seems that your combat ability now measures among the greatest, uncle. That is incredible, said Yifutian as he looked at the divine light. As soon as he said this, the hammer fell again, and monstrous figures appeared in the air. But they could not block this attack. There was another loud booming sound, and the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was sent flying backward. The space where he had been before seemed to split as the terrifying divine light raged through the air. Blind Tai seemed to have transformed into a god. He continued walking forward, swinging the hammer once again and slamming it into the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan as smoothly as flowing water. It was simple yet overpowering. He possessed limitless strength. Boom! Another dull boom rang out, and the air seemed to shatter as the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was sent flying once again, blood pouring from his mouth. It seemed like he had been crushed and had no more power to resist. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was no weakling. On the contrary, he was one of the strongest figures in the Xianxia domain. He dominated his generation. But at that moment, Blind Tai no longer seemed like a Renhuang who was close to breaking through to the 9th tier. In fact, he seemed like he had already done so many years ago and had developed his profound powers for a long time. What kind of power had the inheritance of the Imperial Star given him? Boom! Beams of burning divine radiance spread out from the figures of the gods of war up in the air, sweeping out through the heavens and the earth and covering a vast area. Many arms appeared up in the air. They were the arms of gods. The divine hammer of the protector appeared, and images of divine hammers appeared in all those arms right afterward. It seemed as if each hammer contained unimaginable power. They fell accompanied by divine light. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, the top cultivator of the Demon Cloud clan, could sense a deadly threat. He had a strange feeling. It was like he was not facing blind Tai but an actual god. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan had swept away all before him and had never been in such desperate circumstances before. Someone younger than him had reached his level. Although he had just broken through to this level, he was still able to crush him. He had beaten him from head to toe and had made it so that he had not even been able to unleash his own power. What kind of humiliation was this? But the current humiliation was nothing. As of right now, his very life was in danger. The area was sealed off and so he could not escape. He would truly be smashed to death by Blind Tai's hammers here. Boom! The hammers crashed down and the heavens and the earth shook. It seemed as if everything would be destroyed. There came a great roaring sound from the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's body as the image of a demon god appeared behind him. Its many demonic arms reached up into the sky. The demonic handprints were incomparably powerful by themselves, and many of the arms held great black divine hammers. They moved away from him, smashing into the air and causing beams of black light to appear. The golden hammers fell, and the two forces collided together. Infinite divine light exploded outward when they clashed. It seemed as if the earth and the sky would split open. The demonic arms were all shattered wildly as the giant hammer went among them and destroyed everything. Bang! As this attack fell, it seemed as if everything was flattened. The great elder of the Demon Cloud clan was sent flying once again. His aura wavered, and his face had grown pale. His aura of the great path was no longer as sturdy as it had been. But the images of even more divine hammers appeared in the air, covering the sky in all directions. Blind Tai, who had transformed into a form like that of a god, was filled with limitless power. It was like the will of a great emperor had infused his strength. He had transformed into the master of this land. He waved his arms, and the hammers danced once again. His movements were still simple and graceful, but the divine power that burst forth in the air was still enough to shock even the greatest of figures. Countless beams of light all fell towards the same place. The figure of the demonic god tried to block them, but as the light fell, the hammers smashed down as well. Suddenly, the demonic figure split open and shattered. The hammers continued downward and smashed into the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan's body. He was an incredibly powerful figure, and his flesh had already become the way. So even suffering a direct hit from these hammers was not enough to instantly kill him. But his body shook violently, and the hammers kept on coming, slamming into him over and over again. His expression kept changing. It was as if he was full of regret. Then, divine light pierced his body. As the countless beams of light shot through him, the great elder's body started to disintegrate until he was destroyed. He had been killed on the spot. After the great elder had been slain, everything seemed to become calm. The violent atmosphere dissipated, and everything was like it had been before. Blind Tai stood calmly up in the sky. He still felt none of the pleasure of his great vengeance. On the outside, he looked extremely calm. After a period of silence, he turned and walked calmly over to Yifutian's side, as if none of what had just transpired had happened. "Congratulations, Uncle Tai," said Yifutian with a slight smile. Now, Blind Tai would be able to let go of his heart's obsession. He, the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and the people of Four Corner Village had all watched this battle but had not interfered. They had let Blind Tai achieve his own vengeance. And he had succeeded. He had used his overwhelming strength to slaughter the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, Moku, and more, resolving his grudge from many years ago. Old Ma and the others came over, patting Blind Tai on the shoulder. They had been greatly shocked by this battle as well. Even Old Ma had not been able to deal with the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, but Blind Tai had crushed him all by himself. Moreover, the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan had had no power to resist him. He had been overpowered and destroyed. From this, it could be seen that Blind Tai had now become much more powerful than Old Ma. It looked like the inheritance of the Imperial Star was far from ordinary. It had given Blind Tai combat abilities beyond those of people on his level. He had been able to slay the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan, who had been at the peak of the Runhuang Plain for many years. At that moment, the curtain of starlight dissipated. Many cultivators appeared in different places up in the air. They had come from different camps. All of them were top figures from the Divine Prefecture. After sensing the battle that was taking place here, the top figures from the Central Imperial Realm had come to observe the battle. All of them had been shocked by what happened. Blind Tai of Four Corner Village had broken through to the next level. Not only had he done that, but he had killed the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan right out. It seemed like the inheritance of the Imperial Star had given him much. Unfortunately, the cultivation court of Great Emperor Ziwei was already under Yi Futian's control. They could not go there to cultivate. Yi Futian and the others transformed into beams of light and soon disappeared. But the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture did not leave. Instead, they watched down below. One of the top powers of the Xianxia domain had been destroyed like this and would never return. A group of people was gathering together up in the sky. These were cultivators from the Xianxia domain, including Emperor Zhou Mu, the vice chief. In addition, cultivators from the Nanhai family were there too. The Demon Cloud clan had been a top force of the Xianxia domain, and yet it had been destroyed like this. The shock that this gave them was very fierce indeed. Moreover, the one who had destroyed them was Blind Tai of Four Corner Village, and many of the forces of the Xianxia domain had conflicts with Four Corner Village. They had once gone and laid siege to it until they were forced to flee by the master. The cultivators of the Nanhai family were even more conflicted. Now, Yi Futian had led Blind Tai and the others to destroy the Demon Cloud clan. Afterward, would he want to destroy them as well? A group of people from the Muyun family was there as well. They had seen Blind Tai become an even more powerful figure and slay the great elder of the Demon Cloud clan. It was obvious how they felt about this. Muyun Lan had once fought Blind Tai in the Xianxia domain, and their powers had been evenly matched. But now, if Muyun Lan stood before Blind Tai, he would not even be able to withstand a single hammer blow. After slaying the great elder of Demon Cloud, Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But the incident had caused quite a stir in the original realm. Many top figures from the Central Emperor realm had paid close attention to the battle, and the news spread rapidly. In Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian and the others had just returned. Before they had a chance to depart to the Ziwei segmentum, they were informed that some visitors had arrived to request a meeting with him. In front of the main hall, Yi Futian scanned with his divine consciousness and saw a group of people outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Seeing their presence, Yi Futian frowned. Likewise, Old Ma and Blind Tai also raised their eyebrows. Then, Old Ma huffed contemptuously and said, "What are they doing here? Since they are here already, tell them to come in." Yi Futian didn't seem to care and gave the instruction casually. Immediately, someone went to carry out the order. After a while, someone came around, and Yi Futian saw that the person was Muyun Long. Behind him was Muyun Lan, but he appeared unenthusiastic. Both of his hands were folded behind him as he looked toward Yi Futian and Blind Tai. His expression appeared somewhat conflicted. "How dare you show your faces here?" Fang Gai said sarcastically, looking at Muyun Long. All the discords in the past were caused by Muyun Long, otherwise they would still be cultivating in the village, and there would be no subsequent events. Muyun Long was full of ambition, wanting to take over the village, even having the idea to replace the teacher. But now that ambition appeared rather ludicrous. Just Muyun Long alone wanted to replace the teacher? The teacher was the totem of the village, its true spiritual leader. As long as he was there, Four Corner Village would always be what it always had been, and no one would challenge it. In fact, Muyun Long was very embarrassed as well, but he came despite this. He had seen the teacher descended on the land of the original realm and took control of Xianxia the Great Emperor, erupting with shocking combat power. When some had guessed that the teacher was in the Imperial realm, he was greatly shocked and then taken over by endless regrets. It was ridiculous that they rebelled against Four Corner Village and left, and even more ridiculous that he had once wanted to replace the teacher in the village. Now, they had witnessed Blind Tai's breakthrough and ascension to the peak of Renhuang. Muyun Long's cultivation was far deeper than blind ties. Even his eldest, Muyun Lan, whose cultivation was not beneath that of blind tie. In the battle at the Xianxia domain, though he was unable to suppress blind tie, the score was pretty even. However, the gap had been widened now. Understandably, he was agitated by how things turned out. If they were still cultivating in the village, the teacher and the imperial star in the starry sky world could be used to communicate and comprehend. But not only did they leave the village, but they had also created this grudge with Yi Futian. The death of the great elder of the demon cloud was a warning to them. Therefore, this trip at this time was inevitable. What if Yi Futian were to seek revenge from them in the future? With the strength that Heavenly Mandate Academy possessed today, even the Nanhai family could ill afford its ire. With Yi Futian's personality, it was a real possibility that he would eventually end up at their front door, seeking revenge. What happened at the beginning was indeed my fault, I admit it. However, we are all people from the village and belong to the same line, after all. No one can dispute this. Old Ma, for the sake of our friendship these many years, would you allow me to ask for forgiveness from the teacher? I am willing to return to the village to cultivate. Muyun Long pleaded, seeking to bolster his request with their relationship once upon a time. However, everyone knew where he was coming from. It was only to seek better resources to cultivate. In addition, he may be scared of Yi Futian at this moment, fearing his tendency to settle old scores. You left when you wanted to, and now you are asking to come back because you wanted to. What kind of place do you think our village is? Old Ma said quite sarcastically. At that time, Muyun Long and the others had wanted to take Yi Futian down and had attacked him. Muyun Long's youngest, Muyun Shu, was even more outrageous. He had attempted to deal fatal blows to blind Tai's son, Tai too, without mercy. And Muyun Lan himself was a son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Now he wanted to return to the village? I know we have offended, but we are in the same line after all. If the teacher wants to punish us, we will accept it. In the future, we are willing to listen to all of you, no matter what. Muyun Long still bowed his head and admitted his past guilt. He had put down his dignity to be allowed to return to the village. Yi Futian looked at Muyun Lan behind him and saw that he was standing quietly without saying a word. Obviously, it was not his idea to come and own up their guilt, but that he was dragged here by Muyun Long. Otherwise, Muyun Lan's arrogant nature would never allow him to come here and bow his head like this. After all, even lowering their stance was no guarantee of the results. As if he had detected Yi Futian's gaze, Muyun Lan looked at him as well and saw that in the depth of Yi Futian's eyes, there was extreme tranquility without the slightest emotion in those eyes of his. It was as if he cared not at all for his existence. The look was familiar enough. Once, this was exactly how he looked at Yi Futian. It was an indifferent and careless look. Now, it was Yi Futian who regarded him thusly. Now, in Yi Futian's eyes, Muyun Lan was nothing. Aside from the power controlled in Yi Futian's hands, Yi Futian's own combat effectiveness was so strong that Muyun Lan might not be able to contend with him. Yi Futian's sight slowly settled on Muyun Long, and he said, "First, bring Muyun Shu and abolish his cultivation. Show me the sincerity of the Muyun clan." Muyun Long's eyes sharpened as the expression on his face changed suddenly. Not just him, but Muyun Lan behind him also regarded Yi Futian with a cold expression. Did he ask them to abolish Muyun Shu's cultivation? How could they possibly agree to it? Emperor Yi, we are sincerely sorry for what had transpired. You needn't be so harsh, Muyun Long replied. I am being quite sincere. Yi Futian looked at Muyun Long. I won't mention what you did back then, but your youngest, Muyun Shu, being so cruel and plotting at such a tender age, how could we let him back in the village to cultivate without abolishing his cultivation? You don't really think we wanted to raise another you, did you? Yi Futian's voice was calm enough, but the indifference in his words was very obvious. Clearly, it was impossible. Sorry to have bothered you, Muyun Long said. He turned to leave. If there is a chance in the future, I will return the visit to the Muyun clan, Yi Futian said casually, causing Muyun Long to stop abruptly. After pausing for a few moments, he started moving again to leave, this time with some heaviness in his footsteps. What Yi Futian said was rather potent with meaning and significance. After Mu Yunlong left, someone came to report again. Many forces from the divine prefecture are outside asking to be received. Yi Futian's divine consciousness radiated outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and saw the arrival of many top forces, which surprised him a little. It seemed that this was all caused by that battle. He never expected Uncle Tai's breakthrough would have such an impact on the top forces in the divine prefecture. It appeared that they had some thoughts of their own about this turn of events. After all, it was tough to produce a figure at the giant level. This was already a cultivator standing at the top in divine prefecture. "Everyone welcome," Yi Futian said loudly. His voice reverberated throughout the space. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, several cultivators from various top forces gradually made their way into the academy after they heard his words. They gathered at the main hall. Yi Futian scanned the crowd. There were quite a few familiar faces from some forces of the Xianxia domain. Zhou Muhuang, the vice chief of Domain Chief's Manor, and Princess Xianxia had come too. Zhou Muhuang looked at Yi Futian, who stood in front of the main hall. He felt that he was fortune's fool. In the past, he intended to recruit Yi Futian when the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor gathered all the talented cultivators. He wanted to keep Yi Futian under the control of the Domain Chief's Manor so that Yi Futian would be under his command. At that time, Yi Futian was but a Renhuang with extraordinary talent. However, judging from the current situation, Yi Futian's status was no longer beneath his status as the vice chief of the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor. Furthermore, Yi Futian was superior to him. After all, the manor itself was the only force under the direct command of the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor. On the other hand, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, led by Yi Futian, controlled all the forces in the original realm. The Ziwei Segmentum was under his command too. Besides that, all the cultivators from Four Corner Village were willing to follow him. Combining all these forces, it was obvious that Yi Futian was leading a superpower. Moreover, Yi Futian was supported by the mysterious master. Hence, Yi Futian's current status was above that of Zhou Muhuang. When Zhou Muhuang visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he needed to wait for the host's approval before he could pay his tribute. Aside from him, all the cultivators from the various top forces of the Divine Prefecture also needed to wait for the approval of Yi Futian to enter the academy this time. No one dared to barge into the place without an invitation. Not long ago, Yi Futian and his team killed many powerful cultivators from the Demon Cloud, including Moku and the Great Elder of the clan. Even Zhou Muhuang, the ruler of Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor, did not dare to comment much on this matter. Now, most likely, nobody in the Divine Prefecture could command Yi Futian. Not to mention that the matter involved personal vengeance. Outsiders had no stance in the vendetta between the Demon Cloud and Blind Tai. All of you have traveled far to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Please excuse me for not welcoming all of you sooner, Yi Futian said to everyone while bowing slightly. He was polite and he spoke humbly. However, his humble speech also made people feel distant. Xianxia, who stood beside Zhou Muhuang, lamented internally. Back then, the Domain Chief's Manor intended to use her to keep Yi Futian around. However, he did not show the slightest interest in her at all. If the Domain Chief's Manor had been more sincere in making friends with Yi Futian, then they would have at least been on good terms with him now. If that were the case, it would most likely not be a problem for their manor to want to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court. After all, the ancient royal family of Duan was already cultivating there at the moment. "Renhuang Yi, you're too kind. We've come to ask for a favor," said a top figure. Their attitude toward Yi Futian now had changed completely. Even the giant-level cultivators spoke courteously and dared not act imprudently. After all, Yi Futian now possessed the power to determine whether the giant-level figures lived or died. "Oh!" Yi Futian raised his brows slightly and asked, "What matter is Senior referring to?" He was clearly asking an obvious question. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was well aware of their purpose for coming here. "We wish to have access to the Starry Cultivation Court for cultivation," said the giant-level figure. Right now, Runhuang Yi has taken charge of the Starry Cultivation Court and can borrow the power of the will of the great emperor. If you would allow the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture to cultivate there, the overall abilities of the Divine Prefecture would improve. Your contribution would be significant. Of course, we'll not use the Starry Cultivation Court for free. We will pay an equivalent price in exchange for such access. Renhuang Yi can also name a price. How about it? Yi Futian smiled at the other party and said, Senior, have you opened up the holy land of cultivation of your clan or force to the other forces from the outside world and the Divine Prefecture? I am sure that the members of the other forces will also be willing to pay to do so. Currently, the Starry Cultivation Court was under his control. It was considered to be his personal holy land of cultivation. Why would he allow others to cultivate in it? Yifutian was not so selfless. He had also allowed all the forces to use the Starry Cultivation Court back during the Battle of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As long as the forces were willing to join the battle and fight for the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they would be permitted to cultivate there at any time. However, none of the major forces were willing to stand out for them. Conversely, they were greedily eyeing the Starry Cultivation Court. All of them wanted to add insult to injury. By killing him and destroying the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they would naturally obtain the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei and the Starry Cultivation Court. Now that the situation had changed, they wanted permission to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court. Wasn't this too easy? The giant-level figure continued. I understand where Runhuang Yi is coming from. This is indeed a great request. All of us are part of the Divine Prefecture. Now that turmoil is imminent, improving the abilities of the forces of the Divine Prefecture to combat the invasion of outside forces will be considered a great contribution by Runhuang Yi. Moreover, all of us are willing to pay a high price in exchange for such access. The other members also nodded in agreement. In the future, if Runhuang Yi requires any assistance, you will only need to issue the command. The cultivators of the various forces of the Divine Prefecture will willingly provide aid. Wouldn't that be perfect? Someone else added, promising these things. However, if such a time truly came, whether or not the other party would lend their aid remained unclear. Yifutian smiled. Were they pressuring him to act for the greater good of the Divine Prefecture? All right, replied Yifutian. When he thought about this, he actually nodded his head and agreed. This stunned the various cultivators. Some of them gave Yifutian suspicious looks. Yifutian seemed to have agreed too easily. Although this was their original goal, they never imagined that Yifutian would agree so readily. Things were likely not as they seemed. As expected, Yifutian looked at them with a smile and continued saying, Since everyone has requested it, I will naturally not have any objection against the suggestion. Everything is for the sake of the Divine Prefecture. However, the original realm is also part of the Divine Prefecture. Since everyone has the same goal in mind, I'm sure all of you have heard of what happened recently. A force from the Dark World is committing massacres in the original realm. They have lost their humanity. I am determined to cast the Dark World out of the original realm. Are seniors willing to follow me and wage war against the Dark World? After Yifutian said that, he scanned the crowd and concluded, This is for the greater good of the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators were stunned when they heard Yifutian's words. Then all of them fell silent. For the greater good of the Divine Prefecture? They were definitely not righteous. They were merely serving their own interests. The forces of the Dark World were very powerful. Currently, more and more top forces from the Dark World were descending upon the original realm. If the cultivators immediately declared war on them, it would be a matter of life or death. It would no longer be as simple as paying a high fee. The price might be their own lives. Hence, no one dared to agree to this so easily. After all, from the last battle, they knew that the Dark Court was cautious of Yifutian. If the forces from the Divine Prefecture were to go on the initiative and declare war, the cultivators of the Dark World would most likely deal with them first. What's the matter? The forces of the Dark World are so cruel. Seniors, don't all of you want to expel them from our lands? Yifutian continued pressuring them. His manner was imposing. Zhou Muhuang clearly sensed that the current Yi Futian was different from what he was before. In the past, even though Yi Futian had extraordinary talents, he was but a Renhuang who had exceptional combat abilities in the Divine Prefecture. There were plenty of top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Therefore, no matter how monstrous he was still insignificant. However, it was different now. Yi Futian was no longer just an extraordinary talent himself. His background and the forces he commanded were all among the finest. There were not many forces in the Divine Prefecture who could afford to offend him. Hence, his entire temperament naturally seemed different. Even among the 18 domain chief manners, more than half of them did not command forces as powerful as those below Yi Futian. Only the domain chief manners with chiefs who had survived the second stage of a divine tribulation dared to claim that they could suppress Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even then, for Corner Village still had a mysterious master to hold down the fort. With such a background, even against all the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian's manner was still imposing. Nevertheless, the crowd knew that Yi Futian had sought the aid of the forces of the Divine Prefecture during the battle of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Unfortunately, not many of them stood out to lend him aid. Many forces had even tried to kick him when he was down. Under such circumstances, they still came here seeking Yi Futian for permission to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court. He would naturally not act kindly towards them. Someone said, "Of course, we want to cast the forces of the Dark World out, too. However, the forces of the Dark World are different from the forces in the Divine Prefecture. They are very united. The Dark Court rules over all the forces in the Dark World directly. Recently, more and more top forces from the Dark World have arrived in the original realm. Their lineup is as powerful as that of the Divine Prefecture. It is not that simple to want to chase them out. Before we declare war against them, why don't we unite the forces in the Divine Prefecture and improve our abilities by cultivating in the Starry Cultivation Court first?" Yi Futian glanced at the person who had spoken. The other party's words sounded reasonable, but in the end, he also wanted to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court first. No one could guarantee what would happen after these cultivators gained the right to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court. "I disagree," Yi Futian refuted. "Pardon me for speaking my mind frankly. Last time, when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was attacked, many forces from the Divine Prefecture were also waiting for the chance to join in the attack against me. Most likely, many of you wanted to kill me. I can't tell for sure what everyone is thinking. If I allow all of you to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court, but you end up becoming my enemies, wouldn't I be foolish for inviting trouble upon myself? Since seniors are interested in allying with me, then you should show some sincerity first." Yi Futian's speech caused the cultivators to fall silent. From the looks of it, Yi Futian was firm with his decision. If they wanted to gain access to the Starry Cultivation Court for cultivating, they had to first join forces with him to eradicate the forces of the Dark World lurking in the original realm. Otherwise, he would not agree to their request. Last time, when all the forces went to visit Ziwei Imperial Palace in the Ziwei Segmentum together, the latter had no choice but to allow them to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court. However, it was different now with Yi Futian in charge. They would most likely be unable to force him into accepting their request. It was because Master served as a deterrent. "Since that's the case, we'll further consider your suggestion," said someone. Clearly, the person thought that the price they had to pay to cultivate in the Starry Cultivation Court was too high. It was not worth it. Hence, the person was giving up. Right at the moment, quite a lot of people arrived. They actually traversed the space and entered into the Heavenly Mandate Academy directly. Naturally, this caused Yi Futian and the cultivators of the academy to frown. The incomers had serious expressions on their faces. They went straight to their respective forces and reported something to their seniors using transmitted thoughts. It seemed like something had happened. Someone also landed beside Yi Futian and told him something using transmitted thoughts. The news caused Yi Futian to narrow his eyes. One by one, the cultivators from the various top forces of the Divine Prefecture saluted their fists and said, "Farewell." After they said this, they immediately flew up to the sky and left. What happened? Lord Taishan revealed a worried expression. The person who just communicated with Yi Futian through transmitted thoughts was a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace. From the looks of it, something had happened. Otherwise, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture would not have left together. Most likely, they had also received the same news. Many people looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian said, "In a void space outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, someone discovered a relic. According to speculation, it is a very ancient relic." The eyes of the cultivators narrowed when they heard Yi Futian's words. No wonder the visitors from the Divine Prefecture left in a hurry. Clearly, they had received the same news and decided to check out the relic immediately. The original realm was a void space formed after the collapse of the Heavenly Path. It was also called the Void Realm. However, it also became a unique place that consisted of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and countless void spaces. Nobody knew what lay in these void spaces. Many years ago, people had searched through and plundered the void spaces. Nevertheless, there was bound to be something that they missed. For example, all 9 supreme realms had their secrets. The Ziwei segmentum, which was sealed by Great Emperor Ziwei, was hidden in the Ziwei realm. The original realm had recently undergone a complete transformation. More and more changes were occurring. Hence, the appearance of an ancient relic didn't seem bizarre. "Do you have the coordinates of the relic?" someone asked. The void space outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was vast and endless. The Ziwei segmentum, for example, was very far from the 9 realms. Hence, they had to build a powerful grand teleportation matrix to connect the 2 places. The cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace replied, "Yes, the relic was discovered by some mighty cultivators from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture. Besides that, it was discovered because it was approaching the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Right now, most likely, a lot of people have caught news of its existence. The forces from the Divine Prefecture that visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy just now were only part of those who had come to the original realm. Many of them are making their way to the relic now." "A moving relic?" Yi Futian nodded and said, "Let's go and have a look." After he said this, the group flew up to the sky right away. The cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace led the way, and they left the Heavenly Mandate realm. They traveled towards a specific direction in the void. After a while, they had left the region where the 9 supreme realms were. As they progressed forward in the void space, Yi Futian and his group could gradually sense an unknown power. The power seemed to contain a faint might. It was as though heavenly might was transmitted across space to where they were. The power became clearer as they approached the space. Even the giant-level figures could feel a super-strong pressure acting on them. "This might!" exclaimed Lord Taixian. This unknown might gave off the same vibe as when they were cultivating in the starry cultivation court in the Ziwei segmentum. Could it be that this was yet another ancient relic left by a great emperor? As they moved upwards, they discovered that a deep and scary-looking crack had appeared in the sky. A frightening storm formed. The crack was like a terrifying object that would leave marks in the space when it moved. Looking past the crack into the distance, one could faintly sense an extremely menacing power was moving. As expected, it was a moving ancient relic, and it was approaching the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. What exactly was it? It gave off such frightening pressure. "Let's go!" The cultivators moved towards the direction where the might was emanating from. They traveled across space at an astonishing speed. As they approached the source of the might, they could sense the terrifying might intensifying. Rumbling sounds could faintly be heard in the void space. The massive crack remained in the void as they ventured past it. As various cultivators moved closer and closer to the source of the might, they even discovered dark fissures. "It's over there!" exclaimed someone as they looked ahead in the direction where the terrifying aura was. All the cultivators narrowed their eyes. They saw a gigantic creature moving. There seemed to be a city built on top of the creature's back. It was moving in a specific direction. Everywhere it passed, the space was ripped apart, and dark fissures were formed. When the dark fissures closed up, they became massive cracks. Right at this moment, Yi Futian and his group saw an astonishing divine light of the Great Path light up in front of the moving creature. There was more than one beam of light. Dazzling divine lights of the Great Path were ignited simultaneously in different directions. Then, all the lights pounced onto the gigantic creature, attempting to stop it from moving. Frightening rumbles thundered. The divine lights, which blocked in front of the enormous creature, were shattered into dust. The attack of the cultivators could not stop the creature from advancing. This was not the first time the cultivators tried to stop the creature in its tracks. They had been trying different techniques along the way, but all their attempts were futile. It was unstoppable. "Let's give up on making it stop," someone at the front suggested. The cultivators realized that making the creature stop was an impossible mission. The rest nodded in agreement. Then, the cultivators stepped up and headed towards the city on top of the creature. Since it was impossible to intercept the creature from advancing, they could only get on it to explore the city on its back while it was still moving. Yi Futian and the rest of the cultivators from various forces of the Divine Prefecture also arrived where the creature was. Aside from them, the forces of the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm also caught news of this relic, and they gradually appeared from various directions. All their gazes were fixed on the gigantic moving creature. Their hearts trembled violently. The moving creature was a black turtle. With high speed, Yi Futian and his group caught up with the creature. They noticed that this creature carrying a city on its back was actually an enormous demonic beast. It was a black turtle. However, its head took the shape of a dragon head. "It's a dragon turtle, but it seems to be dead. It has no aura," commented Run Huangchan, who was beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian also noticed that the creature was a colossal dragon turtle. However, its body was pitch black with no signs of life. A mysterious power must be sustaining it for it to be able to keep moving. Not only was this black turtle dead, but the city it carried on its back was also filled with the aura of death. There was no sign of life. However, one could still sense a baffling might emanating from the city. It was an extremely domineering might. Yi Futian had witnessed the abilities of many great emperor-level cultivators and experienced firsthand the pressure contained within their wills. He was certain that the pressure before him was from the will of a great emperor right now. That meant to say that the moving fortress was a relic left behind by a great emperor. The will of the great emperor might still be lingering in the city. Many other cultivators naturally shared the same speculation as Yi Futian. However, the dragon turtle emanated a mysterious pressure as it advanced while tearing apart the space. There was a solemn pressure acting on the crowd, making it hard for them to breathe. Right at this moment, the dragon turtle suddenly let out a dull groan. It sounded like a sorrowful wail. The reverberation of the sound caused the blood and chi of the cultivators to churn. An intense sadness welled up in their chests. It was as though they could sense the despair in the voice of the dragon turtle. What kind of emotion was that? The hearts of the cultivators trembled violently. This dragon turtle was most likely a black turtle. Such a domineering sacred beast actually let out a groan which contained such an immense sorrow after it had died. What had actually happened before it died? Buzz. Endless starlight lit up in the heavens and earth, transforming into a starry shroud. The shroud of starlight popped up out of thin air. It was created by Ren Huangchun. He wanted to give it a try and see whether he could block the dragon turtle from advancing. The body of the dragon turtle crashed head onto the shroud of starlight. Kacha! A shattering sound rang. Without any suspense, the shroud of starlight was shattered into dust. The dragon turtle continued to move forward as though it had not encountered any hindrance. It seemed as though there was no power great enough to stop its will from advancing. Was it the will of the dragon turtle itself? It looks like we don't need to waste our energy on making it stop. It's unstoppable, concluded Run Huangchan, who was beside Yi Futian. Run Huangchan had only tried once, and he was certain about the creature's capability. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. With a flash, he dashed towards the ancient city on the dragon turtle's back. Yi Futian and his group landed on a ruin. They were surrounded by dilapidated pillars and crumbling walls. There was not an area that was in good shape. They could sense a much stronger might now that they were standing on the ruin. Yi Futian had a slight problem breathing normally when pressured by this might. The divine light of the great path flowed around his body, and his emperor's light twinkled, slowly withstanding the mysterious might. After he stabilized himself, his will swept out and scanned the surroundings. What's that? As they looked ahead at the center of the ruin, they saw a tall pile. It was like a tower. The mysterious might emanated from it. All the cultivators from various forces were making their way towards the tall pile. There seemed to be a weak light glowing inside the tower-shaped object. As the cultivators approached it, some of them launched attacks against it. The tower-shaped object shook when the intense attacks landed on it. However, it was not destroyed and still stood firmly. Yet another grating groan of sorrow sounded. The dragon turtle wailed again. The vibration of the sound caused the cultivators to feel restless. Weak light continued to glow on the tower-shaped object, further provoking the curiosity of the cultivators. "Let's attack together," suggested someone. Immediately, from various directions, the cultivators worked together to gather a frightening amount of power of the Great Path. "Back down first," Ren Huangchun instructed Yi Futian. Ren Huangchun stood in front of the group, and a defensive light shroud was activated. At the same time, the cultivators once again launched an aggressive attack towards the tower-shaped object. This time, it finally shook violently when many attacks landed on it at the same time. Unable to withstand the vibrations, boulders started falling from the tower. It seemed as though it would crumble at any moment. Many gazes were fixed on the tower. The eyes of some cultivators narrowed in shock when the boulders fell. "Those are..." exclaimed someone. After the boulders fell, there were actually human bodies stacked in the tower-shaped object. However, the bodies showed no signs of life. They were corpses. All the bodies in the tower seemed as though they had been here for an eternity. "This is a grave," someone said in a low voice as they looked at the tower-shaped object. Their hearts trembled intensely. A black turtle was moving around in the void space bearing a grave on its back. Whose grave was it? Who was buried inside? Terrifying storms continued to blow past the cultivators. When the black turtle tore apart space, fissures formed, and destructive storms continually surged out from them. The howling storms affected the cultivators. This was the reason why they attempted to stop the dragon turtle from moving just now. Unfortunately, up until now, no one was successful in making it stop. It was as though it had been moving in the vast void space since time immemorial. All the cultivators were shrouded with the divine light of the Great Path. Their gazes were fixed on the corpses in front of them. Many of the dead bodies were deformed. Some only had tiny sections left. One could imagine the intensity of the battle they were involved in before they perished here. Even on this day, countless years after the battle, the dead black turtle was still wandering in space aimlessly with these dead bodies on its back. Nobody knew where this black turtle was heading. Everyone felt uncomfortable as they were exposed to the destructive storms. Despite that, they still launched attack after attack at the tower-shaped grave. They were interested in opening up the grave and exploring the secrets hidden within. The powerful might, which instilled fear in everyone, emanated from within it. There might be an emperor-level corpse hidden within the pile. Perhaps the corpse was similar to the body of Xianxia the Great. The black turtle continued to let out sorrowful wails, affecting the cultivators. Right at this moment, a faint aura could be sensed from the tower-shaped grave. The faint light brightened slightly. Then, under the shocking gazes of all the cultivators, the rest of the corpses glowed and started moving. Some of the corpses floated in midair. At this moment, the cultivators who stood on the black turtle felt that they were being watched. It was a peculiar sensation. Before their eyes were indeed lifeless corpses. However, the corpses now gave off a vibe as though they were alive. The situation of the corpses was similar to that of the black turtle. It was undoubtedly dead, but it could continue moving while carrying this ruin on its back. Buzz! The corpses suddenly charged towards the cultivators. All the corpses seemed to have come alive. The eyes of some corpses, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened and emitted creepy light. "Be careful," Ren Huangchun warned the surrounding cultivators. The gazes of the cultivators from various forces turned serious. These corpses actually moved and pounced on them. Who was controlling them? Accompanying the sorrowful wail of the dragon turtle, the corpses lunged at the cultivators. More than 10 corpses pounced in the direction where Yi Futian and his group were. The speed of the corpses was astonishing. They were practically crashing towards them. A cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, who stood in front, punched the space in front of him. Instantly, starlight circulated and shot outwards. The corpses crashed head-on into the starlight. Loud rumbles thundered. A few corpses were shattered into pieces, but some corpses managed to force their way past the gigantic stars. The collision between the corpses and the stars caused the stars to crumble continuously. The corpses were so powerful, the giant-level figure was shocked. The corpses actually broke through his attack. If they were so powerful even as corpses, what level were these people at when they were still alive? Most likely, all the cultivators buried in this tower-shaped grave had not been simple beings. Old Ma and the rest also unleashed their divine light of the Great Path to withstand the incoming corpses. However, the corpses ignored all resistance and continued to press forward. They were lifeless and were not afraid of death, so they kept pushing forward. Many countermeasures set up by the cultivators were destroyed by the terrifying push from the corpses. Yi Futian and his group were not the only ones being attacked. More and more corpses buried in the tower-shaped grave surged out and rushed towards different directions. The number of the attacking corpses was increasing. They were like an army of reapers. It was a frightening scene to behold. Star light screens appeared all around, with Yi Futian and his group as the center. Ren Huangchun raised his scepter. The surrounding space became his absolute domain. More and more cracks appeared on the tower-shaped grave, and more corpses joined in the attack against the cultivators. However, all of them were blocked outside the screens. None of them could break through Ren Huangchen's defense. Even so, the corpses still slammed themselves relentlessly on the screens, causing the screens to vibrate. At this moment, the sorrowful wail of the black turtle intensified. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw that, from within the grave, beams of divine halo shone. The halos transformed into a unique rhythm. The rhythm was permeated with immense sadness. Boom! A loud thud sounded, and another corpse appeared. This corpse was not deformed. He was garbed in blue robes. His hair was actually still jet black in color, untainted by the passing of time. The rhythm surged out from the grave and permeated into the blue-robed corpse. Immediately, the corpse opened its eyes as though it had been awakened. His jet-black hair danced violently in the air. In different directions, a few other corpses that were at the same level as the blue-robed corpse appeared. The pressure emanated by these corpses was enough to make the giant-level figures from various forces feel threatened. Be careful. These corpses were existences that had survived divine tribulations of the Great Path when they were alive. A solemn voice rang, warning all the cultivators to beware of these newly awakened corpses. The capabilities of these corpses were unfathomable. A beam of blue light flashed, and the blue-robed corpse sprang in the direction where Yi Futian and his group were. His speed was shocking. He extended his arms and sent out a palm strike against the star light screens that materialized from Ren Huangchen's power of the Great Path. The starlight screens shook fiercely upon the impact. Then cracks appeared on the screens. The facial expressions of Ren Huangchen and the rest changed. These corpses were insanely powerful. Since the city on the Black Turtle's back was in a dilapidated state, the Black Turtle had most likely wandered around in the void space for a very long time. However, after so many years, not only were the corpses still in good condition, even the clothes that they were wearing also did not decay. Now, the corpses moved as though they had been resuscitated. The situation was too bizarre. Rumble. More and more cracks formed on the screens. Ren Huangchun raised his scepter and pointed it forward. With a loud bang, the starlight screens shattered into pieces. The screens were replaced with a gigantic starry divine sword, which charged straight towards the blue-robed corpse. The blue-robed corpse showed no intention of dodging the sword. He actually used his bare hand to grab the sword. The momentum of the divine sword caused the corpse to be pushed backward. However, at the same time, the divine sword was also disintegrating bit by bit. Yifutian stood motionlessly at his spot. He was carefully listening. There was a rhythm playing. He heard a rhythmic sound coming out from the grave, affecting the corpses. It seemed like the corpses were awakened and gained their fighting spirit from the rhythm. Yifutian listened to the rhythm attentively. It was a vehemently sorrowful rhythm. The wail of the dragon turtle echoed the rhythm. As Yifutian listened, an intense grief welled up inside of him as well. It was as though he had no control over his feelings. Who is playing this rhythm? Yifutian wondered as he stared at the grave ahead. What exactly was hidden inside the grave? I need to make a trip. Uncle Ma, please keep me company, Yifutian said out loud all of a sudden. Old Ma looked at him and nodded. A dazzling light shone on Yifutian. Then, he actually entered into a dark fissure formed from the space tearing. Old Ma followed closely behind him. Yifutian wanted to make a trip to the Divine Prefecture. He wanted to return to the village and bring the body of Xianxia the Great to this ruin. After Yifutian and Old Ma left, the other cultivators remained to hold off the attacks of the ancient corpses of the Great Path. These corpses, which could attack on their own accord, seemed to have minds of their own. Their combat ability was also astonishing. It was as though they were real cultivators who had experienced the divine tribulations of the Great Path. Renhuang Chun from Ziwei Imperial Palace and the top figures from various forces could not do anything to ward off these ancient corpses. After all, the corpses were already dead, and they were unaffected by the cultivators' attacks. On the other hand, the cultivators' lives were in danger as soon as they received a blow from these powerful corpses. Moreover, the rhythm coming from the grave intensified as time passed. This caused the ancient corpses to attack even more violently. In the end, all the cultivators were forced to retreat. After the cultivators got off the back of the dragon turtle, the ancient corpses ceased their pursuit. Then, the corpses returned to the grave, and the rhythm also dissipated. Everything on the dragon turtle's back gradually returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. The cultivators stood in the void space around the dragon turtle. The terrifying storms blasted out from the fissures. The cultivators were enveloped by the divine light of the Great Path so that they could resist the churning storms. At the same time, they traveled in space and followed the dragon turtle closely. The cultivators and the dragon turtle advanced at the same speed in the same direction. "What should we do?" asked a cultivator from a top force in the dark world. The people around him looked at each other in search of answers. Some of them fixed their gazes on the ancient city on top of the dragon turtle's back. A light was still faintly twinkling amidst the dilapidated grave. A top figure analyzed the situation and said, "The power that controls the ancient corpses comes from within the grave. Moreover, the might is at the level of a great emperor. Since there is an emperor's might and it can direct the rhythm, we can more or less be certain that there is a will of the great emperor lingering in this ruin. The will of the great emperor has kept the dragon turtle moving in the void for all these years. It can also utilize the rhythm to activate the ancient corpses." The rest of the cultivators nodded in agreement when they heard his words. "We have to assemble a bigger team of cultivators." All of them felt that the current situation was tricky. Many top forces from the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the Empty Divine Realm were here. Yet, with their collective effort, they still couldn't seize control of this dragon turtle, which carried an ancient ruin on its back. Since they couldn't explore the ruin by themselves, they could only request stronger backup. Frightening rumbles thundered. The dragon turtle continued to advance in a specific direction, traveled across space and left behind terrifying cracks. The storms churned continually. All the cultivators from various forces were eager to try their luck. Some of them made their second attempt to explore the ruin. However, they were encircled, attacked by the ancient corpses, and forced to retreat. Therefore, a bizarre scene took place in the void space. The dragon turtle, which was carrying a ruined city, or more precisely a grave on its back, advanced in space. It caused a huge commotion as it moved. Many cultivators from various top forces, including quite a few giant-level figures, followed behind it. The scene was shocking. This scene continued for a period of time. The dragon turtle carrying the ruined city slowly approached the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was about to enter the region where the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were. Fortunately, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were widely dispersed. There was a large distance between each realm. The area of the void space in between realms was far larger than the cumulative area of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Therefore, this grievous dragon turtle might not necessarily collide with the realms. If, unfortunately, a collision between the dragon turtle and a realm really occurred, the realm would most likely be penetrated by the terrifying momentum of this beast. Lord Taixian and the rest could only pray in their hearts as they observed the movement of the dragon turtle. They were not capable enough to stop it from advancing. On the other side, Yi Futian and Old Ma managed to return to the divine prefecture with the help of the divine item given to Yi Futian by Princess Donghuang. However, they landed in the Donghua domain. They traversed space and moved towards the Xianxia domain. Their destination was Four Corner Village. Old Ma naturally understood why Yi Futian wanted to come back. After experiencing the terror of the ancient corpses on the dragon turtle's back, both of them understood that the cultivators from various forces would most likely be helpless. Under such circumstances, Yi Futian couldn't be involved in the fight. With his abilities, he was not even qualified to participate in the battle. Hence, he had to make a trip to the village and retrieve the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Only then did Yi Futian stand a chance to fight against the other parties for the treasures in the ruin. Old Ma was proficient in the power of space. Hence, their speed was fast. They rushed to the Xianxia domain from the Donghua domain. Then, they arrived at the Four-Corner Continent. The return of Yi Futian and Old Ma stirred up quite a commotion in Four-Corner Village. Little Ling, Fang Xiyuan, and the other two youngsters gathered around them. However, Yi Futian couldn't afford to waste much time here. He went straight to the private school in search of the master. In the private school, Master was meditating with his eyes closed. Yi Futian approached him and bowed slightly. He greeted, "Master, are you here to retrieve the sacred remains?" Master asked Yi Futian as he opened his eyes. He seemed to know Yi Futian's intention for coming here. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "Did something occur in the original realm?" Master inquired. Since Yi Futian came from the original realm to retrieve the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor, it was obvious that something had happened there and that Yi Futian required the power of the sacred remains. Yi Futian described the situation to Master, saying, "In a void space of the original realm, a dragon turtle appears. It carries a ruined city on its back. There is a grave in the city which contains many ancient corpses of the Great Path. A rhythm is played from within the grave, and it can control the ancient corpses. It is menacing. The combat ability of the ancient corpses is also very shocking. A dragon turtle carrying a ruined city, and a grave at that," Master mumbled. "It is searching for its way home. Unfortunately, the way home is too far. It will most likely never be able to make it back. Does Master know what's going on?" Yi Futian revealed a strange expression. It was looking for its way home? The battle which led to the collapse of the heavenly path in the past was also known as the end of the gods. Countless top cultivators perished, and many gods fell. Even great Emperor Ziwei had to rely on sealing his will in the segment to preserve it. The longer Yi Futian came in contact with Master, the more he felt that Master was mysterious. Master was most likely a figure from the ancient past. Perhaps, he knew what happened in the past and the secrets of the dragon turtle and the grave. "I know," admitted Master while nodding his head. "Go and see for yourself." As Master said this, a body appeared beside Yi Futian. It was the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. The divine light of the Great Path circled around the body, and it emanated an unfathomable aura. It was akin to a real deity. Yi Futian looked at it. Then he moved towards it, and streaks of divine light flowed from Yi Futian into the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. The two divine lights formed some resonance, and Yi Futian pocketed the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. "Go. I will give you a ride so that you don't have to travel all the way back again." Master instructed. After that, a gentle force enveloped Yi Futian and Old Ma. They were hurled outwards. It seemed like Master wanted to send them back to the original realm. In the original realm where the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were, there was a terrifying disturbance in the sky above the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm. In the heavens above, menacing dark fissures seemed to appear. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm immediately glanced over towards the direction of the commotion. They saw an extremely astonishing sight. A gigantic dragon turtle bearing an ancient ruined city was traversing across the sky. As it did so, it was descending, seemingly approaching the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm. The terrifying dark fissures seemed to consume everything. What was that? Countless cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm witnessed this awe-inspiring scene. They were greatly affected as this scene was too shocking. Not only were they looking at the gigantic dragon turtle, but they were also glancing at the cultivators around it. Each of these cultivators was a top figure. They were actually following the dragon turtle, which was carrying an ancient ruined city on its back as it advanced. What did they want? Lord Taishian is also among them, someone exclaimed. Many people spotted Lord Taishian and the others. The top cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were also there. It was not just them. The cultivators from various top forces were all there. Retreat! Someone cried out. The dragon turtle was advancing at a frightening speed, descending towards them. No one knew where it would land. It was likely that it would crash on the outskirts of the heavenly mandate realm. Many cultivators were already beginning to retreat. In the sky, Lord Taishian looked towards the direction where the dragon turtle was moving. He could not help but frown when he traced its trajectory. It was highly likely that it would collide with the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm. However, they had no means of preventing it from doing so. Although more and more cultivators were rushing over to where they were still severely outnumbered. They could not block the dragon turtle's path. They had attempted to do so many times along the way. It's getting close, someone shouted. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm dispersed. The dragon turtle descended in an imposing manner. It appeared like an evil demon that wanted to consume everything. With an ancient city on its back, it descended upon the lands on the outskirts of the heavenly mandate realm and crashed right into it. Rumble. The dragon turtle crashed into the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm. Terrifying fissures appeared on the ground, followed by earth and debris scattering everywhere. The frightening jet-black fissures consumed everything. It was as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. At that moment, the entire heavenly mandate realm felt a tremor. The closer they were to this place, the more intense the tremor felt. There were even frightening cracks that propagated far into the distance. It seemed as though the land was being ripped apart. It was a catastrophe. Down below, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy unleashed the divine light of the Great Path, sweeping away a group who had not managed to get away, thereby protecting them. The dragon turtle's advance was not hindered too greatly. It continued downwards, penetrating the heavenly mandate realm. The lands along the boundary were immediately reduced to rubble and later consumed by the jet-black fissures. After the dragon turtle left, Lord Taishian and the others left the people they had saved at a safe location before continuing to pursue it. The cultivators bowed slightly at Lord Taishian and the others. Emotions welled up in them for having survived a disaster. The scene just now was too terrifying. They lowered their heads and peered down below. Their hearts still trembled intensely beyond their control. What exactly was that thing? There seemed to be a grave on the back of the dragon turtle. After piercing through the heavenly mandate realm, the dragon turtle had completely entered the region of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was still advancing further. This dragon turtle, which had wandered in the vast void for countless years, had finally arrived in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, where there were cultivators. "We must stop it," said Lord Taishian. It was too dangerous to allow this to continue. No one knew which continent the dragon turtle would crash into. Once it did, the continent would be reduced to rubble. The dragon turtle was still moving forward. More cultivators rushed over to where they were. Many powerful existences had survived divine tribulations of the Great Path. They were also chasing after the dragon turtle. Above the heavenly mandate realm, two silhouettes suddenly appeared. They were Yi Futian and Old Ma. The two of them glanced down and saw the shattered lands of the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm as well as the terrifying fissures of the Great Path. "Let's go." The two of them stepped forward and pursued the terrifying aura. Yi Futian frowned. As expected, the thing he was worried about had occurred. The dragon turtle had actually descended upon the lands of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It had even shattered the boundary of the heavenly mandate realm and was moving further into the region. Divine light of space shone. Old Ma's speed was extremely fast as he traversed the space and chased after the aura. As they made their way over, Yi Futian and Old Ma saw a broken continent. Countless rubble was floating in the space. More than half of the entire continent was consumed by dark fissures. When Yi Futian saw this scene, and his heart was extremely heavy, the worst possible outcome had occurred. The dragon turtle had collided with a continent and shattered it. Finally, they sensed the terrifying aura ahead and knew that they were close. The two of them continued forward and finally saw the dragon turtle. Right then, in the space surrounding where the dragon turtle was traversing, many top cultivators appeared. Most of them were existences who had survived divine tribulations of the Great Path. The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the Empty Divine Realm were all present. They seemed to have reached an agreement and were preparing to join forces to stop the dragon turtle from advancing. It was not because the other forces pitted the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, but rather that allowing the dragon turtle to continue moving would make it more difficult to claim the ruined city on its back. It was best if they could trap it here and stop it in its tracks. In front of the dragon turtle, a heavenly bulwark seemed to appear. Tens of thousands of runes lit up. It was extremely dazzling. The dragon turtle crashed right into the bulwark. Cracks appeared on its surface. However, the next moment a gate of world suppression appeared there. It was like an ancient door of the gods that could suppress everything in this world. Wangshan Watchtower also blocked the dragon turtle's path. Millet Emperor had appeared. Rumble. Terrifying rumbling sounds caused the space to tremble violently. Even the gate of world suppression was penetrated, and Wangshan Watchtower was knocked backward. However, the advance of the dragon turtle was beginning to weaken. After that, other cultivators appeared one by one. Various incredibly powerful figures had arrived. Emperor Shi and Renhuangchun also attacked. This time, the cultivators of the three major realms were actually exceptionally united in their efforts to stop the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle began to slow down. It seemed sluggish. It let out a sorrowful cry. Followed by rumbling sounds, the dragon turtle finally came to a stop. In the void, it seemed as though an ancient ruined city had appeared out of thin air. From within the grave, the rhythm could be heard again. It contained an intense sorrow within it. The grave moved once again. The ancient corpses on it also floated up with it. It seemed as though the actions of the crowd had incurred the wrath of the grave. It appeared that there was indeed life within it. Yi Futian stared straight ahead. He faintly sensed that this dragon turtle had not stopped because the others had blocked its path, but rather the power that drove it had caused it to stop. Otherwise, it would most likely still have been difficult for the various top cultivators to prevent the dragon turtle from advancing. Master said that the dragon turtle was seeking its way home. Could it be that the owner of the grave was making his way home? After the dragon turtle came to a stop, at last, no more new dark fissures appeared. Everything gradually returned to being peaceful. However, in the void space there was a ruined city floating about. In the void space around it, the cultivators stood staring at the ruined city. Ancient corpses emerged from the grave one by one as the rhythm played. It seemed to be controlling the movement of the ancient corpses. A few of the powerful ancient corpses were still around, standing in different locations. They stared wide-eyed at the surrounding cultivators. It was as though they themselves were cultivators who were still alive. These ancient corpses released extremely powerful auras. As the rhythm spread outwards, the ancient corpses began to move. They immediately pounced towards the surrounding cultivators. The power of each ancient corpse was comparable to that of a giant-level figure. "We must destroy them right away," someone said. These ancient corpses were originally lifeless. They could only be stopped by destroying them completely. The various cultivators nodded their heads in agreement. This time, the cultivators from 3 major realms were gathered around here. All of them unleashed auras of the Great Path at the same time. For a moment, the power of the Great Path around them rampaged and was extremely frightening. As Yifutian, who was standing in the distance and did not attack, watched the situation over here. Even he could sense the suffocating pressure sweeping outwards. There was a gigantic tower that came crashing down while unleashing destructive golden divine halos, flattening and shattering everything. Sword rivers annihilated everything within the space. Long dark spears traversed across the darkness. Divine halos of space tore the space apart. In an instant, the attacks of the various cultivators that burst forth simultaneously blocked out the sky. The entire ruined city was blanketed within these attacks. None of the ancient corpses could escape the range of these attacks. The rampaging power of these attacks came crashing down like an apocalypse might. Huge rumbling noises could be heard. In an instant, the ancient corpses that were charging towards the cultivators were mostly destroyed. They were buried within the ruined city. They could not charge out even if they wanted to. Jet black fissures appeared in the chaotic space, not settling for a long while. Once everything returned to normal, many ancient corpses had already disappeared, having been completely annihilated. Only a few powerful ancient corpses remained standing there. The chaotic, destructive power did not manage to destroy them. These ancient corpses were powerful existences that could stand against figures at the level of Renhuang Chun. In the grave, a light grew brighter and brighter. The rhythm also grew louder and louder. A loud bang could be heard as the grave burst open. A corpse stood on top of the grave. From within it, the formless rhythm surged non-stop into the corpse. It caused the corpse to be circled by halos of the Great Path. As the corpse stood there, a formless pressure swept out. It caused the various cultivators to stand around the ruined city to sense a terrifying pressure acting on them. Their gazes gradually became serious. The rhythm contained a unique power. It surged into the corpse that had appeared and caused the aura of the corpse to grow more and more powerful. Divine light actually circled around it, and the lifeless corpse seemed to be reborn into a body that was truly alive. Its hair was black as ink, and its skin became smoother. Its features became more defined, as though it had truly been resurrected. It was not just its features. From its body, halos of rhythm were released that circled around it and enveloped the other ancient corpses. The other corpses immediately lit up with beams of light. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. Was this the Corpse King? It seemed that with him as the center, the surrounding corpses all came back to life. Where was this rhythm coming from? Why did it contain such power? It is a long-lost divine melody. I think I know who is buried within this grave, claimed someone. The gazes of the crowd immediately shifted towards the speaker. It was Lord Luo from Outer Violet Heaven, a master of a divine melody. This rhythm was a long-lost divine melody? The hearts of the various cultivators stirred. Divine melodies were created by great emperors. Only the melodies created by deity-like existences such as great emperors were qualified to be called divine melodies. The 9 great divine melodies were all passed down from ancient times. That meant to say that, as expected, the master in the grave of the ruined city on the dragon turtle's back was an ancient great emperor. Many people revealed contemplative looks. Some people seemed to have realized this. Their expressions changed instantly. Many people did not know about the mystery behind the divine melody. They could not help but ask, which divine melody is it? Who is buried within the grave? It is the divine requiem, said Lord Luo. It is the most sorrowful divine melody among the 9 great divine melodies. It was composed by a prominent figure in ancient times, Shinin the Great. Once the divine requiem is played, the world will be cast into sorrow. It can control the emotions of others, and they will not be able to break free of its grasp. No wonder the cry of the dragon turtle was so sorrowful before this. Xianxia the Great. The hearts of the various cultivators trembled. This great emperor was also a figure who made it into the annals of history. In the legends, Xianxia the Great was a person who was true to himself. He was obsessed with the way of rhythm his whole life and cultivated it to its utmost limit. During his time, he was the top master of the way of rhythm. Otherwise, how could his divine requiem claim to cast the world into sorrow when played? How can it control these ancient corpses then? Someone asked. These ancient corpses seem to be controlled by the rhythm. Lord Luo explained. It is because this is not the true divine requiem. Xianxia the Great was the top master of rhythm of his era. He was terrifyingly proficient in musical techniques. It is not unthinkable that he can control ancient corpses. I am more curious as to whether the grave contains more than just the will of Xianxia the Great. His expression was stern. The surrounding cultivators also revealed strange expressions. They clearly understood what he meant by this. If only his will were present in the grave, how was it that it could activate the rhythm and control these corpses? It also seemed to be doing so as it pleased. However, if it was not just the will of the great emperor in the grave, what else was buried there? It was an astonishing line of thought. Lord Luo bowed towards the grave and said, Great Emperor, we stumbled upon this place in the void, so we wanted to explore it. We had no intention of disturbing you. When the surrounding cultivators heard Lord Luo's words, they were shocked. Lord Luo believed that the great emperor was still alive. How was this possible? If a great emperor from eons ago was still alive, why hadn't he appeared in the world sooner? Why did the dragon turtle need to wander in the void? If the great emperor was still alive, he could have killed them all with a flick of his hand. Why did he need to act in such a roundabout fashion? Lord Luo, I believe you are overthinking things, someone said. The other cultivators clearly did not believe this legendary figure from the ancient era had survived until the present day. If that were the case, it would be too astonishing. Lord Luo continued, Everyone, you seem to have forgotten the mysterious master of Four Corner Village. Nothing is impossible. After the collapse of the heavenly path, it was claimed that the gods had perished. However, can gods truly perish so easily? It might be that they exist in a different form in the world now. His words caused many people to frown. They seemed to have recalled something. Everyone ignored Lord Luo's words. There was movement in the grave aside from the rhythm playing. It surged into the various ancient corpses, especially the Corpse King. The Corpse King seemed to have come alive. A terrifying storm of rhythm emanated from his body and spread outward quickly. In an instant, the storm of rhythm enveloped the entire space. Everyone was within the domain of this rhythm. The rhythm was formless, yet its effect could be felt by all the cultivators present. The cultivators examined their surroundings. They could sense the omnipresent rhythm. Their eardrums vibrated with the rhythm. They formed some resonance with the music. It was as though their spiritual souls were invaded by it. Extreme grief welled up inside of them. They could feel despair and sorrow from deep within their souls. Beware. Many people reminded each other to be careful. The intense emotion mixed in the rhythm could directly affect the cultivators' souls, causing them to feel miserable. Sorrow, despair, helplessness, and the futility of struggling propagated along with the rhythm. These intense emotions directly impacted the cultivators, causing their mindfulness of the path to be swayed. It also lowered their combat abilities. Countless images that were related to their traumas surged in their minds. The traumas that each cultivator recalled were all memories that impacted their hearts and their souls the most. The negativity that they felt was magnified continuously, causing them to dwell in misery. It's the divine requiem. Lord Luo's emotions were similarly affected. At the same time, he was shocked by the might of the rhythm. This was the terror of the divine requiem. It would not attack the cultivators directly, yet it could perturb their mindfulness of the path and cause them to break down. Indirectly, it could destroy the cultivators. Humanity would dwell in sorrow as soon as the divine requiem was played. One could imagine how frightening this divine melody was. All the cultivators present had their own stories to tell. They had experienced countless tribulations to reach the peak of the Runhuang Plain. They had fortified their mindfulness of the path, and they were good at suppressing their emotions. Some of them even deserted all their feelings to achieve greater attainment in their way. Nevertheless, their experiences remained as memories in their minds. The divine requiem had the magical power to evoke those memories hidden in their minds. It would then amplify the negativity felt by the cultivators, causing them to wallow endlessly in sadness. It would destroy the will of a person. Even top figures would be affected by this. As to how powerful the effect would be, it depended on who was playing the divine requiem. It was the same for Yi Futian. He thought that his mindfulness of the path and his conviction were firm. However, right now, his memories that had long been hidden were once again evoked. The scenes resurfaced in his mind and leaped into his consciousness. It was as though he had returned to the days of his youth. He saw his teacher and grandmaster. He even experienced the sorrow and despair he had felt back then once again. It was as though he had returned to the time when he was back at Sage Hall and experienced the death of Jeyu all over. The intense sorrow seemed to be magnified, causing grief from deep within his soul to emerge. It felt as though he had lost his ability to fight completely. This sensation was too frightening. He never imagined that the rhythm actually possessed such astonishing power. It could subdue its opponents without a fight, destroying its enemies through their emotions. "This won't do!" A voice cried out from within Yi Futian. He had to break free. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Setting aside the fact that the ancient corpses had not attacked, even if they didn't, his mind would gradually be worn out if he continued to be immersed in this endless sorrow until he was eventually crippled. Was the divine melody played by a true top figure actually this powerful? Who was playing it now? At that moment, he actually came to the same preposterous conclusion as Lord Luo. Could it be that the great emperor was actually still alive? Who else could play such a divine melody? Rumble. At that moment, the great path resonated on Yi Futian's figure. His body became a divine body of the great path. The endless divine light of the great path circled around him. Musical notes burst forth from inside his body. These dancing musical notes intertwined to form a melody and countered the attack of the divine requiem. However, right then, the ancient corpses began to move. This time, they no longer attacked frantically like before. Instead, they were following the movements of the Corpse King. The figure of the Corpse King floated up into the air. He stood at the center of the storm of rhythm. He was circled by the endless storm. The other ancient corpses seemed to follow him and appeared around his figure. The Corpse King appeared like a truly extraordinary cultivator. He raised a finger, and immediately, the storm of rhythm in the vast space moved with his finger. Countless sword wills instantly appeared in the sky. These sword wills merged with the storm of rhythm. The humming of swords seemed to become a sorrowful wail. The hum of swords and the melody reverberated throughout the space. The other ancient corpses also did the same. The vast space was immediately enveloped by the sorrowful wail of swords. It was difficult for those caught in it to break free from its grasp. Buzz. The Corpse King lifted his finger and pointed at the cultivators. Immediately, myriads of humming swords appeared in the vast space. Each and every one of the swords was tainted with inexhaustible sadness. All the swords slashed towards the cultivators at the same time. The swords seemed to be capable of destroying one's spiritual soul. They were akin to the swords of great sorrow. A formless power was hidden within the swords as they charged towards the cultivators. All the top figures in the region were targeted by the swords. "Be careful," warned Run Huangchun as his figure appeared beside Yi Futian. Starlight illuminated and enveloped their surroundings. Yi Futian and the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were shielded under the starlight screen. Rumble. Endless sword will descended and blasted on the starlight screen. The entire screen was covered with invading sword will. Yi Futian and his group could clearly see how the sword will landed on the screen and caused it to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the screen. The terrifying melody permeated through the screen and affected the will of everyone. In other directions, Cultivators from various top forces were also fighting hard to defend against the sword will. Even the giant-level figures felt threatened by the ferocious attack. Some people retreated frantically while some people sought protection from tribulation-level cultivators. Right at this moment, the ancient corpses dispersed. They moved simultaneously as they charged towards the cultivators in various directions. The corpse king remained where he was. His gaze was devoid of emotion. He was a dead man after all. Naturally, he wouldn't have any feelings. The corpse king glanced in one direction. His gaze landed on a giant-level figure from the divine prefecture. Then, he raised his arm and sent out a palm strike from across the space. A gigantic palm immediately appeared in the heavens and earth. Even the gigantic palm was ringing with a sorrowful wail. This palm of great sorrow flew towards the cultivator. The cultivator retreated frenziedly. The sorrowful wail seemed to be omnipresent. It seeped into his mind and disturbed his emotions, causing him not to be able to focus and retaliate with his full force. At this moment, the palm of great sorrow slammed into him. With a loud bang, his spiritual soul was shattered. His body plummeted from the sky. He was killed instantly with a palm strike. "Stand back!" a voice called out. Various top cultivators backed down. Renhuang Chun, who was protecting the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, also said, "Stand back for now. This corpse king is terrifying." A giant-level figure had been killed with one blow so easily. The corpse king's combat ability was astonishing. Cultivators who had not survived a divine tribulation would find it difficult to take a stand against the corpse king. Even tribulation-level cultivators were having a hard time fighting him. "It is already too late," said Emperor Shi. A sorrowful wail could be heard all around them. They were all trapped in this domain of rhythm. The storm of rhythm that surrounded the vast space merged with the hum of swords and became a mournful wail of swords. It blocked out the sky and enveloped all the cultivators. In the ruined city, rhythm still floated out non-stop from within the grave towards the figure of the corpse king. There were certainly secrets hidden within the grave. It was also highly likely that it was the secret to the divine requiem. Could it truly be as Lord Luo had speculated, and that the great emperor existed in a different form in the world now? If not, how could such a powerful rhythm be created? "Seal off your senses. Do not let the rhythm affect you," someone reminded loudly. The grievous wails persisted. It directly affected the spiritual souls of the cultivators. The thick sense of sorrow pierced straight through to the hearts of the cultivators. If this continued, they would succumb to endless despair under the rhythm and would not be able to break free from its grasp. Many giant-level figures were already severely affected and had lost their will to fight. "Elder, may I trouble you to guard my body?" Yifutian asked. As he said this, his spiritual soul left his body and entered into the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor. With his current plane in this domain, Yifutian could not withstand a single blow to his body. Right then, a suffocating pressure appeared in the heavens and the earth. The sorrowful, wailing sword will in the sky trembled. There was a loud rumble. Someone immediately shattered the domain and entered the area. Many people raised their heads and looked at the person who had arrived. Their hearts were trembling. Before this, cultivators from the various top forces had already informed their clans or forces to send over super cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation. It seemed that someone had arrived. The corpse king raised his head and swept a glance at the other party. He then raised a finger, and immediately cold sword will howled as it charged towards the other party. A frightening pattern of the great path appeared before the person who had arrived, blocking out the sky. When the sorrowful sword will stabbed forward, it actually sank straight into the pattern. Another extremely powerful aura descended and appeared above. Clearly, the second super cultivator had arrived. How could the relic of a great emperor appearing in the void realm not cause a commotion? Even the top super cultivators could not resist coming over to take a look to see whether there was a great emperor-level existence here. After a short while, in the surrounding void, many super cultivators appeared. These people were definitely rare sights to behold. They stood at the very top, high above everyone else. After the great emperor, they were the strongest existences. They were the backbone of their forces and controlled superpowers. An example was Taichu Saint Emperor. He was already a cultivator at the top of the pyramid and was the ruler of the Taichu domain. For cultivators of this level, their greatest obsession was the great emperor plane. However, it was almost impossible for them to reach this plane. Ever since the collapse of the heavenly path, how many great emperors had there been? No matter how talented these cultivators were, the great emperor plane was always beyond their reach. After they arrived, they stared at these ancient corpses. Had these corpses been given life? Where was the rhythm coming from? As they pondered on this, they immediately stepped forward toward the grave. They wanted to see what secrets were hidden within. Were the remains of Xianxia the Great buried within this ruined city on the back of a dragon turtle? The ancient corpses around the grave charged towards the cultivators who were approaching them. Sword will howled sorrowfully and rained down. However, the people who had arrived this time were powerful existences. A cultivator from the dark world lifted a finger, and the ancient corpse charging towards him became a pile of shriveled bones. It disappeared gradually and turned to ash. Another cultivator slashed out with his own sword will. The space was instantly shattered, and everything in its path was annihilated. Even the space before him was shredded into pieces, let alone the corpses. They were immediately reduced to nothing. Another cultivator merely waved his hand, and the ancient corpses were disintegrated. This was the absolute suppression of planes. Once one reached this plane, the difference between each plane was insurmountable. Cultivators who survived the second divine tribulation could not be compared with those who only survived the first. The latter could be suppressed with a mere wave of a hand by the former. In an instant, most of the ancient corpses were destroyed. Only the corpse king was left standing there. He was staring at the cultivators who were approaching him with his deep gaze. The corpse king might have also been an existence who survived the second divine tribulation. Alas, he was but a corpse now. He couldn't wield the same level of combatability as he did when he was still alive. He had been weakened greatly. It was most likely impossible for him to deal with these super cultivators by just activating the rhythm. Sorry for the offense. One of the cultivators apologized. He then lifted his hand and pointed a finger forwards. The space in front of him instantly collapsed and shattered. A frightening black hole appeared. This space could not withstand an attack of a cultivator of this level. A simple attack would cause the great path to collapse. The other cultivators also attacked at the same time, aiming their attacks at the corpse king. Astonishing powers swept towards the figure of the corpse king simultaneously. The crowd could predict what the outcome would be. The corpse king would certainly be decimated by these attacks. At this moment, a menacing divine light surged from within the grave. The light transformed into the storm of rhythm which enveloped the corpse king. Many attacks landed at the same time, flooding the entire space where the corpse king was. However, after the destructive storm dissipated, the cultivators noticed that the corpse king was still standing tall, unharmed by the attacks. An even more frightening aura permeated from his body. The light from within the grave surged into his body frenziedly. The surrounding cultivators frowned. The corpse king was not eradicated even when faced with such attacks from the crowd. Furthermore, they could vaguely sense that the aura of the corpse king was undergoing metamorphosis. It was becoming stronger. An unparalleled might emanated from the corpse king, causing the cultivators to feel an overbearing pressure. It was the might of a great emperor. As expected, it was the aura of a great emperor. Could it be that the will of the great emperor was really hidden in the grave? Moreover, the user could control this might so freely. The thing hidden in the grave would most likely not just be the will of the great emperor. The hearts of all the cultivators quivered. Even those who had experienced the second divine tribulation found it hard to remain calm at this moment. Could it be that Xianxia the Great was really still alive? More and more cultivators found themselves believing the words of Lord Luo. Perhaps he was right. The great emperor might still be alive in another form. He might have even retained his consciousness. If that was the case, then the thing hidden in the grave was A horrific rhythmic atmosphere diffused from the corpse king and swept across the space without reserve. In an instant, heaven and earth were once again surrounded by rhythms and formed a domain dominated by it. Traces of musical rhythm burrowed into everyone's ears, probing into their spiritual souls. Even those powerful beings who had passed the second divine tribulation felt a shudder in their spiritual souls. Buzz. The fluctuations of the rhythm continued to spread from the corpse king. It was as if his body was merely a conductor. In a brief moment, the vast land was enveloped by the will contained in the rhythm. The music of a song began to play, and every single beating note seemed to contain endless sorrow. The divine requiem. Lord Luo's expression was solemn. He had a look of piety. He then sat cross-legged directly in this void, listening very carefully. Although this divine requiem was terrifying, it was also a great blessing to personally experience the long-lost divine requiem. Furthermore, it was possible that this divine requiem was being performed by Shinin the Great himself. Even if he was not in human form, he existed in another form, playing this stunning divine tune. As a rhythmic cultivator, Lord Luo appreciated the opportunity to hear the divine requiem here, even if it meant that he must withstand terrible rhythmic attacks. He did not deliberately resist the attacks but allowed things to take their course, wanting to comprehend the fullness of the divine requiem. And because of his own cultivation in rhythm, he had stronger resistance than most. Of course, even if Lord Luo deliberately resisted it, it wouldn't do him much good. The divine requiem had shrouded the vast space and rang throughout this corner of the sky. It had wormed into everyone's ears and infiltrated their spiritual souls so that there was absolutely nowhere to hide. Those major figureheads who had retreated sat cross-legged, trying to shut down all their senses, but it was totally futile. Once the divine requiem started to play, that endless sadness quickly took hold of their minds, dragging them into a world created by the mood of dejection. So much so that they had forgotten where they were and were compelled to enter an atmosphere of extreme sorrow of their own making. As soon as the divine requiem sounded, the whole world grieved. As despondency percolated into this world, Yi Futian sat cross-legged like most people. Although his spiritual soul was in the body of Xianxia the great emperor, it was still impossible for him to resist the invasion of the divine music. This rhythm was particularly good at invading the spiritual souls, and the strong sense of sadness took hold of him once again. It was a feeling of desperation, endless emptiness, and endless sorrow. This emotion was then amplified to the point that it could make anyone who heard it lose their mind. As if mired in quicksand, they immersed themselves in that extreme sadness, unable to extricate themselves until their will was completely eaten away. Even those strong cultivators who had survived the twofold divine tribulation were strongly affected. They looked at the corpse king in front of them while their own bodies were releasing a terrifying aura of the great path. They continued moving forward, intent on destroying the other. If they didn't, they would also be affected by the rhythm to the point of falling within that inescapable mood. However, as they moved forward, the rhythmic storm became even more frightening, engulfing their bodies and madly infiltrating their minds. A strong sense of grief was born involuntarily. It was as if they could no longer control their own will but were controlled by that music. But the existence at this level had wills like iron that were hard to bend. Even in this state, they struggled to stretch out their hands, pointing at the body of the corpse king. A single arm was able to penetrate the rhythmic storm. It continued penetrating the storm little by little until that arm was in front of the corpse king, pointing directly at his physical body. In other directions, those who had survived the twofold divine tribulations also tried to touch the corpse king by any means possible. At this moment, the space had been completely torn apart and shattered, and there was no power to stop the madness of the storm or the collapse of that space. The extremely brilliant light and the light of darkness appeared at the same time. Then they saw the body of the corpse king began to disperse a little bit at a time, until it completely disappeared, destroyed. Is he dead? Everyone wondered after what they had seen. That's not quite right. Their expressions became alert, though their sadness remained. The rhythm had not dissipated, and it was just a corpse. Even if its physical form was destroyed, it didn't necessarily mean anything. Previously, the rhythm had been using his body as a medium to play the music. That top cultivator, who had reached the front, lowered his head to check out the tomb below. He saw wisps of rhythmic fluctuations that had begun to drift outward. As the man stepped out, a heavy pressure suddenly dropped down, causing cracks upon the tomb. It started to break apart in the middle. He wanted to see what was hidden inside the tomb. Even though everything that happened before was extremely uncanny, as if the great emperor had truly existed, he didn't believe that Xianxia the Great was still alive. If so, how could he have allowed them to do what they had done here? Inside this tomb, there might be secrets that were yet unknown to them. Once the tomb was broken open, an ancient sarcophagus appeared inside. It was a pure white sarcophagus. The terrifying rhythm was coming from it, and even divine consciousness could not penetrate and scan it. This was enough to sober up several cultivators who had survived the twofold divine tribulation. They stared at this white sarcophagus. Was the body of Xianxia the Great inside? If it was indeed the corpse of the great emperor, then where did this rhythm come from? And why was it able to be played here? Moreover, the music from the sarcophagus did not stop but became stronger instead, so that these top cultivators felt as if they were inside an illusion, that they, too, were about to fall into that deepest sorrow. Boom! The aura from them was shocking. They fixed their attention on the sarcophagus. In any case, they were determined to break it open and expose the secrets inside the sarcophagus. If the corpse of the great emperor was really inside, it might be the beginning of another bloody conflict. Like before, they moved toward the sarcophagus, but the bursts of energy from the great path dissipated immediately when they got near the sarcophagus. Just like before, they tried to launch their attacks at close range. Someone stretched out a hand and pointed at the sarcophagus. His body penetrated and entered the rhythmic storm. Someone else unleashed an amazing sword that pierced through the storm, all the way down. The attacks of these powerful cultivators in the original realm were enough to shatter heaven and earth and destroy the great path. However, they were under incomparable pressure. It was as if their attacks were blocked as they struggled to move forward. However, they were getting closer. Lord Luo opened his eyes and looked ahead. His heart was beating violently. It seemed that the sarcophagus was really about to be opened. He had speculated that the great emperor might have existed in another form and that the behaviors of these cultivators were terribly disrespectful to the great emperor. If the great emperor truly existed in another form, no one would know what the consequences would be. However, these men were determined, and their minds were made up. It was impossible to stop them. Finally, someone's attack took hold and landed on the white sarcophagus. A cracking sound was heard. The sarcophagus began to crack. It didn't seem so difficult to break now. Bang! The ancient white sarcophagus exploded. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the contents inside. All eyes were glued to the scene ahead. Even in the midst of the emotional struggle, they opened their eyes and stared. They wondered what was inside the tomb in the ruin that had been pulled by the dragon turtle. No one doubted that the will of the great emperor was here and that it was Xianxia the Great, the first man of music in ancient times. Then, was the corpse of Xianxia the Great inside this white sarcophagus? Everyone stared at the broken sarcophagus and finally saw what was hidden inside. There was no corpse, no physical body of Xianxia the Great, and no one else either. In the sarcophagus, the rhythmic storm continued raging, and the rhythm was originated from the strings of a guqin. Inside this white sarcophagus, there was only a guqin, one that seemed to be alive, capable of playing divine music by itself. The hearts of all the cultivators were beating quickly. A guqin that could play the divine music? What kind of guqin was this? And who was controlling the guqin? Furthermore, they could feel the will of the great emperor contained within the sounds of the music. Did this mean that this guqin contained the will of Xianxia the Great? However, even if this guqin contained the will of Xianxia the Great, why was it playing freely, as if it was alive? It even had the power to control those ancient corpses with the music. Could it be? As their thought turned to this, even those who had survived the second divine tribulation felt a great disturbance in their hearts. They stared at the Guqin below and realized that there was only one possibility that could have led to such a situation. After Xianxia the Great had perished, he might have incorporated his consciousness into this Guqin, thus infusing the Guqin with life force. Perhaps Lord Luo was right. The great emperor may have existed in another form, such as inside of this Guqin, so that he was able to use this Guqin to play the divine music. Just as they were considering this possibility, they saw that a few top cultivators had already made their move as they started grabbing at the instrument. This was a true divine item, one that might possess the will of a great emperor. If it could be controlled, what would that be like? However, as soon as they grabbed for the Guqin, an extremely radiant divine brilliance erupted from it. It contained supreme coercion, radiating and falling directly on several powerful cultivators. Suddenly, these men were repelled backward, and no one was able to remain standing under that divine brilliance. Even the others who were in the distance felt the pressure of the great emperor that permeated in the sound of the Guqin. Their hearts beat wildly as they saw the Guqin flying up and floating in the air. The strings on the Guqin kept moving, and the might of the emperor diffused from the Guqin itself and covered the boundless space. At this moment, those top-notch cultivators actually had the urge to worship the Guqin. It was as if that Guqin represented the great emperor himself. The sound from the Guqin increased its coercion. It was more penetrating than before, piercing into their spiritual souls. Finally, the dragon turtle let out a violent bellow. It seemed as if even the corpse of the dragon turtle was deeply affected by it. All the cultivators were immersed in despair and sorrow. They couldn't imagine how a person could perform such a sorrowful composition. What did Xianxia the Great experience to cause him to compose the divine requiem? Yifutian felt the music a bit more deeply than the others. He was a student of the Guqin and understood that the music represented a person's state of mind. The person who could compose something like the divine requiem must have gone through endless sadness and despair himself. For a great existence, such as Xianxia the Great, who stood at the pinnacle of music, to have personally experienced such extreme grief was something unimaginable. The extreme sadness affected everyone's emotions, and the sadness only deepened. It was as if even the souls were crying out as well. The body of Xianxia the Great Emperor raised his head and looked at that beating Guqin. Tears seemed to have stained the corners of his eyes. If one is immersed in this mood, what would it be like? Yifutian wondered. He was surrounded by the imperial will and was closely guarding his thoughts. But at the same time, he let loose of his emotions and no longer resisted. He allowed the sound of Guqin to invade his emotions. Since it was impossible to resist, why not accept it and feel the true feelings the music was trying to convey? As the sound of Guqin continued to spread, heaven and earth fell into endless sorrow. Even the great path seemed to be in grief. Similarly, the resistance of those major figures gradually weakened as more and more people quieted down. The aura of the great path upon their bodies gradually dissipated. Like Yifutian, they were slowly immersed in the sound of the Guqin, unable to extricate themselves from its hold. One by one, they sank into the mood created by the Guqin in endless sorrow. Only those who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path were still resisting, especially those who had survived the second divine tribulation. Their will was the most persistent, but even then, they were being affected profoundly. Their will was unrelenting, and they refused to surrender to the sound of the Guqin. In their present state of cultivation, they were only one step away from the heavenly path. How could they be affected by the rhythmic path of the music? To them, this concept was unacceptable. Some continued to try to grab at the Guqin. Several others also did whatever they could to try to obtain the Guqin by force, using the supreme power of the great path to prevent the music from continuing. But those moving strings seemed to never stop, and round after round of sound waves swept out, making every movement extremely difficult to manage. When they got close to the Guqin, radiant divine glory would bloom from it, like the might of the great emperor. It spread out with the sound of the Guqin to suppress these cultivators. Every cultivator was incredibly tense as the strings continued to move, and another terrible imperial might descended upon them. Once again, Those cultivators were knocked back again, and some couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Although it was just a guqin, it seemed to be alive, and there was no way to capture it. Those top figures looked at the guqin that floated in the void, and their hearts trembled. It seemed that Xianxia the Great might exist in this guqin in another form, giving it life. But, even if strong cultivators like them coveted the item, they were unable to achieve it. Unless it was the guqin itself that allowed them access without resistance, it could not be done. A storm of rhythm shrouded this vast space, and everyone seemed to quiet down. The aura of the great path they released gradually dissipated. One may see that there were traces of tears in many top cultivators' eyes. The whole world seemed to be immersed in despair and sorrow. Even the air was filled with sadness. The dragon turtle's sad bellowing was heard at this moment. As it cried, the dragon turtle moved again. Accompanied by the violent sounds, the dragon turtle set off again to smash through those previous defenses. It gradually accelerated along with the sound of the guqin. It was as if it were still looking for a way home as it had done before. This time, the bellowing continued and persisted, resounding in this endless space in the void. It seemed that the whole world was filled with endless sorrow. The dragon turtle set off. Rumbling sounds rolled across the void. Spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and the sound of sad bellowing that came from the dragon turtle seemed to draw tears from the others as well. Even sadder was the divine requiem. Upon the immense body of the dragon turtle, that city of ruin formed a field dominated by the music of the great path. All the cultivators were trapped within it, including those who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. They, too, were mired in the sorrowful mood of the divine requiem, falling into sadness so absolute that they were unable to escape by themselves. Those who had survived the second major divine tribulation had the strongest resistance, but they could not take hold of the guqin. Gradually, the sound of the guqin invaded their minds, sending them into the mood of absolute sadness. This absolute sadness overwhelmed even the strongest of wills and crushed them. Unless a cultivator could strip away his own emotions and desires, he would not be able to break free from this music played by the great emperor. No matter how strong anyone's cultivation was, they had fallen into that feeling. Gradually, apart from the sad bellows of the dragon turtle, the space became extremely quiet except for that desolate, sorrowful sound from the guqin. Yifuqian had already fallen into the sadness and knew that he could not and did not resist the sound of the guqin. Instead, he had allowed himself to go with the flow and immersed himself in it. He wanted to see if this sadness could destroy him, but he also wanted to see what was hidden in this extreme sorrow. Because of his musical cultivation, he knew that every musical sound had its own meaning. He wanted to really feel the mood of Xianxia the Great when he was playing the guqin and see why Xianxia the Great was able to compose such sad music. After entering into that mood, the sorrow hidden deep in Yifuqian's heart seemed to be coaxed out all at once. From his childhood until today, even those long-forgotten memories now surfaced in his own mind, accompanied by that music of extreme sadness. All his emotions seemed to be replaced by sadness. Nothing else and no other emotions mattered anymore. He seemed to have returned to the past, directly entering into the memory of bygone ages. He saw Hua Fengliu's cultivation being abolished, Jieyu's death in the battle, and when the imperial advisor of Dali released him as he walked away, all the sorrows of his past came to mind. His feelings were magnified even more to the point that he was unable to free himself. It was as if he could no longer escape. The tears on his face flowed freely, unbeknownst to him. Those eyes were no longer bright but were empty and hollow, occupied only by sadness and desperation. He looked just like the living dead. Yifuqian had forgotten everything else and what he wanted to do. Perhaps he had not expected to sink so deeply into the mood. And it was not just him. Everyone had fallen into it, including those who had gone through the divine tribulation. In those long years of cultivation, everyone had tons of stories from the past that were emotional to them. Normally, the things that they had experienced were suppressed so that it would not affect their emotional balance. But no one could escape the influence of this divine requiem. No matter how powerful one's cultivation was, Anyone, as long as they owned all their human emotions and desires, would be affected by it. If this scene were witnessed by people on the outside, it would have been absolutely stunning. Of the three major worlds, the divine prefecture, the dark world, the empty divine realm, many were existences at the peak. They all had tears in their eyes. They had all fallen into this sadness. And it was a sight so rare it might not occur even every 1,000 years. In the quiet space, the guqin that contained the will of the great emperor floated in the void. The strings were moving on their own, playing this divine song with endless sorrow. It seemed as if there was no end in sight. The dragon turtle continued moving forward in the void, and dark cracks appeared one by one, as if to bring everyone into endless darkness, into eternal exile. Behind Yifutian, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were lost as well. Old Ma's face was full of tears. He thought about the death of little Ling's parents. That unforgettable sadness was the eternal pain in his heart, no matter what cultivation level he had reached. It would always be hidden within the depths of his memory. But at this moment, it was thoroughly unleashed. Everyone had different kinds of sadness, but the ending was similar without exception. All the cultivators were caught up in that desolation. Time went by fast, and no one knew how long it had been. Yifutian, trapped in that extreme sadness, suddenly sensed a trace of consciousness awakening inside him. He seemed to have entered a very mysterious mood. The sadness was still there. It didn't dissipate, and he was still immersed in it. However, there seemed to be a consciousness there. An inexplicable force seemed to affect him, or he seemed to perceive the deep feelings contained in the sorrowful music. Although he had his eyes closed, everything in front of him was so clear. At the same time, it was so elusive and unpredictable. The guqin that was floating in front of him was no longer just the guqin itself. Before the guqin, a figure of peerless elegance appeared. The man looked to be about 30. He clad in clothes purer than snow. He had a temperament that was out of this world. Seeing the appearance of this figure, Yifutian's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a thought was pulling him back from all that sadness. Was this an illusion? In front of the guqin, a figure appeared. The guqin didn't seem to be playing by itself but was played by this man. However, no one else was able to see him except for Yifutian. This is not an illusion. A voice sounded inside Yifutian's head. This was definitely no illusion, but that he had truly entered the mood and perceived the sight in front of him, as well as the existence of the great emperor. As Lord Luo had said, Xianxia the Great continued to exist in another form. His life was integrated into this guqin, and he became one with it. This guqin was definitely not just as simple as an instrument and definitely not as simple as containing a trace of the great emperor's will. Is it the great emperor? A voice came asked. It was Yifutian's. It was a voice from his soul. The great emperor of ancient times from countless centuries ago. It was the first man of music. Did his life persist to this day? If so, in what form did Xianxia the Great exist? After Yifutian spoke, he waited quietly, as if for the other man to respond. Time seemed to flow exceptionally slowly. Then the sound of a sigh came out that seemed to contain endless sadness. With just a sigh, Yifutian was once again brought back into that absolute grievous feeling. However, this sigh caused Yifutian's heart to beat wildly. It was as if all his previous speculations were confirmed. Lord Luo was right after all. The great emperor had really prevailed. After the great emperor let out a sigh, there were no other sounds. He plucked the strings again, playing that sorrowful divine requiem. The sound of the music lingered, but the endless sadness remained. Those who were drawn into it were unable to extricate themselves, and even Yifutian's soul felt that tremendous sadness. However, but he gradually perceived a feeling in all of that sadness, which was exactly what he had been seeking in the sound of the guqin. He was an expert in music and understood that the rhythm of the music was originated from the heart. Behind every rhythm, there was a story, a feeling it tried to convey. When he plunged himself into this, it was with the intent to feel, to discover what was hidden in the divine requiem. What exactly did Xianxia the Great experience to compel him to compose such despondent music? Even when it was lost, it was still remembered by later generations and included in the roster of divine compositions. With the sound of the music, Yi Futian seemed to be getting many bits and pieces of information. What he saw in his mind's eye did not seem to be too clear. It was somewhat elusive, like a story intertwined with many scenes that were now projected in his mind. Yi Futian didn't do anything deliberately, but continued to immerse himself in the sound of the music to feel. He already knew that he perceived the mood. He was almost able to see the origin of the divine requiem. The picture in his head gradually became clearer. With the sound of the guqin, Yi Futian's consciousness seemed to have entered into another time and space, as if he no longer had any consciousness of the self but was now completely immersed in the mood. With clarity, Yi Futian could see two people. One was an elegant scholar, sophisticated and handsome. The other was a woman, beautiful and sunny, with a charming smile and a gorgeous face. Although this scholar was very young, one could vaguely discern Shinin the Great as a young man. At that time, he was not yet so authoritative or majestic, and he did not have a strong aura. He was more like an innocent young master who exuded a delightful temperament. In these pictures, Yi Futian saw the two learning to play guqin together from the same master, who seemed to be a very powerful individual in music. The two of them learned guqin together. Gradually, they got to know each other and fell in love. Where they were, there was a peach tree grove that was exceptionally beautiful. The peach blossoms covered the ground just like something from a dream. They played music together and composed guqin music. This particular scene felt extraordinarily wonderful. The two were like a golden couple, and their master was very kind to them. He instructed them in cultivation and witnessed their growth and their love. Pieces of their lives were played out quickly, jumping here and there, and they sailed in front of Yi Futian's eyes. The two had experienced many things together, falling in love, loving each other, experienced separation, frustration, and reunion. They had gone through a lot together. In some of the scenes, the two had also experienced many major events. Yi Futian saw the continuous growth of the young scholar in white. He saw that he had caused bloodshed within an entire clan for the sake of his beloved, and that his lethal music had slaughtered thousands. In the wake of the pile of bones that had accumulated, he left with the woman. Many similar scenes ensued. During their times together, there were too many stories. Gradually, both of them had cultivated to a very high level, and their musical attainments were getting stronger as their status elevated with it. However, every few years, they would return to where they cultivated and play music together under the peach blossoms. They would take a pot of wine to visit their master, drink with him, and view the peach blossoms together. Among those countless events, this one seemed to be repeating the most, as if it was the most important thing in his life. No matter what realm he cultivated to and no matter how many difficulties he had been through in life, he would always return to the place he was from. Finally, the world changed, and it became heavy and oppressive. The scholar in white was no longer the same scholar in white of yesteryears but a world-renowned existence. Countless people wanted to cultivate under his tutelage. He had reached the top and became a supreme existence himself. In that era, it seemed a bit easier to cultivate, and there were many supreme existences. When the world was going through great changes in those years, he went through many tremendous wars, but there were not many scenes of these wars. Most of what's been revealed were still those of him with his beloved. Until one day, there was something about the battle of the gods. In that battle, heaven and earth disintegrated, and the world collapsed. The entire world began to fragment as the great path fractured. Everything was on the verge of total destruction. It was a disaster for the entire world. And the scholar in white didn't seem to have participated in the battle until the clan he belonged to was shattered. The peach tree grove turned into scorched earth, and his most respected master also perished. Out of anger, he finally joined the war. However, this battle resulted in the death of his beloved woman. In his extreme pain and sorrow, he cast a white sarcophagus for her. However, in the coffin, the woman turned into a guqin, wanting to accompany him forever, fighting with him in every battle. So, with the help of this guqin, he composed that stunning music, the divine requiem. When the divine requiem was heard, the whole world grieved. But in the end, he still couldn't alter fate. The heavenly path collapsed, the world was shattered, and Xianxia the Great himself almost died in the battle. Before his demise, he incorporated his life force into the Guqin and turned it into the soul of the Guqin. It seemed to him that the two of them would be together forever, entombed within that white sarcophagus. When all these scenes disappeared from his head, Yi Futian finally understood where the Guqin came from. It turned out that this Guqin was the final resting place of two supreme cultivators, Xianxia the Great and his beloved girl. He finally understood why this dragon turtle was pulling a sarcophagus moving aimlessly in the void. And he finally understood why the dragon turtle was making those sad bellowing. Everything was because of that Guqin. The teacher said that they were looking for a way home. However, the heavenly path had collapsed and the old world destroyed. How could they find the way home? Yi Futian couldn't help but be reminded of that peach tree grove. The teacher of Xianxia the Great and the happy times Xianxia the Great spent with his beloved while learning the Guqin together in the peach tree grove. The beautiful times he spent together with his teacher drinking, chatting, and playing music. Even when he had reached the top, his original intention never changed. He returned often and did the same thing. He was, indeed, someone who was true to his heart. Perhaps it was because of this that he proved the supremacy of the way and became the great emperor, the first man of music. Yi Futian knew where the home was referred to by the dragon turtle. It was the peach tree grove. This, too, was the obsession of Xianxia the Great. He wanted to take his beloved to return to the peach tree grove once again. However, this seemed to be an impossible dream that was destined never to be fulfilled. The world before the collapse of the heavenly path and the world today were no longer the same. Yi Futian was overtaken by the atmosphere created by this Guqin. It was from the sadness he experienced before. It seemed as if every note was no longer just a simple note but a feeling, a scene from the life of Xianxia the Great. His most respected teacher, his favorite hometown, and his most beloved woman were all lost in that great battle. If he had reached the peak of realms, what of it? He was so hopeless that he finally fell into total despair and composed the Divine Requiem, a composition that was known throughout the world. However, the outcome was that he too became part of that Guqin. Those lively notes imprinted in Yi Futian's mind as the rhythm became clearer. Suddenly, a Guqin appeared in front of him, which was transformed by the divine wheel of the great path. The strings of the instrument moved, and every note seemed to be filled with immense sorrow. Each beating note seemed to resonate with the divine requiem. Yi Futian seemed to be playing the divine requiem. Some experiences of Xianxia the Great's lifetime bore shocking similarities to Yi Futian's. The two men resonated emotionally. However, even though he had fallen into that boundless dejection before, Yi Futian seemed to have escaped from it at this moment. Not quite a true breakaway, but he was able to reach beyond the emotion of sadness and had come to a place of acceptance, which was also the feelings conveyed by the divine requiem. Only the person who had gone through the progression of these feelings could compose this divine requiem. And Yi Futian seemed to have understood something and was doing exactly that. Although the notes he played were far from the true divine requiem, the feelings were there so that the notes he played were integrated into the atmosphere of the divine requiem, as if resonating with it. Gradually, Yi Futian's music became much more skilled, and his sense of sorrow became even stronger. He was still immersed in the endless sadness, but his consciousness was quite lucid, surpassing the emotions he was feeling. As the music played, countless invisible currents surrounded Yi Futian's person. In front of the Guqin transformed by the great emperor, an elusive phantom sat quietly there. It seemed to be looking up at Yi Futian at the moment. It was as if he embodied a complete life force, like he were truly Xianxia the Great. What century is it now? A questioning voice drifted into Yi Futian's ears, making his heart shudder. The great emperor had spoken. Although Yi Futian had been in contact with the will of great emperors before, aside from Emperor Yi Qing, this was only the second time that he had really seen a great emperor who was fully conscious. He was speaking to him. Elder, it is now the age of the divine prefecture. It has been more than 10,000 years, Yi Futian replied. After hearing his answer, the figure fell into deep silence for a while, then let out a sigh. His eyes drifted to a place far away, then back down at his guqin. He had turned into a guqin, drifting about for countless years, and he had lost count of what year or age it was. Where is home? The sound of a deep sigh was heard. It seemed that Xianxia the Great knew that he was without a home. His hometown had long been destroyed. His master and his beloved were no longer there. Everything existed only in his mind, a construct of his persistence. After the collapse of the heavenly path, the world has changed. This is the original realm. After the collapse of the heavenly path, the world is no longer stable. Yifutian responded, "The hometown that you seek, perhaps, no longer remains." He didn't lie to him. Yifutian was being as honest as he could be. No matter how stubborn Xianxia the Great was, holding on to the idea of home, it was nothing but wishful thinking. There was another moment of silence. The phantom of Xianxia the Great looked at Yifutian and asked, "Who are you? And why are you in control of the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor?" Clearly, he had recognized that this divine body belonged to Xianxia the Great Emperor. "I am Yifutian, the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy in the original realm, as well as the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace in Ziwei Segmentum. I acquired the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor by chance and resonated with it. This caused the scene seen by the elder," Yifutian responded. Xianxia the Great scrutinized him a little more closely. In short, Yifutian had already received the inheritance of two great emperors. Ziwei Segmentum, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Does Ziwei the Great still exist?" asked Xianxia the Great. Ziwei the Great had already perished when the heavenly path collapsed. But he had left behind a will to seal up the entire Ziwei Segmentum. Not long ago, the seal was broken, and Ziwei Segmentum was connected to the outside world once again. The will of Ziwei the Great remains in the starry sky world and was inherited by me, Yifutian continued. Xianxia the Great cast another look at Yifutian, and that look seemed to contain deep suggestions. Not only did this man possess the inheritance of the two top great emperors, controlling the physical body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, but he had also inherited the will of Ziwei the Great. In addition, he was proficient in music, enough to comprehend the true meaning of the divine requiem. He was able to enter the world of his feeling. Indeed, he was truly an extraordinary individual. No wonder he could play the notes that resonated with the divine requiem and see everything that was in front of him. "Sir, there is nothing ahead. The original realm is no longer the world it used to be. The hometown that you used to know is long gone. I hope that you can let go of your persistence to return to a place that no longer exists," Yifutian said as he bowed. If they continued, the dragon turtle would keep going and inevitably impact the surface of other realms, destroying them. The worlds in the lower world could not withstand the force of the dragon turtle. They would collapse immediately. Yifutian could only persuade Xianxia the Great to let go of this stubbornness, as Xianxia the Great was the only one who could prevent this disastrous scenario from happening. Other cultivators, even those powerful enough to survive the second divine tribulation, had fallen into that endless sorrow in the music. They were completely unable to stop the dragon turtle's forward momentum. The way ahead has ended. Where's the way back? Xianxia the Great murmured. His casual sigh seemed to contain a strong sense of loss. He wanted to find a way home, but there was no road ahead. Where was the way home? If he could not find the way back, where would he go? "I pledge to find a grove of peach trees for you, sir, and bury the guqin when the peach blossoms are in full bloom," Yifutian continued. Xianxia the Great looked at him now and saw from his eyes that he was truly sincere. The guqin could communicate and know the hearts of men. Perhaps Yifutian could perceive his existence through the divine requiem and understood his feelings. This proved that they were of the same kind and that this young man in front of him bore some similarities to him. Xianxia the Great took one more look at Yifutian. Divine lights appeared upon his body, shining directly upon Yifutian. The light penetrated Yifutian's brow chakra. It bore into Yifutian's mind and consciousness. Xianxia the Great seemed to be connected to Yifutian somehow. After a while, the divine lights dissipated, and the way that Xianxia the Great was looking at Yifutian seemed to have changed. Perhaps everything in this world is destined. Xianxia the Great murmured to himself. He then said to Yi Futian, I will lend you this guqin for 300 years, until the day when higher heights can be reached in the future. Take me home now. Take you home. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia the Great, a little puzzled. His home had disintegrated long ago and no longer existed. How were they going to go back? Xianxia the Great wanted to lend him the guqin for 300 years. Judging from the words spoken by the great emperor, it seemed that he had some expectation of him. Had Xianxia the Great detected anything from him? Why did the great emperor think that Yi Futian could take him home? Yi Futian didn't quite understand, but he heard Xianxia the Great continue. I'll take you back first. Where to? Let's go to Ziwei Segmentum, said Yi Futian. The great emperor had lent him the divine guqin, and many top cultivators were here watching them. Only in Ziwei Segmentum could they stop the coveting of these people, or at the very least, give them some time to cool down. Very well, Xianxia the Great agreed. Suddenly, a terrible rumbling sound came out, and the dragon turtle turned around and actually headed in the opposite direction. It was moving incredibly fast as it sped through the void and went back the same way it came. Great waves appeared on the guqin. Cultivators were knocked off of the back of the dragon turtle. When they were knocked off from the city's ruins, the rhythmic storm on the back of the dragon turtle gradually dissipated as well, but that strong sense of sorrow remained. Yi Futian freed himself from the previous feelings and looked at the divine guqin floating in the void in front of him. He felt that everything was a little surreal, like a dream, extremely curious. The divine guqin floated upon him as strands of divine glory penetrated his brow chakra and seemed to have made a certain connection with him. Yi Futian felt a sense of familiarity. He stretched out his hands and stroked the strings. This was the divine guqin transformed by Xianxia the Great and his beloved. It had embodied their emotions for a lifetime, as well as their endless sorrow. Sir, what should be the name of this guqin? Yi Futian asked. You name it. The voice of Xianxia the Great sounded in his mind. Let's call it yearning, said Yi Futian. Xianxia the Great was silent for a moment, then agreed. Very well. This guqin was then named yearning. As for those top figures who were knocked off by the dragon turtle, they gradually regained their consciousness. All of them were powerful cultivators and could recover themselves after they came out of the sorrowful mood. Even so, they still felt an extreme sorrow deep inside their hearts. It was as if the sadness had been seared in their souls and could not be erased. Perhaps some things still needed one's own willpower to defeat it. The dragon turtle. They looked at the sky above and scanned across the sky with their divine consciousness. Then, one by one, they stepped into the void, chasing after the dragon turtle. Secretly, they were a little shocked. The dragon turtle had gone in the opposite direction. This seemed impossible. However, when they caught up with the dragon turtle, they saw a figure standing on its back. A man with white hair and white clothing. It was Yi Futian. This made those top figures even more shocked. Him again? How many times was this? The cultivators from the Xianxia domain felt especially puzzled. From Xianxia the Great Emperor to Ziwei the Great, and now Xianxia the Great, why did it have to be him again? On the back of the dragon turtle, only Yi Futian was there. Did this mean that Yi Futian had been recognized by Xianxia the Great as well? What kind of existence exactly was this guy? Yi Futian looked at Renhuangqian and the others. He nodded slightly at them. Renhuangqian and the others stepped out one after another, arriving on the back of the dragon turtle, moving next to Yi Futian. There was shock in their hearts as well. All of them were trapped in that deep sorrow before. But had this been when Yi Futian contacted Xianxia the Great and gained his recognition? Lord Luo was amazed. He made extraordinary musical attainments himself and was already a giant-level figure. However, he was unable to perceive the sentiment within the divine requiem. Yi Futian must have done it. Otherwise, he could not possibly stand on the dragon turtle now. He always believed that the great emperor was still around, existing in one form or another. Perhaps he had been integrated into that guqin, or else it would have been impossible for it to possess such power. So now it should be the great emperor who had chosen Yi Futian. After Ziwei the Great, the inheritance of yet another extraordinary great emperor. This white-haired young man seemed to collect more and more halos along the way. As for the other top cultivators, they each had their own ideas. They had seen the guqin in front of Yi Futian. This guqin was definitely a divine guqin, a divine item, and it was able to play the divine requiem independently. It made them sink so deeply into it that they were unable to extricate themselves. Now it was obtained by Yi Futian. Where is the dragon turtle going? They stared in the direction of the dragon turtle and noted that it was where the dragon turtle had come from. However, now it was going on the way back. Where did it want to take Yi Futian and the others? None of the top cultivators acted rashly but followed the dragon turtle instead. Obviously, they still had lingering fears about what had happened before. They were worried about offending the will of Xianxia the Great and that the divine requiem might resound again. It had been proven previously that no one could resist the divine requiem. No matter their realm of cultivation, all would fall for it. The dragon turtle continued moving through the void, continuing forward, passing through the surfaces of many realms. Many cultivators of the surface who witnessed the sight in the void could not help but felt greatly disturbed in their hearts. Lord Luo and other cultivators who were acquainted with Yi Futian also stepped onto the back of the dragon turtle and came to Yi Futian's side. Lord Luo looked at Yi Futian and said, "Congratulations are in order." Yi Futian clearly understood what the congratulations were for. "Elder's insight was far more impressive," responded Yi Futian. Lord Luo was the first person to recognize that the great emperor might exist in another form, and he had shown great respect to the tomb previously. Even those whose realms were higher than him, including the existences that had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, were not as accurate as he had been. "You saw the great emperor?" Lord Luo asked Yi Futian via voice transmission. Obviously, he had his suspicions, though he didn't ask directly, opting to communicate through voice transmission. Yi Futian did not deny it. "In the depths of the music, I met Xianxia the Great." Lord Luo's look at Yi Futian was full of meaning. Although he had guessed it, he was still a little shocked when he heard that Yi Futian had seen the great emperor. To meet the great emperor in the sounds of guqin was also what he had desired. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Time passed as the dragon turtle shuttled through the space in the void, drove through immense space, until it was separated from the domain of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and headed into deep space. This caused those top figures to wonder. They had been following without making any moves, wanting to see where the dragon turtle was going. At this moment, some people seemed to have realized something. "He is going to the starry sky world," a top figure said. Following Yi Futian to Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian would be able to borrow the power of Ziwei the Great in that territory. Once the dragon turtle took the guqin of Xianxia the Great to the Ziwei Segmentum, no one could overtake Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed to be in complete control of Xianxia the Great and his will. Could he control the dragon turtle in whatever direction it went? "Shall we strike?" All the cultivators secretly asked themselves. The dragon turtle was taking Yi Futian and the guqin of Xianxia the Great to Ziwei Segmentum. If they delayed making a move on Yi Futian, they would have no opportunity when Yi Futian was in the Ziwei Segmentum. But again, who among them could be sure that they had the ability to deal with the guqin itself? These top figures hesitated. This guqin was a real divine item. The strings could move by themselves and play the divine requiem, which ensnared all the top cultivators in that endless sadness. If it could be obtained and controlled, what kind of power would that be? What was more, they had not yet unearthed the secret of Xianxia the Great. But Yi Futian may have already done exactly that. A top cultivator from the dark world couldn't wait any longer and struck. He raised his hand to grab at the dragon turtle. Suddenly, a terrible black hole of death appeared in the void, swallowing up everything. This black hole caused a huge vortex to appear in this space. The forward speed of the dragon turtle seemed to be affected as rumbling sounds of horror were heard. This space started to collapse madly. It was as if it was about to shatter completely into nothingness, and the dragon turtle, too, would be swallowed into that darkness. Previously, those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path had walked directly onto the back of the dragon turtle, wanting to snatch the guqin. They were attacked by the music and were ensnared in its throes. The fact was that their supreme strength combined was terrifying enough that they could hamper the forward movement of the dragon turtle. Upon seeing this, that guqin in Yi Futian's arms flew out. It was as the strings were moving by themselves again. A horrific storm of rhythm swept at that top cultivator from the dark world. The invisible rhythmic ripples seemed unstoppable, directly invading the other's mind. In an instant, the sadness that had not completely dissipated rushed into his heart again. The face of the cultivator from the dark world changed. The music from Guqin was still playing, but his figure retreated in a flash, abandoning his attempt to strike. Everyone stared at the Guqin ahead, and it seemed that Lord Luo was right. This Guqin did indeed contain a life force. Coupled with the coercion of the great emperor in its music, it seemed that Shinin the Great indeed existed in yet another form in this world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the phenomenon. It was as if the spirit of Shinin the Great was at work. Did Yi Futian perceive the existence of Shinin the Great? Many cultivators wondered. At this moment, someone else made another move. An extremely tyrannical cultivator from the empty divine realm slashed through the void with his palm, and cracks appeared between heaven and earth. It created a space of exile that swallowed up the road in which the dragon turtle was moving. Instantly, the dragon turtle, which was moving forward, was swallowed up as well. Exile! Yi Futian's eyes sharpened. Judging from his opponent's realm, he could easily destabilize the great path of the original realm, banishing them into a world of nothingness, even opening up a channel to the divine prefecture. Clearly, they were aware that the others wanted them to leave the original realm to be unable to move forward into the starry sky world in Ziwei Segmentum. The cracks in the space expanded, resembling an entrance to darkness, engulfing the gigantic dragon turtle along with the entire ancient city of ruins in tow. Yi Futian and the others instantly entered this unstable spatial crack where the great path. Inside was chaotic and disorderly. This was a land of banishment. It existed only when the space of the original realm was broken, but this place could also lead to the divine prefecture. The dragon turtle moved forward in the dark, but the same rhythm persisted as if guiding its direction. Accompanied by some violent roars, the dragon turtle navigated forward in the crevices of the void, then shuttled around and returned to the land of the original realm. However, along its path, the dark cracks became more and more terrifying, tearing the space apart. In this instant, the ginormous body of the dragon turtle was already in another remote place, much further away, as cultivators chased them from behind. Their expressions were solemn. It seemed that no matter what they did, this dragon turtle would continue to elude them. Elders, let's stop here. If the rhythm is still playing as before, please ask yourselves, if you could, would you retreat under your own power? Yi Futian said loud and clear. The great emperor doesn't care to tarry with all of you like this, but if you insist on this foolery, perhaps you will feel the anger from the great emperor himself. All the cultivators who heard what Yi Futian had to say were stunned, and a great conflict ensued in their hearts. Yi Futian seemed to have indicated that Shinin the Great was still here, alive, existing in the world in another form. He had autonomous consciousness. He could attack them if they continued to be unruly. The great emperor would take action. There was a thoughtful look in their eyes. It was as if they were contemplating the veracity of Yi Futian's words. But in conjunction with everything that happened before, they realized that Yi Futian might not have been lying to them. What he said was probably the truth. The great emperor was still here. Otherwise, none of this made any sense. The great emperor was still here. With the first man of music in ancient times here, how dare they try to seize the Guqin? Since the great emperor had already made his own choice, it would be meaningless no matter what they did. It was a foregone conclusion that could no longer be changed. Give up? Many cultivators wondered. In fact, those giants who had not overcome the divine tribulation had already given up. In their previous experience of all that had happened, they knew that it was futile. It was already a great favor bestowed on them to allow them out of that grievous mood. So what other ambitions could they speak of at the moment? Not to mention that as long as there were other tribulation-level cultivators around, it was far from their turn yet. Just as everyone was considering the matter, the dragon turtle marched forward and drove through the boundless void. Over time, the starlight fell from the sky. It seemed as if they had now entered the territory of Ziwe Segmentum. At this time, some cultivators stopped and did not continue their pursuit. Later, more people stopped moving forward. As they stopped one by one, they looked further down the road that the dragon turtle was on. They knew that there was no more hope. All they could do was watch the dragon turtle take the Guqin, Yifutian, and the others inside the Ziwe Segmentum. In a nutshell, the dragon turtle appeared with the ancient ruins of a city in tow, and Yifutian was ultimately the only one who benefited from it. For Yifutian to be the one to take the inheritance of Xianxia the Great, what else could anyone say or do? With such a genius talent to exist in the land of the original realm, divine prefecture, the dark world, and the empty divine realm would not be quiet for long. Sooner or later, the cultivators in those worlds would meet him somewhere, somehow. "Let's go," someone said, then turned to leave. After that, many powerful cultivators left one by one. There was no point in staying here any longer. They had already entered Ziwe Segmentum. What else could they do now? After they left, the dragon turtle descended on Ziwe Imperial Star. Soon, the news began to spread wildly in the original realm. Yifutian, the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy and the palace lord of Ziwe Imperial Palace, had obtained the inheritance of yet another great emperor after Xianxia the Great Emperor and Ziwe the Great. Starry Sky World. Ziwe Cultivation Court. Beneath the boundless starry sky, Yifutian sat cross-legged in a quiet location. Surrounded by stars, Yifutian, who was fully bathed in the starlight, seemed extremely holy. In front of him lay the Guqin that he named Yearning. At this moment, traces of rhythmic divine light continuously wafted out from the instrument, connecting with Yifutian at his brow chakra so that his entire body was enveloped by the rhythmic divine light. In his mind, more and more memories presented themselves, and most of them were connected with music. Music scores and the moods contained in each piece of the music. Xianxia the Great was the first man of music in his era. His attainments in music were so superior that few in history could be named along with him, either in ancient times or modern. Naturally, he was not only known for the Divine Requiem. The Divine Requiem was a shocking composition created after his own experience of great sorrow. However, even before that, he was already a master of countless pieces of music, some of which were extremely powerful, and their influence was not much weaker than that of the Divine Requiem. Now, Xianxia the Great was ready to pass on all this to Yifutian when he regained consciousness again. He promised Yifutian the Guqin for 300 years. In return, Yifutian would escort him home. Although Yifutian was still unclear on the actual meaning of these words from Xianxia the Great, he was not about to pursue them if the great emperor himself didn't deign to clarify. For him, the priority was to focus on his own cultivation. Now that he had control over Ziwe Segmentum and the original realm, he felt the pressure acutely. It was not enough for him to be a mere upper Renhuang. He needed a stronger realm of cultivation. Day by day, Yifutian had been receiving the inheritance of the Guqin, and countless memories appeared in his mind. After a long while, the divine light on the Guqin gradually dimmed, and the strings stopped moving as the divine light went out. However, Yifutian didn't stop cultivating. He sat there quietly, and he continued to be surrounded by the light of the rhythm. He needed time to perceive and digest the rhythmic way passed on to him by Xianxia the Great. There were so many exquisite pieces of Guqin music that he needed time to sort them out in his head. In the ground below, many looked up at Yifutian. Those who could cultivate in the Starry Sky Cultivation Court were close confidants, as well as allies. As they witnessed Yifutian inherit the power from Xianxia the Great, they couldn't help but wonder what lied ahead for this young man. The sword goddess of divine palace of fluttering snow raised her head to look at Yifutian. "Ning Yuan, I am afraid things will not be quiet for long." Previously, at the Donghua banquet, they knew very well how Ning Yuan, the domain chief of the domain chief's manor, had treated Yifutian. Ning Hua hunted Yi Futian relentlessly and almost succeeded in killing him. Today, the power that was within Yi Futian's control was far above that of the Donghua domain chief's manor. If Yi Futian wanted to settle these old scores, he could do so now by heading over to Donghua domain in the Divine Prefecture. However, that was the domain chief's manor under the rule of the great emperor. Presumably, Yi Futian had some concerns as well, so he wouldn't act rashly. However, with his talent and potential, he may very well stand at the top in the future. As long as nothing happened to him, this debt would be settled sooner rather than later. At that time, the domain chief's manor in the Donghua domain would be greatly endangered. As the current situation stood, Ning Hua, known as the #1 genius of Donghua domain, was hard-pressed to contend with Yi Futian. Aside from all the things that had happened in the past, it should not be too difficult for Yi Futian to kill Ning Hua. There were too many means and power under Yi Futian's control, and Ning Hua had none of these. In the starry sky world, everyone was quietly cultivating, perceiving the power of the imperial star. Many had made progress. Especially cultivators compatible with the power of the imperial star made progress much faster than the others. Several months had passed, and Yi Futian stopped cultivating and started walking downward. There were familiar faces all around him. Someone walked towards Yi Futian. Lord Luo was heard asking Yi Futian, "How was it?" Xianxia the Great was the first man of music in the ancient era. The rhythm technique he cultivated is far too sophisticated for me to fully control and absorb for the time being. These past few months have been far from adequate. I am afraid that I will need to cultivate and comprehend frequently in the future, said Yi Futian. When he heard those words, Lord Luo knew that Yi Futian had completely inherited the musical inheritance of Xianxia the Great. How much help would Yi Futian receive from this first man in music from ancient times? No one from the same generation as Yi Futian could compare with him just on the way of rhythm alone. Fang Gai and Blind Tai came over as well. Although they were from Four Corner Village, they had regarded themselves as members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy after choosing to follow Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian was the center, whether it was the village or Heavenly Mandate Academy, or even Ziwei Imperial Palace, they would be part of Yi Futian's power in the future. They knew this very well. How is it outside? Asked Yi Futian. Not so quiet, Fang Gai replied. Since the dragon turtle dragged you to the Ziwei segmentum, the news had shaken the original realm, and many cultivators from those top principalities wanted to visit you again. However, because you were not here, they were turned away. But judging from their intentions, it looks like they want to get close to you. At the moment, Yi Futian was the most prestigious figure in the original realm. He had unlimited potential. Naturally, there would be forces from Divine Prefecture who wanted to befriend him. Everyone could see that Yi Futian was definitely regarded as one of the most enchanting genius existences in the Divine Prefecture and maybe even the entire world. His growth was akin to the journey of those other major figures. If the Divine Prefecture is not aligned to deal with the dark world, what good does it do to befriend me? Yi Futian responded. Unless, of course, they could unite all the principalities and launch a war against the dark world. Well, forget about this for now. There is something else. As soon as the dragon turtle incident happened, more cultivators came from the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm. Those top figures never left either. They began to search for the ancient relics in the boundless void of the original realm, as if wanting to re-excavate the mysteries of the original realm. Fang Gai continued, and this time it is said that several principalities have already rediscovered the relics of ancient times. As if it has been destined that as the entire original realm is changing, ancient ruins are also reappearing one after the another. Yi Futian's expression grew somber. Would more relics appear? And it seemed that there was more than just the one. The original realm was the interface that formed after the collapse of the heavenly path. It seemed reasonable for ancient relics to emerge. Ziwei the Great and Xianxia the Great had all appeared in the original realm. The change of heaven and earth originated in the original realm. It seems that this prophecy is not false after all, Lord Luo murmured. Yi Futian's eye drifted toward Lord Luo, and he asked, "Where did that prophecy come from?" "I don't know." Lord Luo shook his head. But now, cultivators in the divine prefecture and other worlds have all heard such prophecy, or else the top cultivators from other major worlds would not have descended in the land of the original realm. Before Yi Futian returned from the divine prefecture, the original realm had been changing, as cultivators from all over the world began to descend. Now, because there were imperial-level relics that surfaced successively in the original realm, top figures had begun to actively search for them in the original realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path of the original realm were now under Yi Futian's control. What happened at the infernal divine clan in the dark world had shocked the cultivators from all sides. Now, no principalities dared to wreak havoc lightly in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Therefore, they could only circulate in other places in the void outside the world of 3,000 realms of the Great Path. And now, many more relics had emerged one after the other. Were they being excavated? Yi Futian couldn't help but feel emotional. What kind of a world was it like before the collapse of the heavenly path? That era was known as the Age of the Gods, and presumably, it was much easier to cultivate then than it was today. Even powerful characters were far from what could be compared to today. However, a catastrophe caused the heavenly path to collapse and the gods to perish. Before the original realm, there was the world of the heavenly path. The existence of so many relics was reasonable, but it was not easy to fully excavate all of them. Even in the long history, many secrets had yet to be unearthed. "Let's go back to the academy," Yi Futian said. Although he had not yet fully understood all the inheritance of Xianxia the Great, it was already imprinted in his mind. He thought of continuing to cultivate in the starry sky world and improve himself. Even cultivating for a period of time would help him elevate his realm and enter the 8th realm. But the current changes that occurred within the original realm were something he wanted to witness. The so-called change in heavenly path originated in the original realm. In which direction would the original realm change? Several people who were around nodded. There were indeed some differences in the original realm of today. Yi Futian was now the leader of the local forces in the original realm, and he should really go back and look things over. Furthermore, those willing to cultivate with Yi Futian hoped to witness a legend in the making. The change of heaven and earth originated in the original realm. For Yi Futian, he would be the king of the original realm. So would he be the main player behind this prophecy? Naturally, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had such expectations. And Yi Futian himself had already revealed this kind of talent. Yi Futian walked down with many cultivators in tow. Yi Futian's every move now inevitably affected many people, and many top-level cultivators were moving along with him. The most obvious ones among them were Old Ma and Blind Tai. These two top cultivators from Four Corner Village followed Yi Futian wherever he went, always guarding his side. Even the top figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were hard-pressed to be as devoted as these two. Perhaps it was because the two wanted to repay Yi Futian, Old Ma for Little Ling, and as for Blind Tai, Yi Futian had bestowed him with an even greater favor. After he stepped onto the peak of Renhuang and exacted his revenge, Blind Tai had pledged himself completely to Yi Futian. As for those companions with weaker cultivation such as Gu Donglu, Yi Wuchen, and the others, Yi Futian did not want them to move around so freely, instead having them stay in the starry sky world in retreat to concentrate on cultivation and improve their realms. After all, everyone fighting in the original realm now were giant-level figures. The least of them were cultivators at the peak of Upper Renhuang. Cultivators of any lower realms were not qualified to participate. The Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian and the others descended as they made their way back to the academy. A scan of his divine consciousness through the academy revealed that everyone in the academy was focusing on cultivating. Yi Futian smiled. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was the absolute core of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and it is premier holy land with a completely new look. The cultivators who came to the academy worked extremely hard, looking forward to the day they could enter the starry sky world to cultivate. Yi Futian's figure flashed and arrived at a place. Brother-in-law, Huan Yinyu called out with a smile. Lord Taishan was by her side. You are bothering Lord Taishan again. Yi Futian looked at Yinyu and smiled. Not at all. I am keeping Grandpa Xian company, Huan Yinyu said with a smile. That's right. Nianyu often chats with me, so I won't be bored, Lord Taishan replied, smiling, as he peered at Yifutian. So were you able to control the inheritance power of Shinin the Great? Shinin the Great had much wonderful divine music to pass down, and it will take time to master them all. Yifutian continued, I heard that some changes took place in the original realm, so I came back to the academy. Is Lord Taishan aware of what is going on outside? I know some of them. Lord Taishan nodded. It is said that several major forces have discovered the relics in the boundless space. Some relics were hidden between cracks in the space and have now been excavated. Some places, even ancient continents, have been discovered. Many forces from the outside world have shifted their attentions from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to the endless world of the Void, looking for other discoveries. There have been many cultivators who came here to search before. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Yifutian asked, a little puzzled, as he was truly stumped. That is so. Lord Taishan nodded in agreement. At this moment, someone else arrived, and it was Emperor Nan. He said, it may have something to do with the changes in heaven and earth. I don't know why, but some changes are taking place in the original realm. Those changes had already begun before your return to the original realm. Before, when the dragon turtle carried Shinin the Great, nothing of this sort had happened. But they appeared all of a sudden without warning. It was as if it was destined. What force is leading this kind of change? Yifutian asked. He really didn't understand. The original realm was the world of the heavenly path once, the old world. After its collapse, everything turned to dust. Back then, the only place discovered was the 3,000 realms of the Great Path as a place of cultivation. So where were the relics that now reappeared in the void? Where were they hiding before? They hadn't been unearthed for many years. But why did they suddenly reappear now? Emperor Nan looked deep in thought. It was as if he was considering something. But still, he shook his head and said, I don't know. What he suspected seemed a little far-fetched and without basis. If that were the case, what was the reason? He couldn't understand this himself, and there was no way to affirm his suspicions, so he didn't say anything to Yifutian. In that case, the changes in the original realm may continue to intensify in the future? Yifutian queried. Emperor Nan nodded. If this continues to evolve, the changes in the original realm may indeed continue to increase in intensity. Yifutian frowned when he heard what Emperor Nan said. He seemed a little worried. The original realm has now attracted top figures from all parts of the world. If this change continues, I am afraid that the original realm will become a super battlefield, as it was in ancient times, and the cultivators from all worlds will compete in the original realm. I don't know what will happen then, Yifutian said in a low voice. Emperor Nan nodded in agreement. Yifutian and the others did not leave immediately after they returned to the academy. Although it was rumored that many relics appeared in the original realm, Yifutian knew he couldn't take them all. Now the changes in the entire original realm intensified, with more and more relics surfacing. If he were to grab everything out there, it would almost certainly cause public outrage and create enemies out of the whole world. Take the current situation, for instance. He had the inheritance from several great emperors, thus becoming the focus of many powerful cultivators. If it weren't for the teacher who stood behind him, these top forces would have already attacked him and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They wouldn't be waiting so docilely in the starry sky world for him to cultivate in peace. One principality wouldn't be capable of dealing with him, but what if they combine their forces? If they couldn't go to the starry sky world to challenge him, it certainly wouldn't be a problem for them to challenge Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yifutian knew very well that he had to give up some of the opportunities to other principalities in a situation like this instead of swallowing them all. However, Yifutian had also dispatched cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to go out and assess the current state of affairs in the outside world. Even if they were not planning to take action now, they must monitor the current movement of the original realm. Now that he had complete control over the 9 supreme regions, he also had eyes and ears in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, so he had an idea of everything that was happening. However, to know the occurrences in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and beyond, messengers had to be sent out. At present, all that was known had been spread far and wide. Perhaps some had discovered the relics while they were exploring, but they did not make it public. After all, no one wanted to attract even more rivals to this competition. Yi Futian's circumstances were, in fact, a microcosm of all the forces in the entire original realm. All the forces had begun to mobilize, as the entire original realm was developing in this unknown direction. At this time, somewhere inside the original realm, suddenly heaven and earth underwent a terrible and violent change. This space began to collapse as a terrible dark vortex manifested. Later, a bright and brilliant divine light shot out from it as a group of people appeared with the divine light and stepped out of the vortex. The temperament of this group of people was extraordinary, and one single glance revealed that all of them were unusual, to say the least. They surveyed their surroundings, and their leader was heard marveling, "The original realm. This must be the world before the collapse of the heavenly path." An old man next to him nodded. It has long been rumored that the original realm was a land of ruins. Those at the bottom continued to cultivate here, but they never expected that there would still be changes in the original realm. "Do you know why?" the leader continued to ask. The cultivators next to them looked thoughtful but then shook their heads. "Perhaps someone thought that the world has been quiet for too long," the man said with a smile. But then his smile gradually receded as his inscrutable eyes stared into the distance. He expanded his divine consciousness to perceive the way between heaven and earth. He was heard murmuring, "Far too weak. If it weren't for the great changes in the original realm, he probably would never set foot in this land." As the man took a step forward, the others followed one after the other. A terrible aura permeated the space between heaven and earth, and there were traces of invisible divine light surrounding the area where they were, so they appeared as if they were some deities. At the same time, in other parts of the original realm, similar scenes played out asynchronously. Just as Yi Futian and the others discussed at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, more and more powerful cultivators made their way into this world. Many of them were peak powers that had previously dismissed the original realm as inconsequential. Still, the changes in the original realm continued. Somewhere in the original realm, many cultivators stood in the void. Their eyes looked up and forward, and somewhere further up in the vast nothingness, the entire space in the void was tossing and roaring. The space began to crack, and from those terrible fissures, massive structures gradually emerged and became visible in front of them. An ancient aura hit them in the face, like ancient mountain ranges from yore. There was an atmosphere of decay that harbored within, as well as a heavy sensation of death. Furthermore, there was a faint breath that quickened everyone's heartbeat. It was as if this aura would not dissipate for years to come. At the same time, in another area of the original realm, a similar scene played out. The space of the void was torn apart, opened by some top cultivator with swordsmanship. It felt like the crack in this space was like a prison, and all the ancient relics were confined within. When this prison was broken open, the relics were released. Slowly, buildings re-emerged in the world. These buildings were full of ancient aura but also accompanied by a sense of death. As these fissures widened, these newly released relics were becoming more and more terrifying. Turned out to be a boundless and gigantic city. What they had seen seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. However, this city embodied an ambience of dilapidation, with broken walls and remnants of beams everywhere. It was as if it had experienced some catastrophe in a bygone era. It was extremely fortunate that some of these relics had been preserved and that they had not vanished in the destruction once upon a time. The top figure who cleft open the space in the void waited quietly beside him, watching a majestic and massive city gradually reveal itself. The entire original realm was constantly changing. The prophecy regarding the changes between heaven and earth originating in the original realm began to spread. By now, they were known to just about everyone. People started to believe in the prophecy. All the changes in the original realm made those powerful major forces tremble. Even the cultivators from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had heard of this prophecy, and their hearts were greatly disturbed. No one knew what the original realm would look like in the future. In the cottage inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yifutian was cultivating here when a group of men arrived. They were cultivators such as Old Ma, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, and the clan lord of the Dou tribe. All of them came from the outside. "What has happened to stir all the elders thus?" asked Yifutian, as he detected the solemn expressions on the faces of several top Renhuang. "The changes that have taken place in the original realm now far exceed our expectations, and there are more and more ancient relics appearing in various places," Emperor Nan said to Yifutian. Yifutian's eyes sharpened when he heard this. If Emperor Nan said so, the changes in the outside world must have been drastic enough to cause Emperor Nan's concern. In addition, the cultivators from the outside world have arrived. As far as Divine Prefecture is concerned, it is said that ancient God clan has arrived. Emperor Nan continued. Yifutian's eye focused a bit more as he whispered, "The ancient God clan?" "Yes, the ancient God clan. The ancient God clan that has lived on for countless centuries produced deities and still holds the heirs of the remains of the gods, who are qualified to be called the ancient God clan. They are the true power that stands at the peak. Even the imperial palace has to pay them proper respect," said Emperor Nan. Yifutian, in turn, was quite uneasy when he heard what Emperor Nan had to say. It seemed that this time all parts of the world had been disrupted. When Yifutian was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, some top forces from Divine Prefecture had come to visit him. However, as he was in no mood to socialize, he gave Old Ma the task to receive them in his stead. The truth was Yifutian needn't care much about these visitors anymore, especially those common forces at the top. With the power that was currently in the hands of the Academy, coupled with his own status today, even peak Renhuangs with perfect great paths did not have much to brag about in front of him. However, at this time, Yifutian personally received a group of visitors who were old acquaintances. More than 20 years ago, these cultivators from Song Imperial City of Divine Prefecture had sought out Yifutian. At the time, they wanted to take over the Heavenly Mandate Academy and force Yifutian to cooperate with them, thus making Heavenly Mandate Academy a representative branch of Song Imperial City in the original realm. However, their overture was rebuffed by Yifutian. And now, Yifutian's status was no longer that of 20 years ago, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was no longer like it had been. The cultivators from Song Imperial City came with sincerity to form an alliance, without any ambitions as they had in the past. The Yifutian of today was someone that all the cultivators from Divine Prefecture desired to befriend. At the same time, in some other location, a group of cultivators materialized in the void. This group of people had astonishing aura, and were all dressed in black, looking serious and solemn. The man leading the group did not appear to be his senior. He looked like he was only 30 years or so, but his actual age in cultivation was something else entirely. There was a sense of dominance in those dark eyes of his, which emitted a strong sense of coercion. The aura of all the cultivators around him was incredibly frightening, as every one of them was a top-notch character. No matter which world, few major forces could come up with such an astounding display of power. Now that great changes are taking place in the original realm, rumor has it that there are many ancient relics in the void world outside the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. I wonder what will we encounter? A cultivator in all black asked. His voice was low and reverent. After so many years, I didn't expect that the original realm would change so drastically. The changes of heaven and earth arise in the original realm. I would like to know just how the original realm will dominate these changes of heaven and earth. Someone else spoke up as they looked at the young man in the lead. But the young man looked down to glance at the boundless void below and said, "Let's go to the Heavenly Mandate Realm first." The Heaven Mandate Realm? The cultivators behind him looked puzzled, but the young man nodded and continued, "The Heaven Mandate Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, to see someone." Many around him didn't understand his intentions. Only a very special few knew the reason behind the youth's intention to go to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to meet this special someone. This was a top secret, and few were privy to this information. Mei Ting. Where is he? Someone asked, referring to the devil general from the devil world. Mei Ting. He should be in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the young man replied. Let's go. When he finished speaking, his figure floated forward, turning into a black light that moved at an incredible speed. The rest of the cultivators caught up with him, following along. In the heavenly mandate realm, Mei Ting did not fight and search for these ancient relics. He was still drinking within the bounds of the heavenly mandate city, much like a hopeless drunkard. However, only he himself knew that although the wine was good, he didn't really drink it for the taste. He was staying in the heavenly mandate city for himself. He wanted to know certain things which he still had no clue about. Perhaps time would give him the answer he sought. Suddenly, Mei Ting peered into the sky above, and his face revealed some surprise, and his eyes betrayed his emotions. He saw a group of men clad in black descended from the firmament, coming directly toward him as they landed above the tavern. The tavern seemed to feel that coercion. Everyone inside fell into dead silence. Mei Ting's gaze was directed at the young man and the cultivators who surrounded him. He said, "You have arrived as well." The changes in the original realm had even attracted people from the devil world. "Mei Ting, you were having a good time," a demonic cultivator commented. These cultivators were from the devil world, and like Mei Ting, they were from the devil imperial palace. All of them were supreme cultivators in the devil world. "Are you here for the relics of the original realm?" asked Mei Ting. Everyone nodded. The young demonic cultivator in the lead took a meaningful look at Mei Ting, then turned his gaze to the far distance where a majestic and imposing structure stood. "That must be the Heavenly Mandate Academy, right?" the young man asked. Mei Ting looked at him, then in the direction of Heavenly Mandate Academy. He knew what the other was thinking. He responded, "It is indeed. Indeed, mister. Mei is in the mood." The young man smiled and said, "Cultivators from all sides are busy looking for relics, but you, sir, are here drinking and enjoying the view of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Can you enlighten us as to your fascination with this place?" "No fascination to speak of. I'm just bored," Mei Ting replied casually. This young man was rather special. He held superior status in the devil world as one of Devil Emperor's direct disciples. However, as one of the devil generals himself, Mei Ting's status was not any lesser than the young man's, so he didn't bother affording the other with particular courtesy. Furthermore, the cultivators from the devil world were somewhat different. The rule where the weak were preyed upon by the strong was more pronounced in their world. There were not many politics involved. Only strength was the true metric for everything. As long as one was strong enough, one need not worry about offending anyone else. In the devil world, conflicts and frictions between cultivators who cultivated together in the Devil Imperial Palace were commonplace. "Bored?" The young demonic cultivator smiled and continued, "Perhaps it is because Mr. Mei is more interested in that academy. I have heard some things in the devil world. Now that I am here in the original realm, I plan to visit their young king." When he finished speaking, he levitated into the air and headed towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy. All the cultivators from the devil world followed his lead. Mei Ting didn't try to stop them when he saw this but allowed the others to do as they pleased. He wasn't too worried about anything, as he knew the true strength that Heavenly Mandate Academy held currently. In truth, he was rather expectant of any potential conflicts. It would make things that much more interesting. Picking up the wine cup, Mei Ting drained another cup of wine, but his eyes were still focused on what was ahead. The real reason for that young man to come here to meet him was not Yi Futian, the young king of the original realm, as he called him. He thought that it must be because of Yu Shang. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian was receiving the cultivators from Song Imperial City. At this time, they seemed to have perceived something as they raised their heads, looking towards the void. They saw that many top figures in the academy had risen into the sky, a grave expression on their faces. They were focusing on a group of cultivators in black that appeared above the firmament. They had sensed traces of oppression, indicating that these visitors were uncommonly powerful. The cultivators from Song Imperial City were equally alarmed when they saw this group of people. The old man who was in the lead was a little surprised. The cultivators from the devil world had also arrived, and they had come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy first. Yi Futian directed his attention there and saw the young man who was in the lead. The two locked eyes, and Yi Futian felt a sense of hostility from the other. He was a little curious. Who was this person? Yi Futian sensed the demonic might that circled this group of people. From it, he roughly guessed where this group had come from. Although Yi Futian did not know the identity of the young demonic cultivator before him, there was no doubt that his group was from the devil world. Otherwise, the entire group would not have such an intense demonic aura. The cultivators of the Song Imperial City glanced at Yi Futian. They recalled that Mei Ting had also previously come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Why had the devil world cultivators not searched for the relic but instead came here to find Yi Futian? From the expression in the leading youth's eyes, they were clearly here for him. Could it be that there was some hidden secret behind this? The youth walked down towards Yi Futian. Blind Tai, Old Ma, and the others came forward to block him off. But Yi Futian waved his hand slightly. Blind Tai and the others stepped down and did not block the youth from the devil world, allowing him to descend and land not far from Yi Futian. The demonic youth said, "College Chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the current ruler of the original realm, the top monstrous figure in the original realm who obtained the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor and the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei and Shinin the Great Yi Futian." He seemed to know Yi Futian quite well. The youth from the devil world already knew all the things that Yi Futian had been through. Yi Futian looked at the other party. The cultivators from the devil world who had appeared in the original realm before this mainly consisted of Mei Ting. Yi Futian also had some interactions with him. However, that was mainly due to Yushang. Yi Futian never imagined that there were others in the devil world who paid so much attention to him. It seemed that Yushang's status in the devil world was extraordinary. Otherwise, this youth would not pay so much attention to Yi Futian's existence. After all, from the looks of this lineup, the youth from the devil world in front of him should be an extraordinary figure in the devil world. "Who are you, sir?" asked Yi Futian. "I am Xiao Mu from the devil world," replied the youth. Yi Futian might not be aware of the significance of that name, but in the devil world, this name was already renowned far and wide. He was one of the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor. He had powerful cultivation and extraordinary status. A direct disciple of the Devil Emperor might inherit the title themselves one day. Whoever was the strongest would have the highest possibility of inheriting it. "Xiao Mu," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He did not know much about the devil world, so he naturally had not heard of his name. However, from the lineup before him, Yi Futian had his suspicions. He said, "Are you a cultivator from Devil Imperial Palace?" "I am a disciple of the Devil Emperor," Xiao Mu replied. The expression of the surrounding cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy immediately turned serious. Compared to the monstrous figures from the Divine Prefecture who came before, the identity of this youth before them was even more spectacular. Who would dare to offend a disciple of the Devil Emperor so curtly? Even though Yi Futian had the backing of Master from Four Corner Village, with the other party's status, it was worthless in their eyes. Why had such a figure come here? Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. He had a rough guess as to why Xiao Mu had come. Now, Yi Futian was somewhat curious. What was his godfather's status in the devil world? What about Yu Shang's status? Now, he was certain that his godfather was a cultivator from the devil world. However, Yi Futian did not know why his godfather had taken care of Yushang and him. What secrets were involved in this? What happened 300 years ago? Yi Futian believed that it would not be long before he would stumble upon the truth. After all, he could now come in contact with figures at the very top. Even a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor had come looking for him. When Yi Futian reached the peak of the Renhuang Plain, he would probably have the opportunity to meet the figures at the very top. "What business do you have with the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Yi Futian asked as he looked up at Xiao Mu. His voice was very calm. Xiao Mu gave Yi Futian a somewhat strange look. He seemed to look highly upon Yi Futian, as expected of the current top monstrous figure of the original realm. Even after hearing who Xiao Mu was, he had actually remained unshaken and was still calm. The white-haired youth before him was an extremely proud figure. "I merely came to see what sort of person the young ruler of the original realm is like," said Xiaomu. As he said this, his jet-black eyes became intense. They were a pair of demonic eyes. He looked towards Yifutian as demonic might circled around his own figure. A powerful demonic aura flowed frenziedly and began to spread out around him. There was one part that Xiaomu had not said out loud. He wanted to see what sort of person that fellow's best friend was like and where level his cultivation and abilities were. Yifutian looked at the other party's eyes. The pair of deep, demonic eyes was terrifying. They bore endless, overbearing pressure. A vast pressure pressed down on Yifutian's will. He was put into a hallucination. The person before him was no longer an approachable youth, but instead a demon. It stood there towering above all things, gazing down on all existence. The demon faced Yifutian, and its overbearing pressure pressed down on him. The demonic might could crush a person's will. Divine light similarly shot out from Yifutian's eyes. It was dazzling. Even amidst the hallucination, Yifutian stood on his spot quietly. The divine light flowed around him. His white hair and white robe accentuated his unparalleled temperament. It was as though he was a deity. Even when faced with the pressure from a demon, he remained unperturbed, and his facial expression was calm. The overbearing demonic might did not have any effect on him. Yifutian had experienced many things to reach his current plane of cultivation. He had faced the might of the will of the great emperors many times. He couldn't be crushed by Xiaomu's will. Even though Xiaomu's will was domineering, it alone was not enough to cause Yifutian's will to be shaken. The surrounding cultivators all stood silently as they watched the two figures facing each other head-on. One had black hair and was garbed in a black robe, while the other had white hair and was garbed in a white robe. Both of them were equally outstanding. Their robes fluttered in the wind. They seemed to be looking at each other casually. However, a powerful gale was forming around them and stirring up debris. Their gazes alone contained such astonishing might. Even the top cultivators could faintly sense a pressure acting on them. They unleashed their auras of the great path to block the gale from spreading outwards. Otherwise, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would most likely be ruined by this raging gale. In the distance, Mei Ting glanced in their direction. As he had speculated, Xiaomu was here to check Yifutian out. Xiaomu was most likely curious about Yifutian's ability. Xiaomu was naturally doing this because of Yushang. Rumble. Suddenly, a stronger gale swept out. The demonic might churned and roared. An extremely overbearing aura gushed towards Yifutian. At the same time, the divine light on Yifutian's body grew brighter. Intense rumbling could be heard coming from his body of the great path. The gale became more and more violent and enveloped both of them in it. One by one, the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate Academy unleashed their auras. They shielded the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy in a light shroud. The next moment, Xiaomu and Yifutian shot up into the sky. Their speed was frightening. They were akin to two beams of light that shot up into the heavens. They were high above in the sky in an instant. Their raging auras of the great path exploded, expanding towards the Heavenly Mandate City. Xiaomu was an 8th-tier Renhuang and a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Yifutian was a 7th-tier Renhuang. He controlled the sacred remains of Xianxia, the Great Emperor. He was also the inheritor of the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei and Shenin the Great. One was a top-level monstrous figure of the Devil World who was approaching the pinnacle. Another was the top monstrous figure of the original realm and the most prominent figure in the realm at the moment. The two of them suddenly confronted each other, standing across each other in the sky. Prior to this, there had been no premonition of a fight. With just an exchange of glances, they seemed to understand the other party's intention. Be it Xiaomu or the current Yifutian, both of them had terrifying cultivation. The auras that the two of them released kept expanding, enveloping the vast space. All around the Heavenly Mandate City, countless people looked up into the sky. Their hearts were trembling intensely. Someone had actually come to challenge Yifutian? For the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Yifutian was already a legendary figure. He was the object of the faith of countless people, especially the cultivators from the younger generation. They worshipped him like a deity, and he was the goal that countless people pursued. He had pulled off too many miracles. The black-robed demonic cultivator was also extremely frightening. Who was he to dare challenge the current Yifutian? I cultivated in the devil world for more than 80 years. I joined Devil Imperial Palace when I was 30 and was later accepted by the Devil Emperor as a direct disciple. Now I am an 8th-tier demonic emperor. In terms of cultivation plane, I hold a slight advantage over you. I will hold back a little, Xiaomu said as he looked at the figure standing across from him. His voice was overbearing and imposing. It contained an intense self-confidence. He claimed that he would hold back a little in his fight against Yifutian, and that he did not want to hold an advantage in terms of cultivation. Yifutian's white robe danced in the sky. His expression was still calm. He looked at the other party and said, "There is no need to do so. I have cultivated for almost the same amount of time as you. Although my cultivation is at the 7th tier Renhuang plane, I have yet to encounter an equal match at the same tier. So you don't have to hold back." Even when faced with a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor who was at a higher level than him, Yifutian was still confident that he could put up a good fight against the other party. His confidence stirred up the emotions of countless cultivators in the heavenly Mandate City. The demonic cultivator was actually a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor from the Devil world. Existences at his level were all cultivators who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even so, Yifutian, who had a lower plane of cultivation, was still confident that he could put up a fight against Xiaomu. Perhaps Xiaomu would be the strongest opponent that Yifutian had faced so far. Mei Ting, who was drinking wine in a tavern in the distance, looked in their direction too. He was also very interested in the battle. Yifutian was a legendary figure that Yusheng willingly followed. Mei Ting wanted to see for himself how strong Yifutian currently was. Xiaomu would most likely be a huge challenge for Yifutian. As one of the 8 great devil generals in the devil world, Mei Ting was well aware of the ability of the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor. Those monstrous figures in the outer realms could not hold a candle to them. Being a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor meant that Xiaomu received personal instruction from the Devil Emperor. Xiaomu's demonic art was taught by the Devil Emperor. The top figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had serious expressions too. They also realized how powerful Yifutian's opponent was. Xiaomu was someone extraordinary. Even for them. It was rare for them to encounter a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. The status of Xiaomu was similar to that of Spear Emperor Du, who came to the original realm more than 20 years ago with Princess Donghuang. Spear Emperor Du was a direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. The Devil Emperor, who dwelled far in the devil world, was a mighty legendary figure. How strong would his disciple be? The auras emanating from Yifutian and Xiaomu grew more and more frightening. The demonic might roared and churned. At the same time, intense rumbling of the great path could be heard from Yifutian's body. His body turned into the way and became the divine body of the great path. It was domineering. In the previous battles, the Renhuangs at the same tier as Yifutian could not withstand a blow from his flesh. One could imagine how menacing the divine body, which Yifutian inherited from Xianxia the Great Emperor, was. Seemingly sensing the terror of Yifutian's flesh, Xiaomu's body was also metamorphosing. His demonic form was instantly covered with terrifying lightning. Black and purple divine lights gathered and merged with his body. One could sense the power of his flesh even better with their will. His flesh was fully charged with overbearing, destructive power. The gazes of the cultivators from the Song Imperial City narrowed when they saw this scene. The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture were rather unfamiliar with the Devil Emperor. However, those long-standing top forces from the Divine Prefecture heard rumors about the Devil Emperor before. An elder said, "Rumor has it that the Devil Emperor is a one-in-a-million genius in the devil world. He has created many demonic arts which are unprecedented and unsurpassable. He is a bona fide legend. The demonic arts which he created are all top demonic techniques in the world. They are the pinnacle of demonic techniques. Furthermore, it is said that the Devil Emperor suits his teaching in accordance with his students' aptitude. Based on the cultivation of each demonic cultivator, he teaches them different demonic arts, so that the demonic arts are compatible with the learners. The elder looked at the sky and continued. Rumor has it that all the disciples of the current Devil Emperor have inherited very formidable power. Since this Xiao Mu is one of his direct disciples, he must have inherited some form of demonic art from the Devil Emperor. I'm curious to find out how strong he is. The facial expressions of many top figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy turned solemn when they heard the elder's words. They were not sure how strong the Devil Emperor was. However, the Devil Emperor was the one who ended the chaos in the Devil world. He was the legendary figure who united and ruled over the entire Devil world. His name was on par with that of Donghuang the Great. He was one of the very few cultivators who stood at the peak. How strong would his direct disciple be? Even though they had lots of confidence in Yifutian, they were still uncertain about whether or not he could surpass the difference between their planes and win the fight against this direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. The top figures would not have worried about Yifutian if his opponent was not a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, but instead a direct disciple of any of the top forces from the Divine Prefecture. After all, the direct disciples of the top forces paled into insignificance compared with the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor. Xiao Mu's gaze was locked on Yifutian. Both of them could sense how powerful the flesh of their opponent was. One was a demonic form, while the other was a divine body surrounded by endless runes and divine light. Let me experience how powerful the body of the Great Path inherited from Xianxia the Great Emperor is, Xiao Mu said loudly. His voice was deep and resonant, caused the space to shake. He took a step forward. He didn't unleash any demonic arts. Instead, he intended to clash into Yifutian head-on with his flesh. His super-demonic form was also an inheritance from the Devil Emperor. He refined it with demonic lightning to create his own demonic form of the Great Path. He had successfully forged the super-destructive heavenly demon form. Each and every disciple of the Devil Emperor had to cultivate the super-demonic form. Then, they had to merge it with their own flesh to create their own demonic form. The demonic cultivators were very particular about the cultivation of their bodies. Without strong flesh, it was hard for them to unleash the might of the demonic arts. As a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, Xiao Mu had cultivated his body to its utmost limit. His body was domineering. When Xiao Mu stepped forward, the entire sky shook and thundered. The demonic might churned and exerted great pressure on everyone else. Yifutian's flesh was almost invincible. Since he had forged the divine body, he had not met anyone who could battle him with their flesh alone. However, now that he was facing Xiao Mu, even he felt a sense of pressure. It made him recall the initial sensation when he first met Yusheng. Yusheng's body was very strong. Aside from his demonic art cultivation, it was also due to his innate abilities. Having cultivated in the Devil world, Yusheng's body must have been trained to an even more terrifying level. Yifutian wondered how Yusheng's cultivation was progressing now. However, Yifutian was not worried about Yusheng's cultivation at all. That fellow would certainly not fall behind. His figure pounced forward, and he also stepped out. Both of them did not unleash law power attacks. Instead, they walked straight towards each other. Even so, before they even clashed, an extremely ferocious storm swept out. Intense rumbling of the Great Path filled the skies. The rumbling caused many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy down below to have goosebumps as they watched the terrifying scene in the sky above. Was this the strength of the flesh that could be achieved by a cultivator? Even the giant-level figures were astonished. Renhuang Chun stood out to protect the Heavenly Mandate Academy, preventing it from being damaged by the shockwaves from the battle in the sky. In the sky above, demonic light and divine light swept out. The two of them walked straight towards each other. Then, both of them punched out towards their opponent at the same time. There was no fancy display of technique. Both of them unleashed terrifying attacks with just their bodies straight towards their opponent. Bang! The sky shook violently. An unparalleled storm swept out around them. With both of them at the center, a frightening cyclone was formed. Their figures were not sent flying. Both of them stood there straight and tall. Yifutian felt a menacing demonic light surge into his body. The demonic light contained unparalleled destructive power. It wanted to tear apart his flesh. However, the divine light of the great path circulated within him. His flesh was almost perfect and would not be destroyed so easily. Xiaomu similarly felt a powerful shockwave surge up his arm and into his demonic form. However, his demonic form had also been honed and trained. In extraordinary locations in the devil world, it had undergone the baptism of countless strikes of demonic lightning. It was an immortal and indestructible body. Even ninth-tier Renhuangs would have a hard time trying to destroy him. Yet Xiaomu was surprised. Yi Futian, who was clashing with him, had not been knocked back. He was taking Xiaomu head-on. It was clear that Yi Futian's body was indeed top-tier. To be able to encounter such an opponent, Xiaomu was feeling somewhat excited. Menacing demonic light flowed, and absolute power gathered in his arm. Once again he punched out. Faced with his overbearing attack, an ordinary 8th-tier demonic emperor would be annihilated with a mere punch. He would not need to attack twice. The physical body constructed by Xiaomu was the super-destructive heavenly demon form, with extreme destructive power. Not only was his body tempered to perfection, but once it collided with an opponent, it could tear and destroy the opponent apart immediately. When he was still cultivating in the devil world, there was once a very well-known demonic figure behaving with arrogance and insolence. However, with his physical body alone, Xiaomu could smash the opponent's demonic form to pieces, killing him. With the terror brought on by his super-destructive heavenly demon form, Yi Futian's cultivation at 7th realm shouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from him. However, the fact that Yi Futian's physical body was strong enough to compete with him excited Xiaomu inexplicably. At this moment, with Xiaomu in the middle, a series of black streamers of silent destruction fell down and surrounded him. They began to spread outward, turning the vast space into a domain of silent destruction as well. Every one of these black streams of light seemed to contain the ultimate aura of destruction. The booming roars from Yi Futian's body had become more intense. It seemed that there were many characters of the Great Path floating around him, a faint aura of swordsmanship circulating inside his body. It was as if his body had turned into a body of the sword. Yi Futian had cast his physical body with the Wei, and it was his chosen medium of cultivation. As far as collisions of physical bodies were concerned, he wasn't afraid of anyone, even those considered major figureheads. He didn't think that his physical body would be weaker than his opponent, even if the Xiaomu were personally taught by the Devil Emperor himself, who was also in possession of a body in the extreme with a higher realm. Still, he was not afraid of a physical confrontation. The two collided again. It was like an encounter between gods and demons. Above the firmament, two domineering bodies continued to collide, causing the sky to erupt with another violent howl. Even the space seemed to tremble. An extremely heavy sensation hung in the air. Streamers of pitch-black destructive light appeared upon Yi Futian, rushing into his body. But there was also a destructive broadsword will that invaded deep inside Xiaomu, intending on destroying his Wei. In the terrible trembling reverberation of the sounds, the expressions on their faces never changed. They appeared extremely calm, as if they were not affected at all, when in fact such terrifying attacks would have already shattered anyone with lesser cultivation. Below, those cultivators from the devil world shuddered inwardly. All of them were from the imperial palace of the devil world, and all of them were extraordinary cultivators. Clearly, they had a better idea than anyone else regarding the true strength of Xiaomu's physical body. In their opinion, how could anyone from the land of the divine prefecture compete with the Devil Emperor's own direct disciple? However, Yi Futian not only collided with him head-on but also confronted him when he was one realm lower. Was this the power of the body inherited from that legendary Xianxia, the great emperor from the ancient days of yore? It seemed that in the land of divine prefecture, this once abandoned land in the original realm, a supremely enchanting genius had been born. This strength was no less than any top enchanting geniuses from the imperial palace. No wonder this man created so many legends in the original realm, someone whispered. So, did Xiaomu know that this man is extraordinary? Was that why he deliberately came to the heavenly mandate realm? To fight with him? Someone asked. Many of them did not know about the relationship between Yi Futian and Yu Shang, which was only known to a few. Perhaps, after all, this man is the #1 enchanting genius in the original realm. He should be proud of himself, given that he's able to fight Xiao Mu body to body. Someone responded. But the outcome will remain the same. Someone looked up into the sky. This was not the ultimate state of Xiao Mu's super-destructive heavenly demonic form. Super-destructive heavenly demonic form was derived from the Devil Emperor's super-demonic form, so its power is shockingly terrifying. Even though his opponent had inherited the body-refining method from Xianxia the Great Emperor, Xiao Mu had inherited the body-refining demonic method of the Devil Emperor. Therefore, they were confident that the winner of this physical battle would be Xiao Mu. The collision above the firmament became even more fierce. Again and again, the two met in the blasts, but not only did their momentum not weaken any, but it was getting more powerful than ever. The fierce roar of the great path in the firmament seemed to indicate it was on the verge of collapsing when these bodies would shatter the great path. In the battle, the demonic aura from Xiao Mu intensified so that it was even more horrific. It was as if he was no longer a human but instead was made of the flesh cast by the ultimate destructive thunder. As he lifted his hands, hundreds of thousands of black demonic currents flowing into every part of his body, so that his every move contained frightening destructive power. Gradually, Xiao Mu's physical body seemed to have undergone another transformation during the battle. It was now completely pitch black, turning into the ultimate demonic body. Bang! There was another violent collision. The two banged against each other again, and at the moment of collision, Yi Futian felt an infinite destructive force rush into his body. Every part of his body was trembling and he was knocked back. This was the first time the two had been separated by so much distance. Yi Futian steadied himself and looked up at the other side. Xiao Mu stood there like a giant demon god at this moment. His eyes were pitch black and fixed on him, full of boundless dominance. He addressed Yi Futian directly. "Not bad. I didn't expect to have to use my true strength against you. You deserve to be called the new king of the original realm." His voice was domineering and confident, even tinged with a certain disdain. Divine light flowing around Yi Futian as he looked at that demon body and said, "You are not too bad yourself. This will force me to be a bit more serious." "Ha!" Xiao Mu frowned. What did Yi Futian mean by force him to be a bit more serious? Did he mean that he didn't take it seriously before? His demonic eyes stared at Yi Futian, and he saw the divine light flowing on Yi Futian's body as an even more brilliant light burst from him. Faintly, he seemed to be hearing the sounds of Buddha and the divine light of the sun and the moon flowing about. The light reflected on that body, and a pattern was formed. Xiao Mu was somewhat alarmed. Before, was Yi Futian being casual, not using his full strength? Boom, boom, boom. In this instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to be howling fiercely like a terrifying behemoth, boundless divine splendor flowing about. His body moved forward and turned into a light, rushing straight towards Xiao Mu. At this moment, Xiao Mu's demonic eyes perceived Yi Futian as a deity, full of incomparable brilliance. Xiao Mu's eyes sharpened when he saw this before him. He looked extremely grave. He stepped forward, rocking the void as a massive demonic fist blasted forward, colliding with Yi Futian's fist. The people below looked above the firmament, and the two of them seemed to have transformed into real gods and demons. The great path was shattered with one blow. Then, under the shocking gazes of the cultivators from the devil world, Xiao Mu's body was knocked away, flying backward. A terrible aura of destruction appeared on that dark demonic body, and the two extreme powers of sun and shadow wreaked havoc in his body. Even as the ultimate demonic body, it was difficult to bear such polarized bodies. The demonic light flowed as Xiao Mu ground to a stop, staring at Yi Futian. He realized that he had unexpectedly lost to his opponent in the collision between physical bodies of the Great Path. The super-destructive heavenly demonic form was suppressed and repelled by the blow just now. In the exchange that truly mattered, he had lost. Steadying himself, demonic might roared from within Xiao Mu. A terrible demonic domain appeared between heaven and earth, shrouding the boundless space. He stared at Yi Futian and appeared to have lost the edge of that arrogance, but his spirit of confidence and dominance remained. Although he had heard of Yi Futian's reputation and knew of his relationship with Yushang, he never thought he would lose. Of course, the failure resulted from that physical collision didn't indicate a final outcome. Although cultivators of the demonic way tempered their physical bodies, it was definitely not the only thing that made them powerful. On top of everything, he was a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Above the firmament, pitch-black light streamers of demonic way flowed about and turned into demonic blades. A field of demonic blade appeared between heaven and earth. Infinite pitch-black demonic blades moved about in the void, covering its vast terrain. The broadsword will was filled with endlessly fierce destruction and murderous intent. A horrible cloud of catastrophe gathered as if the power of dark thunder was converging. Behind him, a massive and boundless demonic blade appeared, capable of cutting through a corner of the sky. Xiao Mu stretched out his hand, and the heaven and the earth suddenly let out a savage roar. In the storm of destruction, a pitch-black demonic blade appeared in his hand. Xiao Mu grabbed the demonic blade, and an unparalleled destructive force burst out from him. Just that broadsword will alone seemed to tear through the power of the Great Path. When Yi Futian felt this power, his expression became grave. This broadsword will was indeed terrifying. A strong broadsword will appeared in the entire field. Under this broadsword will, Yi Futian felt that everything he saw in front of him was changing. It was as if this place was no longer as it was previously. Instead, it was now filled with terrifying demon gods. These demon gods were each holding a demonic blade, standing in different positions, covering this corner of the sky. Terrifying broadsword will tore through the space, aiming toward him as if to crush his will completely. Just this broadsword will alone was enough to shock everyone into silence, capable of knocking them down. Any Renhuang who was not firm enough would doubtlessly crumble under this broadsword will, unable to bear its intimidation. Xiao Mu held the blade in both hands. At this moment, all the demon gods in the heavens seemed to be holding the demonic blade in their hands as well. A fierce storm of destruction swept across the space. Before the blade was discharged, Yi Futian could sense the oppression of the broadsword while slashing down to suppress him, a pressure so heavy it was almost suffocating. It was simply astounding. Even when he was facing those at the peak of Renhuang in the 9th realm, Yi Futian had never experienced such intense oppression. Of course, it may be that someone at this level hadn't really collided with him in the real sense of the word. But there was no doubt that Xiao Mu's own combat power was spectacularly horrific. After all, he was the direct disciple taught by the Devil Emperor himself and a Renhuang of the 8th realm. Once in the realm of Upper Renhuang, the gap in each step of the realm was significant, much like an insurmountable chasm. But Yi Futian was now facing a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, who was an entire realm higher than him. The roar that erupted from Yi Futian's body of the Great Path became more fervent and violent. The broadsword will descended on his body but was unable to crush his will. There was a faint imperial divine glory shining upon him, so that he appeared even more impressive. He had inherited the power of several great emperors. Among them, Xianxia the Great Emperor and Ziwei the Great were both extraordinary great emperor cultivators. Xianxia the Great Emperor had dared to challenge the heavens, while Ziwei the Great commanded several great emperors under him. Having inherited the incomparable powers of these two, Yi Futian had constructed an indestructible physical body and spiritual will. In short, he was not that easily shaken. Furthermore, as he felt that potent broadsword will, his body boomed, and an equally intimidating spirit manifested upon him as well. The starlight flowed upon his body, which seemed to transform into a starry sky world. At this moment, his physical body underwent another transformation. He became something like a divine body of the starry sky. Moreover, there was a terrifying howl of an ape that shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, strong coercion emerged as a massive war ape appeared behind Yi Futian. Boom! The war ape trampled above everything, and suddenly, the sky roared. The vast space seemed to solidify. This war ape, like a battle beast from the starry sky, was the starry war ape. An unusual vision appeared in the world behind Yifutian. This sight before them made many cultivators trembled inside. What ability could cause such a vision to appear? Previously, they had not seen Yifutian using it. The cultivators from Four Corner Village squinted their eyes as their hearts quivered. They had not anticipated Yifutian to have cultivated this divine method to this degree. The Starry War Song, one of the 7 divine methods of Four Corner Village, could summon the Starry War Ape, whose presence was incredibly wild and menacing. His attack power was unparalleled. This particular ability was controlled by Shi Kuei in Four Corner Village. At the same time, when Yifutian unlocked the mysteries of Four Corner Village, he had also cultivated various secret methods. This was something known by all the cultivators from the village. Now, it seemed that Yifutian was using another divine method from the Four Corner Village to fight against the disciple of the Devil Emperor. At this moment, Xiaomu raised the blade with both hands, and the demonic light circulated upon the demonic blade, forming a frightening sight. In this field, many illusions of the demon god seemed to raise their blades simultaneously, ready to strike. Even before the strike was unleashed, its power was already shocking. It was as if it could shatter this corner of the sky, and no one was capable of stopping it. Cultivators from the devil world below wore a solemn expression as their eyes fastened on Xiaomu, who was in the void. Even though Xiaomu's super-destructive heavenly demon form was physically defeated by Yifutian, now boosted by the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon, what kind of earth-shattering destructive power would be discharged by this combination? They were expectant as well. It seemed that Xiaomu had never treated an opponent so seriously. Yifutian had really angered Xiaomu, and that had pushed Xiaomu into his strongest state yet, gathering all his strength to battle with Yifutian. Xiaomu took a step forward, and a majestic and massive figure of the demon god appeared above the firmament. It stood there, containing the most supreme majestic spirit to crush down on this space. In this area, under the figure of that demon god, everything was null and all beings were inconsequential. 9 slashes of the heavenly demon contained 9 styles of strike, and each strike morphed to increase in strength. When the 9 strikes were released, even the heavenly demon would be cut down, hence the name. Xiaomu's hands slammed down. Even with cultivation as great as his, he needed to exert an incredible amount of strength to unleash this sword strike, as if on the verge of exhausting all of his energy to release it. Just this first strike alone seemed to have hollowed out his strength and spiritual energy. But at the same time, only when he smashed down with the blade did the cultivators around them realize what was happening. A pitch-black fissure appeared between heaven and earth, and everything was split open and pulverized. At the same time, the illusions of the demon god in their surrounding also mimicked their movements and struck. In this area of the Great Path, a series of blasting light of the blades cut through the void, destroying everything in their path. Even those major figureheads felt their hearts tremble when this strike was unleashed. It was simply too powerful. Just the first strike contained such horrific prowess. This was the true blade technique. Compared with the demonic blade in front of them, it seemed that what they had known before to be blade techniques couldn't be considered technique at all. Terrifying rumbling sounds were heard, and the vision of the great path around Yifutian was becoming more radiant as a starry world, surrounded by countless stars, was formed. When the blade light came down, the starry war ape howled into the heavens, and those surrounding stars created an unparalleled defensive force, blocking the invading broadsword will and those countless sword shadows. At the same time, a rod appeared in Yifutian's hand, as if it had been transformed by the stars. It was heavy, full of boundless and overbearing energy. When the blade slashed toward him, the rod blasted forth. These two terrifying forces met and collided in midair. The destructive demonic blade slashed through the shadow of the rod that had shattered the space. The power that erupted from the contact began to tear through the surrounding space. The great path was shattered into pieces, and cracks appeared where the attacks had occurred. Xiaomu's combination was the super-destructive heavenly demon form aided by the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. However, Yifutian's divine body of the Great Path worked in sync with the starry war song from Four Corner Village and the power of the starry Great Path. The ultimate power exuded from this combination was unimaginably frightening. The storm of destruction still raged between the two. Xiao Mu's eyes were pitch black and impenetrable. His arm retracted as the blade returned between his hands, raised high above. Dark divine light of thunder fell and circulated upon the blade. An even more powerful demonic light rushed into the sky, and Xiao Mu unleashed the second strike without any hesitation. Each strike from the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon was stronger than the previous strike. Even Run Huang at the peak couldn't survive just a couple of these slashes. Xiao Mu unleashed the second strike, and it was like an angry roar from the demon god. The blade opened up the sky, carving out a series of horrific, destructive fissures. Yifutian raised his head and saw a gigantic and boundless demonic blade slashing towards him, like a strike from the demon god himself. Boom! Surrounded by starlight, heaven and earth seemed to solidify. The starry power was everywhere, so the space felt tremendously heavy. The starry war ape roared madly as Yifutian picked up a long rod and smashed it down. This shocking blow wanted to shatter the sky but collided with the demonic blade that blasted at him instead. The collision resulted in an eruption of terrible divine light that was hard for anyone to behold. There was a loud rumbling noise, and the surrounding great path seemed to be exploding in a most horrific manner. Nonetheless, this strike had been blocked and could not obliterate Yifutian or get anywhere near him. This blow, at best, was barely adequate. It seemed that even the 9 slashes of Heavenly Demon couldn't crush Yifutian's attack, and these two had met their match in each other. The hearts of the cultivators below palpitated, especially those top figures from the devil world. Xiao Mu unleashed the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Demon with all his might. Its power had already come close to threaten even peak-level Renhuang. However, the second strike of the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Demon did not seem to pose a real threat to Yifutian because it had been successfully blocked by him. The starry war ape, as well as the power of the stars and his body in the Great Path, were all extremely awesome. Multiple powers now blended into one, perfectly erupting from the center that was Yifutian. The power that erupted was no lesser than Xiao Mu's 9 slashes of the Heavenly Demon. It seemed that, to defeat Yifutian, the second strike from the 9 slashes was far from sufficient. The force of the second blow hadn't completely dissipated before Xiao Mu took another step forward. There were terrible fissures in the surrounding space as the Great Path seemed to be torn and destroyed. Another wave of broadsword will gathered once again, as if overlapping and reinforcing blade momentum from before. It was getting stronger. A terrifying coercion blasted down as the sky howled. The Great Path roared as those demon gods appeared, like some heavenly demons. Another strike appeared, blooming with a world-destroying demonic light, overlapping again with the blade momentum from before. They seemed to land on the same track and smash down in the same trajectory. But it was heavier, stronger, and more uncompromising. The third strike of the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Demon was already the most exquisite of the first 3 strikes and also the strongest. This offensive technique was a mass-slaughtering technique created by the Devil Emperor when he was besieged and suppressed by numerous demon emperors when he was unifying the Devil world. The 9 slashes of the Heavenly Demon had beheaded countless demon emperors, terrorized the Devil world until it was flattened by him. Before he proclaimed his reign, he had always been hailed as one of the terrifying existences in the history of the Devil world. He was the first enchanting genius since the collapse of the Heavenly Path, whose name was known throughout the past and the present. After his proclamation as the Emperor, many thought that the Devil Emperor was no lesser than the legendary Devil Emperors of ancient times. He wanted to become the first person in the history of the Devil world to unify the Devil world itself and unify the outside world. The blade technique created by the Devil Emperor was intimidating, to say the least. It was said that when the Devil Emperor deployed the 8th strike, it was almost near invincible, and no one could stop his blade. The staff technique converged again, blasting toward that 3rd strike. However, this time it was not as before, as the staff shadow was shattered. Even though it was able to block that scary strike, it's the first time Yifutian's staff technique was suppressed. He was repelled back a few steps. It was not that his own strength was any lesser than that of Xiao Mu, but that the attacking technique he deployed was not on par with the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. After all, this was the ultimate slaughtering technique created by the Devil Emperor. The cultivators from the Devil world were a little relieved when they beheld this sight. Although Yi Futian was very powerful, the opponent he was facing was Xiao Mu. No matter how strong he was, how could he possibly compete with the Devil Emperor's direct disciple, especially when this disciple's realm was higher than his? Yi Futian's inheritance was, after all, from the great emperors of yore, and the Devil Emperor was a great emperor who existed in the world right now. However, if Yi Futian and Xiao Mu were in the same realm, Xiao Mu would probably lose this battle in the end. If he had to battle with such difficulties in a situation where his realm was higher, it only served to accentuate Yi Futian's natural talent and the strength of his combat effectiveness. As the first genius talent of the original realm, this young king of the original realm indeed did not disappoint. His prestige was not in name only. Otherwise, with so many top figures hanging around, how could he become the king of the original realm? Xiao Mu looked relieved when he saw that Yi Futian was repelled by the third strike. His dark eyes glanced at Yi Futian. He thought that he had finally backed down. Yi Futian had shown signs of defeat with that third strike, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to destroy Yi Futian, and this was just the third strike. After the blade smashed down, its momentum did not disappear. On the contrary, it became stronger. There seemed to be a resonance in this area of heavenly demon. Those demon gods seemed to mimic the same actions as Xiao Mu, raising their blades. In the vast and boundless space, many demon gods raised their blades at the same time, and these forces resonated with one another. Before the blade was released, a terrible slaughtering and destructive power had already swept toward Yi Futian, with the potential to destroy everything. Yi Futian had retreated at the third strike, so the next 2 strikes should end the battle. Xiao Mu thought the fourth strike was gathering momentum, and the storm was getting more terrifying, raging in this space. The storm was capable of slaughtering ordinary Renhuang as it contained incredible power of ruination. Yi Futian sensed this power, and there was a divine light flashing through his eyes, and it seemed to become heavier still. The roar in his body became more violent and fierce. However, characters flew out as his body morphed with the way. It became something far more terrifying. At the same time, there was a divine light shining at his brow chakra, akin to imperial glory. He looked even more dazzling, like some heavenly deity. The stars in the sky centered around Yi Futian with just one thought, and the starry glory surrounded him. A phantom of Yi Futian seemed to appear on every star, and at the moment Yi Futian seemed to be everywhere, becoming one with this starry sky. When the terrifying demonic blade came in for the kill, it collided with the starry field and was blocked by the light screen. It failed to come close to Yi Futian. With his body as the center, the stars had formed an absolute field of power, and this area of the Great Path was inching toward the other, on the prowl to invade. Yi Futian's body floated in the center of this starry world, surrounded by countless starry divine lights that showered upon him. The cultivators below watched Yi Futian, their hearts beating wildly. Whether it was cultivators from the Devil world or the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the hearts of those cultivators palpitated. The cultivators from Ziwei, especially, were more electrified now than ever. Yi Futian was like the true heir of Ziwei the Great. The changes to Yi Futian similarly caused the hearts of the cultivators of the Devil world to tremble. Before this, when they saw Yi Futian being pushed back, they had believed the battle to be over. However, it seemed that they were too optimistic. This battle was just beginning. Xiao Mu grew stronger and stronger. Yi Futian also rose to the occasion. He kept unleashing new abilities. He had not been going all out at all since the start of the battle. This made the top figures of the Devil world feel somewhat surreal. A 7th-tier cultivator actually dared not go all out when facing an 8th-tier direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. How confident was Yi Futian in his own abilities? An instant change appeared in Xiao Mu's demonic eyes. Yet, the more powerful Yi Futian grew, the more it seemed to stir up Xiao Mu's fighting spirit. His battle spirit was ablaze right now. A storm swept out, and the silhouettes of the demons in the sky moved, resonating with him. Lifting the blade with both his hands, All the power of the great path in Xiao Mu's body surged into the demonic blade. It caused demonic light from the blade to pierce the heavens. Terrifying clouds covered the skies. The scene before the crowd was astonishing. On the other side, with Yi Futian's figure as the center, divine starlight shone extremely brightly. His body radiated with imperial glory. Bathed in the divine light, Yi Futian was like a true god. Stars circled around him. His shadow was on each of the stars, as though he controlled all of them. Buzz. Xiao Mu slashed down for the 4th time. With this slash, the various demons in the sky also slashed down with their demonic blades at the same time. Frightening cracks appeared in the sky, ripping apart all of existence. Against these demonic blades, no one could survive. Boom! 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 The demonic blades met with resistance this time. They cleaved down on the stars that filled the sky. The stars that circled around Yi Futian's figure formed a light shroud of stars. The blade will of the demons were all blocked off by these stars. Only the domineering blade in the middle, which was the one of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon unleashed by Xiao Mu, cleaved the light shroud apart. At the same time, it shattered a star before it. It was as though no defensive power could withstand this blade. However, the people down below could all sense that the might of this blade had already been weakened. It would most likely be difficult for Xiao Mu to end Yi Futian with this slash. As expected, when the astonishing blade slashed down, countless runes appeared around Yi Futian's body and formed an absolute domain of stars. The blade will flashed, but it could not break through the defense of the stars. Cracks appeared on the stars. Then, the momentum of the blade was halted, and it could not advance any further. As the cultivators beneath the sky watched, endless blade will landed on the stars. It caused cracks to form on the stars. However, the stars were not shattered, and they had successfully blocked this ferocious attack. Was this the defensive technique passed down through the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei? Many people down below thought. Great Emperor Ziwei was one of the most famous great emperor figures in the ancient era. He was a marvel of his time. How powerful was he? Rumor has it that Great Emperor Ziwei could control the various stars in the sky. He was the ruler of a segmentum. Such an extraordinary figure must have certainly cultivated powerful techniques. However, the various cultivators had never seen them before. They had only caught a glimpse of such techniques from observing Ren Huangchun during his battles. Now, Yi Futian seemed to be unleashing the power of the teachings he inherited from Great Emperor Ziwei. How powerful would this technique be? The defensive power of this technique was evident. The 4th blade was blocked. Xiao Mu initially thought that the previous 2 slashes were enough to end the battle. Unfortunately, he was wrong. By now, he had exhausted much of his strength. Each and every slash of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon took a huge toll on the user. It was already awe-inspiring for Xiao Mu to be able to unleash 4 slashes. Xiao Mu slashed down for the 5th time. His 5th slash was even more powerful than the 4th. The momentum was even more astonishing. The 5th slash caused cracks to form on many stars around Yi Futian. The defensive light shroud before Yi Futian shattered into pieces after being cleaved into half. Although Yi Futian still managed to block this 5th slash, the stars were on the verge of crumbling. It was as though they would be destroyed at any second. Xiao Mu didn't underestimate Yi Futian. From his perspective, if Yi Futian hadn't unleashed the power he inherited from Great Emperor Ziwei, the 5th slash would have certainly ended the battle. This 5th blade was absolutely domineering, yet it was still not enough to defeat Yi Futian. Right now, Xiao Mu felt too exhausted to press on. He took a step forward. He was akin to a demon as his gaze locked on Yi Futian. Xiao Mu proclaimed, "This next slash should end the battle." He couldn't afford to drag the battle any longer. It cost a huge amount of damage to himself as he unleashed each slash of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. While the slashes were very formidable, they also consumed much of the strength of the user. Xiao Mu needed to maintain both his flesh and mind at their peak state to truly unleash the might of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. Otherwise, his attack would have the form but not the essence of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. It would not retain its might too. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura enveloped Xiao Mu. The cultivators from the devil world narrowed their eyes in shock. What was Xiao Mu planning to do? Was he going to send out a frenzy slash? Yifutian stood still on his spot. He looked plainly at Xiao Mu. He was akin to an almighty god. There was absolute confidence shining in his eyes. He was more or less certain about Xiao Mu's level of ability. From the looks of it, the sixth slash would be Xiao Mu's limit. If Xiao Mu could slash down the seventh time, it was possible for him to defeat Yifutian. If Xiao Mu could slash down the eighth time, Yifutian would surely lose. Unfortunately, there was no what if. The sixth slash would be Xiao Mu's last slash, and Yifutian was confident that he could block this sixth slash. It should be said that Yifutian didn't intend to block it. Instead, he would retaliate. Boom! Xiao Mu's body changed as he grew larger and larger. He merged with the demons in the sky and transformed into a demon himself. He wielded the blade with both his hands. When his blade will burst forth, terrifying fissures formed in the space. At this moment, Yifutian felt threatened. He finally moved. An illusory figure appeared above Yifutian's body. The illusory figure seemed to be Yifutian himself. It was surrounded by divine light and abnormal phenomena. Yifutian transformed into a deity and became one with the stars. Endless divine light of the stars shone on him. With his body as the center of the stars, an intimidating power gushed forth. Dazzling divine halos shone brightly. A sword appeared in front of Yifutian. The celestial force all around Yifutian rushed into the sword, causing it to keep expanding. It grew larger and transformed into a true starry divine sword. Xiao Mu slashed down. The sixth slash of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon caused the sky to dim as it charged towards Yifutian. Could even slaughter gods. At the same time, the stars around Yifutian became one as endless starlight surged into the sword. Yifutian raised his arm and thrust the sword forward. The divine sword and the demonic blade collided head-on. Rumble! It was as though the world was falling apart. Apart from the divine sword, many stars cracked and shattered into pieces. The stars took the place of the starry divine sword to bear the power of the demonic blade. On the other hand, the blade was also trembling violently. It was similarly enduring an unparalleled power. One by one, the stars cracked and disintegrated. However, the divine light on the starry divine sword shone more and more brilliantly. It suppressed everything that was in its way, causing cracks to start forming on the demonic blade too. Bang! As cracks began to appear on the demonic blade, Xiao Mu let out a dull groan. His face was pale. He had unleashed 6 slashes out of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. Yet it was still insufficient to defeat Yifutian. The blade and the sword were both destroyed. One after the other, they broke into pieces. Yifutian looked at Xiao Mu and said, "If you could unleash the 7th slash today, the loser would be me." He stood still and his tone was calm. It was as though the victor of the battle had been determined. This exchange between the two had indeed determined the victor. At least that was what Yifutian surmised. As for whether or not this fight would continue, it depended on Xiao Mu. If they continued fighting, the result would not change as long as Xiao Mu didn't unleash the 7th slash. Xiao Mu stood in midair quietly. His demonic will was not as rampant as before. He looked at Yifutian and didn't refute his words. It was as though he silently agreed to what Yifutian had said. Not defeating Yifutian with the 6th slash meant that Xiao Mu had lost the fight. Xiao Mu was not able to slash down for the 7th time. If he could unleash the 7th slash, the loser would surely be Yifutian. Even Yifutian admitted this. The outcome of their battle was decided. Down below, the cultivators of the devil world were quite restless when they saw this scene before them. Xiao Mu had actually been defeated. Even the 6th slash of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon still could not take down Yifutian. It had been blocked. After the power that Yifutian inherited from Xianxia, the Great Emperor and Great Emperor Ziwei burst forth, even the 8th tier Xiao Mu could not touch him at all. After this slash, Xiao Mu was already worn out. Unleashing the 6th slash of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon had already drained all his strength. He had reached his peak condition right before that moment. However, after the slash, he had now slumped into a phase of weakness. Moreover, his demonic blade was shattered by Yifutian. Yet, Yifutian was not affected much. Right now, he was still in peak condition. His entire body was shining brightly. Brilliant divine halos radiated from his body. It was unparalleled. It looked as though he could unleash his previous attack once more at any moment. Hence, both of them knew the outcome of this battle. There was no need to continue fighting. Xiao Mu admitted his defeat. This young ruler of the Heavenly Mandate realm was actually this strong. The various cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy secretly heaved sighs of relief. They were also moved. Yifutian had surpassed the boundary of planes and defeated Xiao Mu, a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. It would be hard to find someone on the same plane as Yifutian who could contend with him in various worlds. Even if there were such figures, there would not be many of them. They would truly be rare specimens and would be monstrous figures who stood at the pinnacle of their worlds. They were looking forward to Yifutian's growth even more. When he reached the peak of the Renhuang Plain and experienced a divine tribulation of the Great Path, how glorious would that day be! The ruler of the original realm would truly be able to shock the cultivators of various worlds. No one would dare trespass in the original realm. Yifutian would become the absolute leader of the original realm. In a tavern in the distance, Mei Ting raised a cup of wine and drank from it. Before the battle began, even he did not know who would emerge as the victor. He was also very interested in this battle. Now that it had ended, he seemed to have a better understanding of Yifutian's combat ability. After all, for Mei Ting, Xiao Mu was a good opponent for Yifutian and could check on Yifutian's ability. Did that person train Yifutian to this level? It should have been impossible. That person did not have the time to do so. From what Mei Ting learned from Yushang and the abilities that Yifutian displayed, their abilities were not related to that person at all. Even for Yushang, that person had merely passed on a set of demonic arts for Yushang to train himself. So, Yifutian's achievements were all related to the fateful encounters that he had. Aside from being lucky and having many opportunities for him to have come so far in his cultivation, it also meant that he was extraordinary to begin with. He was very talented. His real identity was even more intriguing now. "Let's go," commanded Xiao Mu. Then, he flew up to the sky and left the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He was a little weak. Moreover, it was meaningless for him to hang around any longer now that he had lost. The top cultivators from the Devil World took a good look at Yifutian. Then, one by one, they flew up to the sky. Traversing the clouds, they left the place along with Xiao Mu. Soon, the group disappeared of those on the ground. Only a tint of demonic aura was left lingering in the sky. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy collectively heaved a sigh of relief after the demonic cultivators left. The latter emanated an imposing pressure on the rest of them. Even Runhuang Chun had his guard up the whole time while the demonic cultivators were around. If the group from the Devil World initiated an attack against them, it would put them in great danger. No one dared to act recklessly. After all, the incomers were cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace. Fortunately, the source of the pressure had disappeared now. The demonic cultivators leaving meant that the crisis was over. Yifutian looked in the direction where the demonic cultivators had disappeared to. He appeared calm and showed no sign of joy upon winning a battle. During the battle, he also sensed the immense pressure imposed by the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. It was Yifutian's first time encountering an opponent who could clash head-on with him just with his flesh. Furthermore, the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon posed a threat to him. What would happen to him if one of the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor mastered the 7th, or even the 8th slash? How could Yifutian possibly defend himself against such a figure? How about the Devil Emperor himself? What kind of person was he? Renhuang Yi is indeed an unparalleled figure. Even an 8th-tier direct disciple of the Devil Emperor has lost to you, a cultivator from the Song Imperial City said to Yifutian. The cultivator was very impressed by him. The wish of the cultivator to become acquainted with Yifutian grew even stronger now. This battle had once again verified Yifutian's talent. He was a bona fide exceptional figure able to defeat a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Most likely, very few people in the Divine Prefecture were comparable to Yi Futian now. I got lucky. If he mastered the 7th slash, I would most likely not have been able to withstand his attack. Yi Futian spoke humbly. Does Senior know anything about the Devil Emperor? What kind of person is he? The current Devil Emperor is a living legend in the Devil world. He became famous even before Donghuang the Great did. Before Donghuang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture, the Devil Emperor had already ended the era of various demons fighting over the Devil world. He unified the entire Devil world. People claimed that no one, past or future, could compare to him. Not only would he inherit the glory of the Devil Emperors of the ancient era, he even wanted to bring it to new heights. Bring it to new heights? Asked Yi Futian as his heart trembled. Said the cultivator from the Song Imperial City as he nodded his head. I heard that he previously tried to do so. Yi Futian's heart was racing. After unifying the Devil world, the Devil Emperor wanted to bring it to new heights. Yi Futian naturally understood what that meant. The Devil Emperor had wanted to conquer other worlds and claim them all for his own. He had even attempted to do so before. What had happened back then? Did the Devil Emperor have incredible figures beside him who were very close to him? Asked Yi Futian. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City had a pensive look. He softly said, I have heard of a secret, though I do not know whether or not it is true. This matter seems to be unknown to many. Even among the top forces, it is but a rumor that goes around. It is impossible to verify its legitimacy. What secret? Asked Yi Futian. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City continued. There were previously 2 prominent figures in the Devil world. It was not just the Devil Emperor alone. He had a brother. However, later on, this brother of his would disappear without a trace. Rumors claimed that he had betrayed the Devil Emperor. Others claimed that he had died at the hands of the Devil Emperor. There could only be one ruler of the Devil world. This caused Yi Futian's heart to beat even faster. He could faintly sense that he was approaching the truth soon. It was just that even the top figures of the Song Imperial City knew very little about it. They had only rumors to go by, and they could not even verify the legitimacy of the information. The brother of the Devil Emperor? Then what was Yu Shang's status? If what the other party claimed was true, then the brother of the Devil Emperor clearly had not died and had always been by Yu Shang's side. He became a lonely, frail old man. No one knew his status and who he was. However, why would such a terrifying figure claim to be a slave? Yi Futian could not wrap his head around this. What was the story behind all this? This information itself might be incorrect, and that person was not the brother of the Devil Emperor. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City was somewhat curious. Why was Yi Futian inquiring about those close to the Devil Emperor? On that same note, why had the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor immediately come looking for Yi Futian after arriving in the original realm? Mei Ting, a devil general of the Devil world, seemed to be exceptionally interested in Yi Futian. Could it be that there were some secrets behind all this? However, the cultivator from the Song Imperial City did not inquire further about this. Each person had their own secrets. As long as they were unrelated to him, there was no need to pry. He had come to befriend Yi Futian, so he would not do anything to offend him. Prying into the secrets of others was undoubtedly one of the most offensive acts possible. Since there were secrets involved, it was naturally better for fewer people to know about it. Nobody wished to expose everything about themselves in front of others. If Renhuang Yi has other questions, feel free to ask me, the cultivator from the Song Imperial City said with a smile. I have cultivated for quite a long time in the Divine Prefecture. Even though I don't claim to know much, I have heard of many things before. He appeared exceptionally sincere in his speech. Yi Futian had just defeated a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. The battle was significant, indicating that Yi Futian would attain even higher achievements in the future. He would certainly be able to experience a divine tribulation of the Great Path. The sky was his limit. Yi Futian naturally sensed the goodwill of the other party. The way the cultivators of the Song Imperial City treated him now was completely different from before. This change happened because of his current status and improvement in abilities. In the past, Song Imperial City wanted to take him under their wing to control him. Now, they wanted to befriend him. Nevertheless, Yi Futian didn't inquire further about the matters of the Devil World. It would be too obvious if he continued asking about them. Cultivators from all around the world have gathered here. Since the cultivators from the Devil World have arrived, most likely cultivators from the other realms will also be here, right? Yi Futian asked. I am not sure about the cultivators from the world of Buddhism, but I think they will be here too. I'm also not so certain about what's happening in the heaven realm currently. As for the human realm, most likely some cultivators will come over, replied the cultivator from the Song Imperial City. It goes without saying for the cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm. Yi Futian nodded his head. This time, the storm in the original realm was growing more and more intense. The cultivators of the divine prefecture were not the only ones who caught wind of it. Top forces arrived in the original realm consecutively. Aside from that, before this, the empty divine realm and the dark world had constantly sent more cultivators here. Now, the cultivators of the Devil World appeared, and a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor had descended upon the original realm. Hence, Yi Futian was speculating whether or not the cultivators from the other worlds would also come. He did not know what had happened in the battle back then. The Dark World, the Divine Prefecture, and the empty divine realm experienced their most direct conflict ever. The world of Buddhism had good relations with the Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture. After all, Donghuang the Great had previously ventured to the world of Buddhism to seek the path. Yi Futian knew more about the world of Buddhism because of his relationship with Yushang. From the looks of it, the Devil World was not close with any other world. However, they also did not bear any obvious animosity towards any world. At least, that was what Yi Futian perceived at the moment. He had previously encountered a mysterious cultivator in the heaven realm. As for the human realm, he had never come in contact with it up until now. Now, would the cultivators of the human realm also come to the original realm? Does Senior know much about the human realm? Yi Futian asked. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City replied, I know little about it. I learned about it mainly from the ancient scriptures. Some elders mentioned something before. Rumor has it that, after the collapse of the heavenly path, the main world formed was the human realm. From there, division occurred, and after countless years, things are what we see today. I heard that the human ancestor of the human realm is quite close with Donghuang the Great. The former has lent his aid to the latter before. The human ancestor has lived for eons. He is kind and is adored by many people. It is said that even Donghuang the Great looks highly on him. As for whether or not the few legendary top figures have good relationships among themselves, that's not something I can possibly know. Yi Futian nodded. Those figures were people on another level. They were at the true pinnacle. They were supreme rulers of the world. The people down below could only speculate about their relationships based on what they observed. Only the legendary figures knew exactly how things were among themselves. However, based on the bits and pieces collected, Yi Futian could roughly tell that Donghuang the Great was truly an imposing hero. 300 or 400 years after he had made his name known, he was already on par with those great emperors who had been dominant for centuries. Besides that, Donghuang the Great seemed to have good relationships with the world of Buddhism and the human realm. Back then, why did Donghuang the Great go against Emperor Yi Qing? Are there truly only 7 great emperors in existence? Yi Futian continued asking. Now that he had reached his current cultivation plane, he had the desire to know more about these things that were unknown to him. He wanted to know the truth of this world and its secrets. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City clearly knew more than he did. The cultivator from the Song Imperial City revealed a meaningful smile. He looked at Yi Futian and said, if there were only 7 great emperors, then, does great Emperor Ziwei, who Renhuang Yi met before, count as one of them? If not, what about Shenin the Great? When Yi Futian heard his words, he revealed a pensive look. He pondered on the meaning of these words. The other party smiled and continued saying, The world is too big. After having lived during the age of gods and reached the great emperor plane, the great emperors can create so many miracles. Even if they have truly fallen, they will still leave behind remnants of themselves. Who knows? In some remote corner of the world, there might still be a great emperor who is alive. Yifutian nodded his head. The existence of Xianxia the Great Emperor Ziwei, and Shinin the Great also made him feel that way. There were too many mysteries and secrets in the world. Right now, he still could not comprehend all of it. The ancient god clan is a clan that claims to bear the inheritance of a deity. Is the Song Imperial City considered a force of the ancient god clan? Asked Yifutian. The other party shook their heads and said, the Song Imperial City used to have a great emperor. However, nowadays we no longer bear the inheritance of a great emperor. Hence, we are not considered part of the ancient god clan. In the true sense, the forces which are part of the ancient god clan are like Ziwei Imperial Palace of Great Emperor Ziwei. He left behind his teachings to them. Only then are they considered part of the ancient god clan. This is actually similar to the previous topic. The forces of the ancient god clan are considered fortunate. The teachings of the great emperors were left behind and were passed down to this day. Sadly, most of the great emperors ended up like Shinin the Great and were gradually forgotten to history. Understood, responded Yifutian. If that was the case, the ancient god clan contained the inheritance of the great emperors in the true sense. They could actually be considered the descendants of these great emperors. If an extraordinary figure appeared among them, they would also have the opportunity to prove their path to the highest level. However, after so many years, the divine prefecture had only given birth to two great emperors, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing. This was highly likely due to the situation in the current world. There was also a high chance that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing had experienced some extraordinary fateful encounters. Senior, thank you for your explanation, said Yifutian. What I said cannot be considered an explanation. I merely shared some unimportant details. Even if I didn't tell you now, Renhuang Yi would learn in the future. My words are not worthy of your thanks, replied the other party. Renhuang Yi controls the original realm now. Perhaps, many years later, the original realm will be a new world. Clearly, the elder was hinting at something else. The new world he mentioned alluded to an independent world. Although the original realm was an independent interface, it was still part of divine prefecture. It had been under the rule of Donghuang the Great since that battle long ago. If Yifutian wanted to obtain control over the original realm, it meant that he most definitely need to step into the imperial realm. Clearly, this was the cultivator from Song Imperial City flattering him. After that, the cultivator from Song Imperial City left as well and did not linger on much. His goal was to befriend the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but it was still premature to form an alliance. Yifutian had also made his stance very clear in regards to the alliance. It was necessary for those interested in this alliance to follow him in declaring war on the dark world. This was a precarious business. What's more, even though the cultivator from Song Imperial City was optimistic about Yifutian's future and heaped praises upon him, these were just superficial gestures. He knew very well that Yifutian's position was, in fact, very unstable. Now that the original realm had attracted the attention of all the realms, the devil world and other forces had descended closed behind each other, which meant that the original realm had become the center of an impending storm. Yifutian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy were the center of the original realm. They were the ones in charge of it, and everyone knew what that meant. If he wanted to climb towards imperial eminence, it would be a difficult journey fraught with many life and death situations. It sufficed to say there would be many narrow escapes on this journey. The fact was that Yifutian was not some exception. Out of all those many splendid talents, who wanted to be on the road to becoming another great emperor, how many of them actually succeeded? After the collapse of the heavenly path, the great path suffered considerable damage, and the road to becoming the great emperor was blocked. Many had perished on this already thorny journey. How many among them had really reached their goal? Yifutian had endless potential, but there were also innumerable dangers. Yifutian himself didn't dwell so much on these thoughts. He understood some of these things, but it didn't do any good to think obsessively about them. The only way ahead was forward. Today's conversation with the cultivator from Song Imperial City revealed some things about the top figures and the top principalities of this world. There were the divine prefecture from the east, the western heavenly world, the ancient heaven realm, the empty divine realm, the devil world, the dark world, and the human realm, which was the center of the world at the time when the heavenly path collapsed. The rulers of these 7 worlds, especially the ancient god clan from ancient times, represented the pinnacle of the cultivation world. They were the only ones who had the privilege to speak for the entire world. They were the existence that decided the rules of the world. And the domain chief's manners of all 18 domains and those top principalities were just secondary players. They were merely managing the world for them. He now had control over the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Ziwei Imperial Palace, but he still had a long way to go. If the teacher hadn't scared off those men, there were still many principalities in this world who could have destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Just one existence had survived the second divine tribulation. It would be tough enough for them to overcome, no matter how rare the existence was at this level. The divine prefecture was not without them, and whatever the divine prefecture had, it only stood to reason that other worlds must have some of them as well. Furthermore, he had mentioned those unknown existences in his conversation with the other. Who knows? Perhaps, the cultivator from Song Imperial City had something that he didn't yet make fully known to Yifutian. After all, it did have involvements at a higher level, so the other man might be more cautious in what to reveal. The road ahead of him was long. It seemed that he had to cultivate to the top of Renhuang before he could have some credibility. At that time, with the help of the physical body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, he may be able to explode with extraordinary power. But for the moment, he was limited to defeating existences of the first level of the Great Path Divine Realm and subjected to considerable backlash if he leveraged the physical body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. He had no idea how many years it would take him to set foot on the peak of Renhuang. After the Devil World and Song Imperial City cultivators left, Heavenly Mandate Academy returned to normal, and Yifutian continued to cultivate quietly while paying close attention to the changes in the outside world. Every few days, someone would arrive to report the latest from the outside world, and every time there were new movements in the original realm. For example, somebody had excavated and discovered the relics of the Great Emperor, and that some principalities had even obtained the relics of the Great Emperor. When Yifutian heard about this, though he was enticed, he did not intend to fight for them. He had already reaped a lot from before, and that alone was enough for the others to look at him sideways. If he wanted to take all of the inheritances, he would only put himself in harm's way and become a target of public outrage. On the contrary, if each of the top forces took some of these relics from the Great Emperor, he would attract far less attention, sticking out like a sore thumb. On this day, Yifutian, Lord Taixian, Emperor Nan, and the others were gathered together. In the courtyard, Yifutian presided over their meeting. Although he was younger, he was now the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, the ruler of all of the original realm. So even the elders had to defer to him. Everyone was working toward the same objective, assisting Yifutian to reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Because of this objective, these top figures were able to move forward as a team. Although their ultimate goals and beliefs were different, at the moment, they adhered to the same objective. Yifutian was the one they had chosen from a long time ago, and they were now more certain than ever. In addition to the cultivators from the Devil World, the cultivators from the human realm have also appeared. Today, only the cultivators from Heaven Realm and the world of Buddhism from the West have yet to make their appearances. But the Heaven Realm was known to be secretive, so perhaps they have already arrived without us knowing. Emperor Nan continued. After the Devil World, the cultivators from the human realm had also descended in the original realm. All the worlds had gradually made their way to the land of the original realm. What kind of storm would be waiting for them? Are there many cultivators from the human realm? Yifutian questioned. Not much for the time being, but there must be more that we don't know about. Now, the news had spread to the original realm. The cultivation world in the original realm is about to boil over. The situation today is comparable to the one in the past, said Emperor Nan. Actually, because of the changes currently taking place in the original realm, The situation at hand has far exceeded the one in the past. Back then, not many cultivators came to the original realm. The two just couldn't be compared. Emperor Nan, however, was a cultivator who had experienced that turbulence 300 or 403 or 400 years ago. The rumor has it that the human realm was once the center of all the worlds after the collapse of the heavenly path and the place of blessings for human cultivators. The supreme great emperor of the human realm is called the human ancestor, whose name speaks volumes of his importance. All the cultivators who came from the human realm this time were said to possess the aura of the human ancestor, an abundance of righteousness. Emperor Nan continued, I also heard that the human realm claimed to be the most orthodox of the cultivation world. Wuxia nodded. He also wanted to take a look at all the cultivators from all the worlds. The human realm was the center of the world, formed after the collapse of the heavenly path. He was curious how the cultivation world there would compare to the one at Divine Prefecture. How would their cultivators compare to the one from Divine Prefecture? In addition to the arrival of cultivators from all major worlds, many amazing relics have also appeared. And now, evidence of human cultivators has appeared in one of the most important sites, said Emperor Nan. Wuxia's eyes sharpened slightly. Same as the Ziwei segmentum? Exactly. Emperor Nan nodded. The same world as Ziwei segmentum had appeared. What could all this mean? Ziwei segmentum was a world long sealed by Ziwei the Great. So, what kind of world would it be with human cultivators? At present, most of the cultivators and top principalities from various worlds are attracted by this continental relic that has just appeared. Not to mention, a world with human cultivators resembles a complete world, which entices a stronger desire to explore it. And, according to the news, the cultivators in this world are most extraordinary. Emperor Nan continued. Next to him, Renhuang-chan asked Wuxia, shall we go check it out? Wuxia pondered for a moment, then agreed. We might as well. Previously there were many relics in the original realm, and he had never had the desire to go, wanting to give other people their opportunities. However, he was curious to see this other continent that had appeared in the original realm. Then let's go straight away, said Renhuang-chan. Please lead the way, elder. Wuxia nodded, and the group immediately set off on their journey. They leaped into the sky and left the Heavenly Mandate Academy, heading towards the boundless void. The land of the original realm was the void world that was formed after the collapse of the heavenly path. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was the area of human cultivation. This area was not considered large, but beyond the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was nothing but an endless void, full of unknowns. For example, Ziwei segmentum was now visible in the boundless void, and so were all those major relics that had made their appearances one after the other. Wuxia didn't know the actual size of the original realm, and no one else really knew anything about the original realm either. Perhaps only Donghuang the Great and other great emperors knew some of its history. At this time, a new continent was floating in the endless void of the original realm. This continent was lying in the void, a faint brilliance emanating from within. It was as if it had existed here since the beginning of time and that it was a part of this vast space. Wuxia and the others passed through the edges of the continent and continued moving upward. They saw that there were cultivators on the edge of the continent at this time, but they seemed to be quite accustomed to everything that was happening in front of them, as they did not act surprised. How did this continent come about? Wuxia asked when he beheld the sight in front of him. The news we heard was that this continent has been traveling through the endless void, having been exiled for a countless number of years, and has not made its appearance until now, Emperor Nan responded. Wuxia looked lost in thoughts. If this were the case, then that would explain the reactions of those cultivators on the continent. A world that had been exiled in the endless emptiness would obviously get used to all of this and may even felt what they saw now was pretty mundane. But who had the terrible ability to exile an entire continent? Wuxia and the others continued forward towards the continent. The cultivators on the continent looked up at Wuxia and the others as they passed, but then bowed their heads and went back to their own businesses. Similar occurrences had been happening recently, as cultivators from the outside came to their continent, so they had grown accustomed to it. The cultivation of these people is awesome, Yifutian whispered as he walked forward. The cultivators on this continent felt extraordinary to him. Even those on the fringe of the continent were not at a low level. The lowest cultivation turned out to be the Saint Plain. If it's a continent that has gone through tribulations, then it must be an extraordinary continent, Renhuang Chun whispered. Everyone nodded in agreement. If this continent had really been exiled in the endless void, and if it was able to survive until this day, then neither the continent itself nor the cultivators on it would be ordinary. Otherwise, it would have already been annihilated in its long history. The group meandered forward aimlessly. Although this continent was newly discovered with cultivators, it was different from Ziwe Segmentum, which was a field of stars. Here, it was merely a continent. Looking from another angle, the continent might have just been a place for the most powerful figures in ancient times. Of course, even for Top Renhuang, this continent was still massive, at least for someone in Yifutian's realm. They continued to travel through the continent, but still didn't seem to have reached the central area. Yifutian and the others looked at everything on the continent below. It didn't seem too different from Divine Prefecture and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, as far as cities, mountains, jungles, and cultivators were concerned, except that the aura of these cultivators on this continent was somewhat different. Generally speaking, their realms seemed to be a little higher. Shall we go down and make some inquiries? Renhuang Chun asked Yifutian. Very well. Yifutian understood his meaning and agreed. Instantly, Renhuang Chun moved, and in a flash was aiming towards the sky below. Not long after, Renhuang Chun returned and said, Same as the rumors. This continent is known as Shini Continent by the cultivators who resided upon it. According to them, it is a continent abandoned by the gods in ancient times. It has been floating in the void world for many years, constantly moving, and now appears in the original realm. As to the reason, they are as clueless as anyone. If we want the truth, we could go to Shini City, which is the center of this continent and also where the strongest cultivators are. Yifutian nodded. So this was Shini Continent? Even the cultivators on the continent knew that they were being abandoned by the gods once upon a time. But judging from their present situation, could the abandonment have been, in fact, a form of protection? Because of the abandonment, the continent did not perish and was able to see the light of day. Let's go, said Yifutian. Do these cultivators on the continent, like the ones in Ziwe Segmentum, know the origins of their own continent? I was also curious about that, so I did some research. According to them, generations upon generations of ancestors have been exploring the continent for many years, wanting to see other worlds of cultivation and cultivators. After reaching the peak level, they discovered that this continent has great limitations, and the world seemed far too small. However, for years immemorial, they have not discovered anything until now. They have ascertained that all the legends were true. They were abandoned and exiled by the gods, and now they have truly come into contact with the outside world, Renhuang Chun explained. Yifutian appeared thoughtful. They were not the only ones who were curious about this continent. The cultivators on the continent, too, had never stopped their search for the outside world until they had come to the original realm and discovered the truth. Perhaps they were just as curious about the original realm as anyone else. So, the top forces from original realm should have already gone to Sheni City already, Yifutian commented. Renhuang Chun nodded. Then the group continued on its way in their mighty formation.